It was a cold, rainy evening when a sick boy, reaching for a mug of water out of weakness, dropped it on the floor. Realizing that he had no strength left, he cried out, "Damn it! Was he really worse than trash now?" This happened on the Xian continent, where martial arts are important and the strong are respected. To become a warrior, an ordinary person must first awaken their combat meridians. These meridians are channels in the body that can capture and absorb spiritual energy. This is the foundation of all warriors. They can spread spiritual energy throughout their body, giving them incredible powers like cutting rivers with a blade, summoning wind and rain, and even crushing the heavens themselves. Lu Hao is a Lu clan disciple in Tiankue City. He became a warrior a month ago after awakening 4 of his meridians. But one day, he accidentally discovered that his peer Lu Xiaolin was secretly bullying another student. He didn't want to stand by and watch, so he stepped in to help the girl. But this was just a trick by the clan leader, Lu Tianyun, who stabbed the boy in the heart. Lu Xiaolin's grandfather was the leader of the Lu Tianyun clan. They were just jealous of the boy's fast progress in cultivation. They staged a performance to make it look like Lu Hao tried to rape a girl, and Lu Xiaolin came to her aid. Then, Lu Hao tried to kill him. They later accused the boy of plotting against the clan members, and they completely destroyed his battle meridians and expelled him from the clan. Now he has no battle meridians in a world where power is everything. He wonders if living anymore is worth it. Looking at the table next to the bed, the boy found a note from the girl. It said that in 10 years, east of the river, the golden scale would turn into a dragon. The girl also wrote that she returned to the Shin Sword sect. She told him to pull himself together. This girl was Dee, and she was the only one who had taken care of the boy all this time. Surprisingly, she was a student of the respected Shin Sword sect. She always told Lu Hao that if he wanted to repay her, he just had to keep living. Lu Hao replied that he would never give up because he had to keep living. Lu Hao needed to live on to take revenge on Lu Xiaolin and Lu Tianyun. They all already considered him an enemy, so he must leave Tiankue City as soon as possible to ensure his own safety. But ever since Lu Hao was expelled from the clan, even buying a sword was too expensive for him. But leaving the city without weapons would be even riskier. Lu Hao is looking for cheaper weapons. Then, in the city, he meets Lu Xiaolin, who a month later thought that Lu Hao had died. Lu Xiaolin ordered Lu Hao to be captured and accused him of trying to frame him and kill him. Lu Xiaolin ordered Lu Hao to kneel and beg for his forgiveness. Accusations without proof are a disgrace, even if a crayfish whistles on the mountain. After he said this, Lu Xiaolin started to hit Lu Hao. Lu Xiaolin was in the second stage of qi condensation. In this state, without spiritual energy, Lu Xiaolin was unable to do anything to Lu Hao. Lu Xiaolin broke Lu Hao's spine, and the boy lost all feeling in his body. He thought he was going to die, but then he felt his spine being restored. He remembered his father mentioning that the Lu clan had the potential to awaken the divine dragon bloodline. If it were awakened, the potential would be immeasurable. The divine dragon bloodline is a special power that can suppress all combat meridians, but the conditions for its awakening are still unknown to anyone. The power of the divine dragon bloodline can make a warrior's strength reach its highest level, better than anything else. Lu Hao had awakened the divine dragon bloodline. Lu Xiaolin was about to kill the man, but he suddenly couldn't because of the awakened power. Lu Hao made Lu Xiaolin so angry that the boy was ready to make him beg for death. Lu Hao was ready to kill him. Lu Xiaolin couldn't imagine how bad Lu Hao had been in the past few days. Lu Hao continued to stab Lu Xiaolin, who had framed his grandfather, Lu Tianyun. Something happened to Lu Xiaolin's cultivation, and he couldn't use his power anymore. This was Lu Hao's way of repaying him. He was getting revenge for what Lu Hao had done to him. After finishing torturing Lu Xiaolin, the boy rushed away from his body. The shocked bystanders started calling for help, saying that Lu Hao had cut off Lu Xiaolin's body parts. The guards of the Lu clan told their leader that Lu Hao had ruined the young master's life in the weapons shop. The clan leader was furious that the exiled and powerless Lu Hao dared to attack his grandson. The clan leader ordered his people to find Lu Hao, even if it meant searching underground. The clan leader himself wanted to cut off Lu Hao's scalp and dismember him. While everyone was searching for Lu Hao in the city, they didn't know that he had already left and was hiding in the mountains outside of it. 3 days later, Lu Hao was hiding in the mountains, meditating, and trying to awaken the divine dragon bloodline. If someone could do that, it would restore their combat meridians and even give them inherited meridians that were better than normal ones. Lu Hao didn't understand why. After waking up, he still hadn't restored a single meridian. Could he really combine his bloodline with the Lu clan's ancestral technique? 9 transformations of the Golden Dragon? Legend says that the 9 transformations of the Golden Dragon is the most powerful cultivation technique of the Lu clan. After 9 transformations, one can challenge the heavens themselves, obtaining an indestructible golden body. But after many years of practice, the clan's disciples found it completely useless. Now, it's seen as an old way of doing things. The 9 transformations of the Golden Dragon technique is known to every disciple of the Lu clan, so it is worth trying. 1.5 months later, Lu Hao began to learn the 9 transformations Golden Dragon technique. He succeeded, and not only did he restore 1 martial meridian, but his cultivation also returned to the 2nd stage of Qi condensation. His guess was right, because the 9 transformations Golden Dragon cultivation technique needed to be used together with the Divine Dragon bloodline. He also received the inherited meridian. People say that cultivating an inherited meridian is as fast as cultivating the 5 martial meridians. A person with at least 1 inherited meridian will be stronger than someone with 5 combat meridians. Once Lu Hao restored his 3 battle meridians, his cultivation speed would surpass even that of a genius with 8 battle meridians. There could be a maximum of 8 combat meridians, but there could be an unlimited number of inherited meridians. Although it was difficult to obtain inherited meridians, maybe Lu Hao would be able to get them in the future. Lu Tianyan was at the 6th stage of true Qi, but he was going to die soon. Lu Hao was training in the woods near the city when he was attacked by a 2nd-grade mutant beast, the Azure Howling Wolf. The strength of the Azure Howling Wolf is similar to that of a 3rd-stage Qi condensation master. I wonder if Lu Hao, who is in the 2nd stage of Qi condensation, the attacking wolf, was defeated by 1 blow from the boy's sword, although it only left scratches on him. The young fighter's body had become much stronger thanks to the Divine Dragon's bloodline. Usually, mutant beasts have beast crystals inside them. Beast crystals contain the energy of the mutant beast. These crystals are used in the cultivation process, which is why they are so valuable to martial artists. As soon as Lu Hao took the crystal out of the wolf's body, Lu Xiaolin found it. He was ready to cut Lu Hao into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Lu Hao was surprised because he thought he had destroyed Lu Xiaolin's ability to cultivate. But Lu Hao didn't know that after he destroyed Lu Xiaolin's cultivation, the main clan sent a secret stage expert to Tiankuei City and saved Lu Xiaolin. Lu Xiaolin believes that Lu Hao was only able to cripple him with a sneak attack, but today he is fully prepared and will not let Lu Hao leave here alive. Lu Xiaolin ordered his subjects to kill Lu Hao, promising great rewards to anyone who did so. Lu Xiaolin's subjects were upset. They said that it was wrong to kill Lu Hao after he had just killed the Azure Howling Wolf with a single swing of his sword. Even with the 4th stage of Qi condensation, no one could compare to him. Because of the protests of his subjects, Lu Xiaolin became furious and hit one of his servants. Lu Xiaolin thought that Lu Hao just wanted to show off in front of them. After all, how could this trash kill the Azure Wolf? Lu Xiaolin never thought that some of his subordinates had logic, but not himself. He rushed to destroy Lu Hao. Lu Xiaolin thought that his palm seal was stronger than Lu Hao's palm seal, but the guy broke through Lu Xiaolin's seal without much effort. Lu Xiaolin was defeated once again. Even though they both used the yellow-grade martial art palm seal, thanks to the Divine Dragon bloodline, Lu Hao is now on a completely different level. In their previous battle, Lu Hao spared Lu Xiaolin, but it wasn't enough for him, and Lu Hao doesn't give second chances. He trampled Lu Xiaolin to smithereens. Lu Xiaolin's subjects rushed to ask Lu Hao for forgiveness, saying that they were forced and did not want to touch Lu Hao. The boy spared the Lu clan's followers, but on the condition that they must tell Lu Hao about the expert Lu Xiaolin spoke of. The Lu clan chief discovered a new fertile land that could accommodate 100,000 people, and it was noteworthy that they sent a secret stage expert to Tiankuei City. Moreover, they claimed that this expert is looking for Lu Hao's parents and wants to prevent him from entering the main clan. But weren't the parents killed by mutant beasts on a mission when Lu Hao was still a child? They can't still be alive. Martial arts have 10 main stages, each of which is divided into 9 substages. The main stages are the stage of body tempering, the stage of qi condensation, the stage of true qi, and the stage of holy martial art. Next comes the extreme yellow stage, the extreme profound stage, the extreme earthly stage, and the extreme heavenly stage, known as the 4 secret stages. Those who reach the secret stages, without exception, become the strongest in the entire continent. Although there are also legends about experts of the unity stage and the deity stage beyond the 4 secret stages. Liu Hao even felt uneasy because of this secret stage expert, but since it was related to his parents' death, he had to know everything. He returned to Tian Kuei City, to the Liu clan's estate, where he heard the voices of the Liu clan's disciples. They said that all the side disciples were trash, including Liu Hao. Even among the side disciples, he was real trash. The voice of a beautiful girl silenced the disciples of the Liu clan. This girl turned out to be Liu Shuer. She explained that the spiritual energy in Tian Kuei City was much worse than that in our main clan's fertile lands. It was only natural that it was weaker. Liu Hao was surprised to see Shuer. He didn't expect that she still remembered him. Many years ago, when Liu Hao was in the main clan, he was the only one who had not awakened the battle meridians. Everyone else thought he was worthless, except Shuer. In the conversation between Lu Wu and Lu Zhang, Liu Hao heard that his father gave up all his possessions to convince Lu Songshi to give Liu Hao the dragon spirit holy water when he was 6 years old so that he could awaken his martial meridians. But Lu Songshi gave him ordinary water. After learning the truth, Liu Hao's father went to fight the deceiver, but Lu Songshi had more allies. Liu Hao's father was wounded and forced to leave the main clan. But now Liu Hao was expelled even from the side clan. What a loser. A ridiculous sight, the guys laughed. The boys didn't even suspect that once the girl revealed the truth about Liu Hao and his family, she would make those who did it pay. Liu Hao also learned that Lu Songshi of the main clan had maimed his parents and sent Lu Xiaolin to kill him. And since Lu Songshi wanted to exterminate his family so much, he had to become stronger to trample him into the dirt. A month and a half after using the Azure Howling Wolf Beast Crystal, Liu Hao had not only stabilized his battle meridians, but even the 9 transformations Golden Dragon technique had reached its first perfect form. It is said that when the 9 transformations Golden Dragon technique reaches its perfect form, a unique skill can be attained, but why Liu Hao has not yet achieved it remains a mystery. Entering the market near Tian Kuei City, the boy heard 2 men offering to create their own teams and join the Xian Sword sect, but it was dangerous for those below the 3rd stage of condensation to get in. Xian Sword sect is the main power in the entire eastern region. It is the dream of every cultivator. If Liu Hao can enter Xian Sword sect, not only will he become stronger, but he will also be able to repay Hua Di for saving him. Strangers came up from behind and invited Liu Hao to join their team to enter the Xian Sword sect. After all, the path is very dangerous, and they need at least 5 people in the team. And Liu Hao's strength will be very useful for the team. Liu Hao had only developed the 2nd stage of qi condensation and would only slow down the team, but they didn't care and insisted that Liu Hao come with them. Liu Hao found the guy's proposal strange because no one wanted to take a person with the 2nd stage of qi condensation into the team, but these guys seemed to be okay with it. It was not for nothing that Liu Hao was worried, because in the forest, they were waiting for the vile betrayal of their teammates. When they were already going to bed, 2 of them attacked their teammate, but it was not Liu Hao. The young head of the Gu family was the victim who had mastered the art of the ghost shadow at his young age, and the attackers received a bounty notice for the head of the young head of the Gu family. The guys will have a hard time because the attackers have the 4th stage of qi condensation. Their chances are too small against such experienced opponents. The head of the Gu family said to Liu Hao, "Brother, stand behind me. It's not your concern, but rather run." Suddenly, the Gu family leader's legs were wrapped in iron chains, and he could no longer use his strength. Liu Hao still couldn't stay on the side and stood up for the head of the Gu family, because in the future he could be useful to Liu Hao. The attackers were outraged because Liu Hao was only there for numbers, but since the guy wanted to play the hero so much, they would deal with him first. The head of the Gu family ordered Liu Hao to run away, because they were at the 4th stage of qi condensation. They were no match for us. Liu Hao decided to enter the fight with the words, "Rather, They are not our opponents. The head of the Gu family was shocked, because Lu Hao did the impossible. He killed them instantly. The 9 transformations Golden Dragon technique, combined with the inherited meridian, is an excellent power. The girl from the team asked in a trembling voice, did he kill them? But he wasn't going to kill her either. Lu Hao hurried to console the girl. They were hired killers, the guy said, and he was not going to kill anyone else. The girl sighed in relief and pulled out a dagger from her back, trying to stab Lu Hao with it. She didn't expect Lu Hao to kill her subordinates, and thought that it would be better not to joke with the guy, but to kill him right away. The boys noticed that the girl who attacked Lu Hao was at the 6th stage of qi condensation and was stronger than the previous 2. What an impudent boy. He shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Now I'll have to kill him, the girl said, attacking young Lu Hao. The Gu clan leader became worried about Lu Hao and asked him to forget about him, and insisted that the boy should flee. But Lu Hao continued the fight and almost suffered defeat at the hands of the girl. He did not expect that she would hide her strength. He used the Dragon Fist, his hidden technique, which resulted in the defeat of the vile attacker. The young head of the Gu clan was surprised that Lu Hao, at the 2nd stage of qi condensation, defeated a person at the 6th stage. Fortunately, at such a critical moment, Lu Hao was able to comprehend the unique skill of the Golden Dragon 9 transformations technique. Is the first unique skill really that powerful? In any case, he has no strength left at all. The Dragon Fist is certainly strong, but it will use up a huge amount of spiritual energy. The boy introduced himself to the young head of the Gu clan as Hao Lu, thinking that it was better not to reveal his identity. He would now use a fictitious name. The Gu clan chief said his name was Gu Chun and said that he and his family had some problems and he was now a wanted man. Grateful, Gu Chun suggested that Lu Hao go to the Xian Sword sect together, to which Lu Hao agreed. 3 days later, the Xian Sword sect was recruiting, but first they had to pass a qualification test. In this test, it was revealed that the Gu clan chief had 7 combat meridians and was classified as a top-level person. Hao Lu only obtained 3 battle meridians and was ranked at the lowest level. This greatly surprised Gu Chun. How could he be so strong with 3 battle meridians? The others also mocked Lu Hao, thinking that he came here to work as a clown, but they could not even imagine that Lu Hao had an inherited meridian that they simply could not detect. Lu Hao decided that he would not tell anyone about the inherited meridians. It was better to keep it a secret for now. After everyone had passed the qualification test, the recruiter for the Xian Sword sect announced that just passing the qualification test was not enough to join the sect. Now, all 6,000 people must seize a platform within half an hour and hold it until the end of time to enter the Xian Sword sect. There are 1,000 platforms in total. Lu Hao thought it was too cruel for 6,000 people to compete for 1,000 platforms. So, the entrance test to the sect Honey part of the Yuan begins, and everyone rushed to the platforms. Gu Chun suggested that Lu Hao take the 2 empty platforms in front, 1 each. When Gu Chun took his platform, he was immediately attacked, but the experienced warrior of the Gu clan skillfully repelled the attack. But there are too many challengers, and it will be difficult to hold out for half an hour. Half an hour later, Gu Chun counted 9 opponents. Quite an impressive result. I wonder how Hao Lu is doing. Hao Lu's result was much better. Did everyone really think that since he was at the 2nd stage of qi condensation, they would be able to attack him without any problem? Does Lu Hao really look so weak? He defeated more than 50 opponents. This is the best result of all. Time is up, and 1,000 people remain on the platforms for the next tests. A test by fire. The test of fire will continue until there are 500 people left. The fire testing began, and all the contenders instantly fell from their platforms. It was unbearably hot, and if Gu Chun hadn't reached the 3rd stage of qi condensation, he would have already given up. How is Hao Lu doing? He is only at the 2nd stage of qi condensation. Gu Chun hopes that he hasn't dropped out. Looking at Hao Lu, he saw that the guy was just lying calmly. How is that possible? How could Hao Lu lie so calmly in this heat? Was he even hot or not? Half an hour later, the fire test was over, and exactly 500 people remained on the platforms. It was enough that all who survived became official disciples of the Xian Sword sect. Lu Hao didn't think that with the inherited meridian and the 9 technique, the Golden Dragon transformation introduction would be so simple. As they approached the Sword sect, they saw that it was huge and very beautiful. Could this really be the Xiansword sect? Those of the survivors who were not chosen as inner disciples remain outside the Xiansword sect's territory for now. In 3 months, the sect will hold a competition for internal and external disciples. If the disciples devote themselves to training, then in 3 months, they will be able to become internal disciples. The difference between external and internal disciples is significant. External disciples can only rely on themselves, while inner disciples have famous mentors, access to various elixirs and treasures, which greatly aids their cultivation. And it is for this reason that Lu Hao simply must become an inner disciple. With his 7 martial meridians, had already become an inner disciple. In the next 3 months, Lu Hao must work hard to catch up. The Xiansword sect provided Lu Hao with qi condensation pills. These pills are excellent for improving cultivation at the qi condensation stage. Lu Hao hurried to his room. Lu Hao's neighbor was scared. He thought that Lu Hao wanted to take away his qi condensation pills. Lu Hao didn't even think about it. He thought his neighbor was somehow strange. In the morning, elder brother Wu Neng came to ask for gifts from all the newcomers of the Xiansword sect. Senior brother Wu Neng is the most influential among the outer disciples, and every year he takes away the qi condensation pills from all the new disciples. But this time, one of the disciples did not want to give up his pill, and the elder brother Wu Neng decided to take the pills by force. This disciple was Lu Hao's neighbor. Seeing his neighbor being beaten, Lu Hao decided to help him, walked up to Wu Neng and reminded him that they were newbies, and he was immediately taking away their qi condensation pills. Wasn't that against the rules? Get off. The strongest survives, and this is the rule set by the sect, said the elder brother Wu Neng, and want to hit Lu Hao. Do you want to play the hero, little one? Said elder brother Wu Neng, threatening Lu Hao to deal with him. Oh, so it means you can beat people and paint things, Lu Hao asked the elder Wu Neng. Imagine, said elder brother Wu Neng, who decided that Lu Hao could do nothing against him. But Lu Hao attacked his elder brother and surprised everyone else. They thought that Lu Hao had completely lost his fear. The students were outraged at how the boy dared to attack his older brother, but Wu Neng herself said that it was okay to fight. Elder brother Wu Neng is at the 5th stage of qi condensation. One day, a new disciple accidentally offended him and was half crippled. Lu Hao came to an end. The older brother attacked the boy, but the boy used the dragon fist and dealt with the enemy in one fell swoop. Lu Hao broke his older brother's arm, after which he ordered the rest of the disciples to attack the boy in order to cripple him. Lu Hao's indignation knew no bounds, because with such skills they still had the audacity to rob newbies. The older brother cowered in a corner out of fear. He couldn't understand how a newbie could be so strong. Lu Hao heard that the elder brother took away all the pills of the new disciples. He asked the elder brother if this was true. The boy asked his older brother to return all the pills and give him his qi condensation pill as well. For the elder brother, this seemed absurd. He didn't want to return the pills, much less give up his own. He was dreaming, he said to Lu Hao. To this, the guy broke one of his older brother's legs and threatened that if he did not give up the pills, Lu Hao would break his other leg as well, all according to the rules of the sect. The elder brother agreed to give half, but Lu Hao didn't like it and broke the elder brother's other leg as well. But what is he doing? The elder brother said he would give the pills, but he said he would give half or Lu Hao misheard everything. The elder brother thought the guy was joking with him. The elder brother apologized to Lu Hao and said that he was wrong and would give away all the qi condensation pills. Why did you have to bother? Lu Hao asked. He could have just politely handed them over and it wouldn't have come to this. Damn it. He broke all his older brother's limbs. He definitely won't let this go. Lu Hao returned everyone's qi condensation pills. The disciples didn't even know how to thank the guy. Even though Lu Hao was a newbie, he wasn't afraid to fight his older brother, the roommate thought. After all, the roommate's goal was also to resist injustice and bravely protect his family. He should become as strong as Lu Hao. It's time for him to start getting stronger too. The neighbor hurried to thank Lu Hao and said that his name was Xiao Zimo. He misunderstood Lu Hao yesterday. Xiao Zimo was born in a poor family, and the qi condensation pill is very important to him. Yesterday, he thought that Lu Hao wanted to take it away. In any case, from now on we are brothers who help each other. The disciples asked for help from the elder brother Huang Hong. Lu Hao beat everyone up, But the elder brother doesn't even know how strong this Lu Hao is. The members of the student observation room asked how he could beat them up, considering them useless. Huang Hong was an internal disciple, and it was not appropriate for him to deal with a newcomer in front of everyone. Huang Hong ordered them not to worry because in a month the newcomers would have to go on adventures, and then he, as an older brother, would protect the newcomer Lu Hao. The students thanked their elder brother Huang Hong because he is, as always, a genius. A month has passed, and Lu Hao must go on an adventure, because only by going through the adventure can one participate in the competition for inner and outer disciples and get a chance to become an inner disciple. With the qi condensation pills Wu Neng gave him this month, Lu Hao broke through to the third stage of qi condensation. In addition, he restored his fourth martial meridian. Lu Hao decided to test how much stronger he had become, because a month ago, he had to use all his strength to break such a boulder. Lu Hao only needed half of his strength to break the boulder. The guy had become twice as strong in the last month and could now use the dragon fist several times in a row. Now Lu Hao is required to take part in the competition for both inner and outer disciples. Lu Hao was approaching the pier when he heard someone's voices. He listened and realized that they were calling him, but he didn't know who it was. As he got closer, the boy realized that this was their team captain, Huang Hong. He would be responsible for Lu Hao's safety, and if the boy wanted to survive, he had better follow the captain's orders. Lu Hao had a strange feeling about these two guys. This time, the students' adventures will take place on the outskirts of the Yao Guang Forbidden Zone, an area that is very dangerous for newbies like them. Each newcomer must obtain 5 beast crystals of the third stage mutant beast. Those who complete this task will be eligible to participate in the competition. All students are given only 5 days, and all students must return to the ship in exactly 5 days. Lu Hao's team will split up to search for the beast crystals. Since Lu Hao is the weakest guy there, he will be with Huang Hong and Huang Li. Yao Guang's forbidden area was full of dangers, and Lu Hao didn't understand why the other teams were going together while his was separated. Lu Hao thought that according to rumors, Wu Neng had connections with the inner circle disciples. Perhaps it was related to Huang Hong. They told Lu Hao that they were taking him to search for beast crystals, but in reality, they were heading towards the central forbidden area. But before going there, Lu Hao learned that high-grade mutant beasts lived in the central zone. Mutant beasts are divided into stages from the 1st to the 10th. Mutant beasts of the first stage correspond to the stage of body hardening. Beasts of the second stage correspond to the stage of qi condensation, and the beasts of the 10th stage correspond to the stage of deity and above. And if on the outskirts of the forbidden zone of Yao Guang live mutant beasts of the 1st and 3rd stages, then in the central part live mutant beasts of the 4th, 6th stage. In the central zone of Yao Guang, even experts of the true qi stage will not be able to cope. There are strong mutant beasts further on, Lu Hao said. Even true qi stage cultivators won't be safe there. Let's look for mutant beasts here, Huang Hong thought. They could kill Lu Hao right there, and no one would notice. As Lu Hao had guessed, these guys were indeed in league with Wu Neng. The boys wanted to believe that Lu Hao was already shaking with fear, so Lu Hao shouldn't cross their path. Huang Li threatened Lu Hao to just accept his death. Lu Hao wasn't ready to accept his death. After all, the guys were only at the 6th stage of qi condensation, and he doubted that they could kill him. The boys reminded Lu Hao that he was only at the 3rd stage and asked him to say goodbye to his head. Lu Hao, using his most powerful strike, the Dragon Fist, knocked out his older brother. Lu Hao destroyed him, but how could that be? Huang Li was at the 6th stage of qi condensation. How could a guy kill him with one blow? Lu Hao easily dealt with him, but Huang Hong was said to be at the true qi stage, and Lu Hao needed to quickly return to the ship. Huang Hong was catching up with the guy and was ready to tear him into small pieces. He was amazed at how Lu Hao dared to kill his brother. Lu Hao realized that Huang Hong was much faster than him, and if this continued, his elder brother would catch him. Now he had no choice but to take a risk. Huang Hong only shouted in an attempt to catch up with Lu Hao, as the boy didn't even know where he was running. It was the central area. There are many powerful mutant beasts in the central zone, and Lu Hao ran straight to his death. But Lu Hao was confident that Huang Hong would not run there, and that he had at least some chance of surviving there. Did Lu Hao really think that he could survive in the Central Forbidden Zone? The 4th stage Hua Yin Python was even stronger than the true Qi stage, But Huang Hong didn't care about it, since it was easier for him. Lu Hao just laughed at Huang Hong because he thought the guy was dead. But before going there, Lu Hao carefully studied all the mutant beasts in Yao Guang's forbidden area. And the book said that the blood attracted the Hua Yin python. Even the smallest drop of blood can attract the Hua Yin python. The book also said that if you do not resist when swallowed by the python, you will definitely not die immediately. That was why Lu Hao deliberately inflicted a wound on himself to attract Hua Yan's python and gain a chance to get inside the python. Huang Hong thought that Lu Hao was already dead and probably already gone. A perfect way out of a hopeless situation. The Hua Yin python's stomach acid is so strong that it can digest a human in half an hour. The python is only strong on the outside, but its insides are soft. All Lu Hao had to do was get out of the python's stomach before the stomach acid ate him away. He was confident that he would succeed. Lu Hao managed to defeat the python Hua Yin and escape from it alive. Not only did the guy manage to escape from the belly of the Hua Yin python, but he also managed to obtain a 4th-grade beast crystal. The entire body of the Hua Yin python, filled with treasures, now belongs to Lu Hao. However, the python's corpse is too big, and the guy needs to find a place to hide it. Lu Hao noticed a cave with an icy wind blowing from it. Could this be a python's lair? The guy turned around at the sounds coming from behind. Oh no, those are 3rd-degree mutant beasts, celestial primates. The celestial primates may not be as strong as the Hua Yin python, but they usually move in groups. Could it be that the corpse of the python attracted them? Lu Hao understood that there was no escape from them in the forest. The guy had no choice but to run to the python's lair. The celestial primates were close, but suddenly Lu Hao fell into some kind of hole. When Lu Hao woke up, he couldn't believe that he was still alive after such a fall. Looking around, Lu Hao noticed human remains everywhere. He didn't understand why there were so many of them. Perhaps this was a battlefield, Lu Hao thought, or perhaps they were just dumping corpses there. Walking a little further, Lu Hao noticed a sword. Picking it up, the boy noticed the inscription Holy Land. Could this be the remains of the Holy Land of Yaoguang? Legend has it that in ancient times, there were 7 holy lands on the continent, representing the 7 strongest forces. The Holy Lands were flourishing and powerful individuals were plentiful. It was a golden age for martial artists. However, later, an inexplicable massacre swept across the continent, and all 7 great holy lands fell. Today, these 7 holy lands have turned into 7 forbidden zones inhabited by various mutant beasts, which cannot but cause regret. Although these forbidden zones are extremely dangerous, many incredible treasures can be found within them. But now is not the time to think about treasures. The main thing is to get out of this terrible place as quickly as possible. While looking for a way out, Lu Hao wandered into a room that was completely covered with earth vein stones. Everyone knows that the stone of the earth vein is even more valuable than animal crystals, because it is formed as a result of the condensation of extremely pure natural energy. Even a small piece can be sold for thousands of zlotys. In addition, the earth vein stone can be used not only for cultivation, but also for alchemy and weapon enhancement. Martial artists often risk their lives for these stones. Lu Hao doesn't have any spatial objects to take much with him. Okay, the boy thought, first he needs to find a way out. But suddenly Lu Hao noticed a light and ran towards it, thinking that there might be a way out. The guy found himself in some cave again. The walls of this cave were decorated with many crystals with the deceased. Perhaps this was a tomb of the primeval Holy Land. Approaching the crystal that stood in the center of the cave, Lu Hao saw a beautiful girl. She was like a goddess. Looking around, the boy noticed something that looked like a button. Maybe it was left over from the Holy Land of Yaoguang. Maybe I should try pressing this button, Lu Hao suddenly thought. After Lu Hao pressed the button, the boy thought that he had fallen somewhere again. He again did not understand where he was, but suddenly he heard someone's voice. More than 10,000 years have passed, and finally someone found this place. This is the same goddess-like woman from that crystal. When a massacre swept across the continent many years ago, this girl took away 90% of all living beings, as well as the existence of the Holy Lands. She had already thought that no one would ever find this place, and she didn't expect to meet Lu Hao today. Since Lu Hao had entered the looking glass of the Holy Land of Yaoguang, it was fate. The girl was willing to pass on the looking glass control technique and the martial chi technique of the Holy Land of Yaoguang to Lu Hao. Lu Hao didn't understand what it was. His head felt like it was exploding. It seemed to him that there was not only this technique. The girl also transmitted a huge amount of other knowledge to the boy's mind. Now Lu Hao knows that the looking glass of the Holy Land of Yaoguang is in front of him. The Holy Land's looking glass Yaoguang is one of the 7 great artifacts of the Xian continent, and it is now under Lu Hao's control. It is capable of collecting spiritual energy inside the looking glass, making cultivation there twice as effective. In addition, Lu Hao also mastered the highest level technique of the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Yaoguang Martial Chi Technique. The Yaoguang Chi Martial Technique consists of 9 parts, each of which doubles a person's fighting power. 9 parts multiply the power 9-fold, but it requires a lot of energy. With the energy Lu Hao had at that moment, he wouldn't be able to activate this technique even once. The Qi Yaoguang martial art technique can be activated using items containing high energy. The Earth Vein Stone can be used as an energy source for the martial art technique Qi Yaoguang. The effect of Yaoguang's martial Qi technique multiplication is shown by the gems on the surface of the looking glass. Out of the 9 possible gems, 8 are damaged and only 1 is glowing, meaning that Lu Hao can only double his combat power at the moment. In order to further increase the effect, Lu Hao needs to restore the remaining gems. But the fact that Lu Hao can now freely control the Holy Land Mirror of Yaoguang as a spatial artifact is simply unbelievable. The guy is incredibly lucky. "Thank you for the parting words, beautiful lady," Lu Hao said. The boy will be grateful to the girl for the rest of his life. The girl didn't need words of gratitude. She only asked the guy to keep this place a secret. Now Lu Hao can freely move from and to the looking glass. It seemed like the girl was a powerful figure from the ancient era, Lu Hao thought, and getting such an artifact was a chance that only came once in 1,000 years. Now that Lu Hao has the looking glass, the guy can achieve a lot. The Holy Land of Yaoguang's mirror world is a huge space where Lu Hao can place any object. In other words, the looking glass can be used as a storage space. Lu Hao said, "Now, with so many earth vein stones, the guy will be incredibly rich." For more than an hour, the guy had been in the looking glass and was happy with the opportunity to buy whatever he wanted. Even if Lu Hao used the earth vein stones as the power source for the Qi Yaoguang martial art technique, they would last for a long time. Lu Hao was finally able to get out of that huge cave, but the guy had to look for a way out for a long time. The celestial primates were waiting for Lu Hao to come out of the cave to deal with the guy. After attacking the guy, the heavenly primates were shocked that Lu Hao was not afraid at all. The celestial primates ran after Lu Hao like crazy, but for some reason, they never attacked. Lu Hao may have been prey to the celestial primates a few days ago, but now he himself has become a hunter. Well, it's time for Lu Hao to try out Yaoguang's Qi martial art along with the Dragon Fist. Lu Hao enjoyed it, but at the same time, it felt heartbreaking. Yaoguang's Qi martial technique consumes too much energy. Lu Hao only used it once, and he has already used up tens of thousands of gold worth of earth vein stones. 10,000 times in one blow. Looks like I need to finish this quickly, the guy thought. Sensing that their end was near, the celestial primates tried to escape from Lu Hao, but the boy caught up with them and killed every last one. Well, at least he got a lot of third-grade mutant beast crystals, Lu Hao thought, but it cost the guy more than 100,000 gold. However, compared to the total number of stones in the Earth's vein in the looking glass, this is just a drop in the ocean. And it was time for Lu Hao to return and surprise Huang Hong. The time has passed, and each group leader must report on losses. The older brothers began to report, and almost every team was doing well. There were wounded, but no one died. Huang Hong announced that his team's junior disciple Lu Hao had died. The boy did not listen to Huang Hong and entered the central forbidden area, just like Huang Li. The disciples couldn't believe their ears. How could Lu Hao enter the central forbidden area? Because it was certain death. Huang Hong deliberately left Lu Hao in the forbidden area and accused Lu Hao of entering it himself. Lu Hao barely survived. Elder brother Huang Hong was shocked to see Lu Hao standing in front of him. After all, Huang Hong was sure that the boy had been eaten by the python Huayan. The more Huang Hong wants Lu Hao dead, the more the boy wants to strangle him. Lu Hao knew that even if he blamed Huang Hong for everything now, it would be useless. But Lu Hao would not miss the opportunity to repay Huang Hong in the future. Huang Hong was angry that he couldn't finish Lu Hao off in the forbidden area. After all, it would be more difficult to do so when they returned to the sect. Since Lu Hao had returned, the elder began to check the beast crystals collected by the disciples. The sergeant major reduced the requirement to 3 crystals. Anyone with less than 3 third-stage mutant beast crystals will not be able to participate in the competition for internal and external disciples. The students were delighted that the requirements had been reduced, since almost every one of them had 3 crystals. Huang Hong thought that Lu Hao definitely didn't have any beast crystals. Therefore, the guy would not be able to enter the competition, would remain an outside disciple, and Huang Hong would still have many opportunities to get rid of Lu Hao. Lu Hao held out his bag and announced that he had obtained 23rd grade beast crystals. How could Lu Hao have so many beast crystals? The elders were outraged because even the strongest students only had 5 beast crystals. Who was at the 3rd stage of chi condensation had 20 of them. Everyone thought that the guy was cheating. Elder brother Huang Hong said Huang Li died. But in fact, it was elder brother Huang Li who protected Lu Hao at all costs and allowed the boy to escape from the mutant beasts. It was then that Lu Hao received the crystals. When Huang Li's elder brother was surrounded by mutants, his last wish was for Lu Hao to live for him. Thanks to the sacrifice of elder brother Huang Li, all the beast crystals were given to Lu Hao. The disciples did not expect that the story of these beast crystals would be so touching, and everyone cried except Huang Hong. Huang Hong cursed Lu Hao because the boy used lies against his elder brother. The headman announced the winner of 1st place, and of course, it was Lu Hao. Lu Hao was the first disciple to return alive from the central forbidden area, and all the disciples admired the guy. Returning to the Xian Sword sect, Lu Hao immediately went to Xiao Zimo. The guy was interested in how things were going for him. Xiao Zimo felt that he did not have enough strength and decided to stay in the sect for further cultivation. Wu Neng attacked Xiao Zimo, telling him that Lu Hao had died in Yao Guang's forbidden area. Wu Neng insistently asked the boy to give him the chi condensation pill. Xiao Zimo didn't believe that Lu Hao would die, because it was impossible, and he had promised Lu Hao that he would never give up. Wu Neng seemed to want to exchange real fighting strength. Lu Hao thought and grabbed Wu Neng's hand. Wu Neng didn't understand what was going on, or who the guy was who grabbed his hand. Wu Neng couldn't believe his eyes, because Lu Hao was alive and standing right in front of him. But how is this possible? Wu Neng thought. Huang Hong swore that Lu Hao was no longer alive. Next time, instead of teaching real martial techniques, Zimo, you better teach me, Lu Hao said. Lu Hao thanked Wu Neng, saying that it was a great equal experience. Lu Hao praised Zimo for not giving up, but Zimo only didn't give up thanks to Lu Hao. It was simply amazing that in these 10 days, Lu Hao had absorbed the 4th grade beast crystals from the Hua Yin Python and the Looking Glass, and broken through to the 4th stage of chi condensation. Lu Hao restored 2 more meridians. Now Lu Hao has 1 inherited meridian and 6 combat meridians. Moreover, Lu Hao feels like he will soon be able to obtain the 2nd inherited meridian. But something seems to be missing for Lu Hao. Zimo didn't understand at all how Lu Hao managed to break through to the 4th stage of chi condensation so quickly, and emphasized that he would try to catch up with Lu Hao. In recent days, a certain Gu Chan came to the guys and said that if Lu Hao passed the competition of inner and outer disciples, and the time came to choose the peak of the sect, he should not choose the peak of Taiyuan. In the interior, there are 4 peaks and 1 valley. Fei Xing Peak, Haoyu Peak, Taiyuan Peak, Xianzan Peak, and Dan Alchemy Valley. Every disciple who enters the inner sect must choose one of these 5 major powers. Except for the Dan Alchemy Valley, which specializes in alchemy, the rest of the peaks mainly practice martial arts, and each peak has its own heritage. No matter which peak the students choose, they all have the potential to become a strong martial artist. Even though all 4 peaks are strong, Guchen insists that Lu Hao not choose Taiyuan Peak. Lu Hao still managed to gather some information about everything that was happening. Among the 4 peaks and 1 valley in Lu Hao's sect, there are many interesting stories. It is said that on other peaks, everything is fine and full of disciples. But on Taiyuan Peak, the legacy belongs to only 2 people, the first master of the peak, Xiang Wentian, the second disciple, Mo Feifong. It is said that Mo Feifong was once a disciple of the sect leader and reached the extreme yellow stage. He was one of the most talented in the sect. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, someone destroyed Mo Feifong's cultivation, and the boy was abandoned by the sect leader. Mo Feifong was left with only one option, to leave Xianjin Peak and go to Taiyin Peak. It's hard to have broken meridians. Lu Hao went through it too. Therefore, Lu Hao offered his help to his elder brother, Mo Feifong. But Mo Feifong refused and ordered Lu Hao to stay away. Mo Feifong's cultivation has been destroyed, so it's very difficult for him to lift weights. Lu Hao feels like he has to help. After picking up the bags, Lu Hao was shocked by how heavy they were. Lu Hao was barely holding the bag at the 4th stage of qi condensation. How could Mo Feifong hold these bags without any cultivation? Mo Feifong noticed that Lu Hao was having a hard time lifting the bag and asked him to give it back. One student had already tried to help and ended up breaking his back. There is no problem at all, elder brother Mo Feifong. The other students couldn't even lift these bags, but Lu Hao even ran with them. Thank you, kid, Mo Feifong said, but you'll have to compensate for the damaged steps. Lu Hao couldn't even imagine how Mo Feifong, who had no cultivation, could easily carry these bags up the mountain. Lu Hao was so tired that he decided to go to the sect market. I expected more from Lu Hao Market, but it looks like they sell some kind of trash there. Lu Hao noticed the divine dragon bloodstone. As a child, Lu Hao learned that this stone came from ancient ruins. The stone is able to awaken the energy in the human body. Perhaps the stone will help Lu Hao obtain the 2nd inherited meridian. Lu Hao thought the stone was only worth 1 gold piece, but the seller said the stone was worth 100 gold pieces. You have the nerve to sell a useless stone for 100 gold pieces, Lu Hao said, and the seller chased him away. Suddenly, HEIR appeared out of nowhere and handed the seller a bag of money and bought a divine stone for Lu Hao and said goodbye. After so many years, HEIR still remembers, Lu Hao thought. HEIR was not originally from the Lu clan. Lu Hao's parents found HEIR during a foray. Besides his parents, HEIR is the only one Lu Hao can call family. HEIR spent a lot of time with Lu Hao's brother when she was little, so HEIR is sure that it is him, but Lu Hao seems unwilling to reveal his identity. Lu Hao must have a reason for this. So HEIR decided to pretend that she didn't know Lu Hao. In the mountains of the Xian Sword clan, Lu Hao successfully absorbed the Dragon Blood Divine Stone. Now Lu Hao can easily break through to the 9th stage of qi condensation. Lu Hao also obtained the 2nd inherited meridian. Along with this, the 9 transformations Golden Dragon technique reached the 2nd level. It was probably twice as strong as the Dragon Fist. And with this, Lu Hao should definitely pass the competition between the inner and outer disciples. Lu Hao bought something delicious for Zimo. When Lu Hao entered their room, he saw Zimo lying unconscious on the floor. Lu Hao tried for a long time to bring Zimo to his senses, but then he realized that it was useless. Zimo was no more. While Lu Hao was at the Xian Sword Sect Market, someone from the Disciple Observation Hall came and beat up Zimo. Lu Hao was at a loss as to why Zimo was killed, since he had not committed any crime. The disciples heard the conversation of the people from the Disciple Observation Hall, who said that Zimo had forcibly taken the qi condensation pill from Wu Nong. Lu Hao couldn't understand how the people in the audience could believe that a kind person like Zimo could forcefully take away someone's qi condensation pill. After asking the disciples to bury Zimo, Lu Hao moved towards the Disciple Observation Hall. When Lu Hao reached the Student Observation Hall, he met 2 guys at the door. Lu Hao asked the boys if they had seen Xiao Zimo. One of the boys said they had and laughed. Zimo had been in the hall not long ago. When Zimo was being beaten, he was shaking with fear. The boys said that Zimo's death was funny and laughed loudly. Lu Hao punished the boys for their long tongues and went to the student observation room. The elders were very upset by what was happening in the hall. Apparently, Lu Hao had completely lost his fear and did not understand where he was. Lu Hao knew very well what kind of place this was, and it seemed like this was the last day of this hall's existence, because Lu Hao was determined to destroy the Disciple Observation Hall at any cost. Lu Hao's revenge today was so sweet, Wu Neng thought. After all, the people who killed Zimo came up with such absurd accusations. Entering the room where Wu Neng was, Lu Hao immediately grabbed onto Wu Neng. Wu Neng realized that Lu Hao had come because of Zimo and begged for mercy, claiming that Zimo's death had nothing to do with Wu Neng. Lu Hao didn't believe any of Wu Neng's words, treating them as mere excuses and decided to finish him off. How could Lu Hao think that Wu Neng could order the disciple observation hall to kill Zimo when the order to kill was received from Huang Hong? Lu Hao probably forgot that he had once crossed Huang Hong, and Huang Hong was clearly not the type to forgive such things. To prevent Lu Hao from taking revenge in the future, Huang Hong deliberately had Huang Hong kill Xiao Zimo to provoke Lu Hao. Huang Hong never expected that Lu Hao would dare to cause such chaos in the observation room. Now Huang Hong has a reason to kill Lu Hao. What did this Lu Hao hope for when he came to the student observation hall? Already unconscious, Lu Hao began to see the night before he set out on his adventure. Zimo did not allow Lu Hao to fall asleep. That night, Lu Hao didn't understand why Zimo couldn't sleep, because Zimo didn't want to go on an adventure. But Zimo had no choice. He had to try hard, because his family was very poor. At home, Zimo had his grandfather and younger sister waiting for him. And in order to provide the family with a bright future and a good life, Zimo had to persist despite being tired. Since Lu Hao taught Zimo not to give up, Zimo decided that he should help Lu Hao hold on for a little while longer, no matter what. Yes, at first it was Zimo who stayed with Lu Hao at night, forcing him to study. This is what allowed Lu Hao to survive in Yao Guang's forbidden zone, using the knowledge he had gained. But Zimo taught Lu Hao not only knowledge, the boy also taught Lu Hao not to give up no matter what. Lu Hao accused Huang Hong of using his power to commit murder as the head of the disciple observation hall. Even if it meant Lu Hao's death, the boy swore that he would take Huang Hong with him. Huang Hong didn't understand how Lu Hao could move calmly after his attacks. It seemed like Lu Hao had only gotten stronger, Huang Hong thought. This is far from over. Lu Hao intends to make Huang Hong pay for Zimo's life. What kind of power is this, Huang Hong thought? How can someone at the Qi condensation stage be stronger than him? Huang Yu, the head of the Xian Sword sect and Huang Hong's uncle, was shocked that Lu Hao would create chaos for no reason and plan to kill in a public place. Did this guy not respect the rules of the Xian Sword sect? The elder used the Qi field to neutralize Lu Hao. Righteous Qi can only be used at the true Qi stage and above. This is when a martial artist channels his internal energy, compresses it, and uses it to increase the power of his strikes, whether punches or weapons. Qi field is a skill that can only be used at the Saint martial arts stage and above. This is when the master releases a significant amount of his Qi. An invisible energy field is formed which is used to suppress opponents with a lower stage of cultivation. So this person is a Saint stage martial arts expert. The head of the Xian Sword sect was told that Lu Hao had caused a disturbance in the disciple observation hall, and the head of the sect immediately came. Lu Hao should know that according to the sect's rules, killing a person within the sect will result in the death penalty. The older brothers were surprised that the newcomer killed someone from the student observation room. "Well, Lu Hao, are you scared?" Huang Hong said. "Dare to cause chaos in the student observation hall. He will finally die." But Hao Lu wasn't afraid since he entered the student observation room. The guy thought that Hao Lu wasn't ready to die since he was afraid, but he was wrong. Lu Hao asked everyone to listen to him and told him that Huang Hong ordered his subordinates to unjustly kill his roommate, Xiao Zimo. If Lu Hao was to die for killing someone, then Huang Hong should be sentenced to death. And if everyone doesn't believe that Lu Hao's neighbor died because of Huang Hong, then many of the sect's outer disciples can confirm this. Huang Hong's uncle told him to do business cleanly in the future and not leave any evidence. He won't be able to help Huang Hong forever. It's true Huang Hong also committed murder. According to the rules of the sect, Huang Hong must be punished, said other disciples. This kid wants to drag his nephew along with him, Uncle Huang Hong thought. Since both sides are guilty, according to the rules of the sect, one of the guys must die. Why don't the two of them have a duel to the death and see whose truth will prevail? In a duel to the death, only one of the guys can survive. The survivor will be cleared of all charges, whatever the guys say. It would be great if Lu Hao could openly kill Huang Hong in front of everyone. He couldn't wish for more. In 3 days, the guys will meet in the death arena and find out who will remain alive. Huang Hong begged his uncle not to do this. He thought he couldn't defeat Lu Hao. "Shut up," Uncle Huang Hong said. "Otherwise, if he doesn't do it, they will both die." The uncle promised the boy that he would help him deal with Lu Hao, and the boy had nothing to fear. The news of the duel to the death between the newbie Hao Lu and the inner sect disciple Huang Hong spread throughout the sect. Everyone thought that the newbie Hao Lu had no chance. After all, Daring to fight to the death with the nephew of the sect elder meant dooming oneself to certain death. Lu Hao sat at his neighbor's grave and thought about how he had almost finished off Huang Hong, and the divine dragon's bloodline was almost enough to kill him. The elder is confident that Huang Hong will win. Perhaps he has something in mind, Lu Hao thought, and decided to prepare carefully. If he breaks through to the true Qi stage in 3 days, will he be able to simply crush Huang Hong and his uncle? 3 days later, Lu Hao successfully broke through to the first stage of true Qi and was able to become stronger. Now, even if there was a true Qi stage expert in front of him, he would be able to defeat him and avenge his neighbor. When the guys met in the death arena, everyone realized that the newcomer had really come and that he was not afraid of death. The duel began, and Huang Hong decided that Lu Hao had barely beaten him a few days ago, and he admits that it was his mistake. But today, Huang Hong decided not to give Lu Hao a single chance. He had to kill him. But after 3 days, Huang Hong, who was at the first stage of true Qi, was able to break through to the third stage of true Qi. But Huang Hong used strengthening elixirs, and Lu Hao didn't. So how did he even have the courage to come to the death arena? If at the stage of Qi condensation it is still possible to defeat the first stage of true Qi, then the third stage of the true chain has no chance. When the battle began, Huang Hong used Phantom Strike and sent Lu Hao to his friend. People who were watching the battle thought that there was no point in watching this battle any longer, because it would be a one-sided massacre. But they never expected that Lu Hao would be able to repel Huang Hong's phantom attack in one fell swoop. How Lu was able to hit Huang Hong, who was at the third stage of true Qi condensation. Delirium Huang Hong was simply not paying attention. He thought that the Qi condensation stage would never be able to defeat him. Huang Hong has a top-quality sword that his uncle gave him. Even if he were to fight someone at the fourth stage of true Qi, Huang Hong would have a chance to win. Weapons are divided into 6 grades: normal quality, superior quality, excellent quality, superior quality, peerless quality, and divine quality. The higher the grade of a weapon, the greater its power. Some weapons of divine quality are capable of razing an entire city to the ground with a single blow. A top-quality weapon increases its owner's strength by 1 stage, meaning that Huang Hong is now at the 4th stage of true Qi. How Lu doesn't even have a chance. After all, the sword of the highest quality of righteous Qi is Huang Hong's final trump card, the boy in the audience thought. But the Golden Dragon's 9 transformations technique was stronger than the righteous supreme sword. Lu Hao once again struck Huang Hong in 1 blow and broke his sword. Huang Hong's uncle was very surprised that how Lu could crush a top-grade sword. It's impossible. How could Hao Lu be stronger than Huang Hong with a top-grade sword? Impossible. Hao Lu must be using some kind of strengthening elixir. Otherwise, how could someone at the Qi condensation stage be so strong? Huang Hong's uncle cried out. But who said that Lu Hao is at the stage of Qi condensation? Because he is already at the stage of true Qi. How could Hao Lu break through to the true Qi stage? 3 days ago, he was at the condensation stage. Everyone who watched the battle was surprised. The Golden Dragon 9 transformations technique strengthens physical defense as Lu Hao's cultivation stage increases. And now that Lu Hao has reached the true Qi stage, he won't even feel attacks below the 5th true Qi stage. Lu Hao continued to beat Huang Hong because it was a fight to the death, but Huang Hong's uncle shouted for Hao Lu to stop, that he had won. And if Hao Lu spared Huang Hong, then his uncle would give him 100 Qi condensation pills and 100,000 gold. The fans thought that Huang Hong would remain alive because Hao Lu would have been collecting these pills for several decades. But the old dog didn't understand that even if he gave the whole world to the guy, Hao Lu didn't need him. Huang Hong had to pay for his friend's life, a tooth for a tooth. Now Lu Hao is happy. Now his friend is avenged. The audience was surprised that Lu Hao did not give in to temptation and killed Huang Hong. Huang Hong's uncle is an elder of the Xin sect. How dare Lu Hao kill his nephew? But the rules of battle were set by Huang Hong's uncle. Now that Lu Hao has won, he goes back on his word. Can't the elder of the Xian sword sect even keep his word? Lu Hao said that if uncle wants to kill him, then go ahead, but everyone will find out what he is. But uncle realized that now everyone in the sect knew that Hao Lu had killed Huang Hong, and if he laid a finger on the guy, he would be sentenced to death. It seems that cowardly dogs only know how to bark. thought Hao Lu as he left the arena. Unprecedentedly, an external disciple killed an internal disciple in the death arena. Well done, Hao Lu. He is the strongest among the external disciples, the crowd exclaimed. But one guy from the crowd suspected why Hao Lu's technique was so similar to the 9 transformations of the golden dragon from his clan. The second disciple picked up and pointed out that this guy was right, but Hao Lu's technique seemed much more powerful, and the 9 transformations of the golden dragon were considered a useless skill in the clan. Perhaps Hao Lu had secretly learned their clan's techniques. These guys were Lu Zhan. The boys decided that they should check out Hao Lu and find out who he was and where he learned their techniques. The news that the outer disciple Hao Lu had killed the inner disciple Huang Hong in the death arena spread throughout the sect. Everyone said that Hao Lu had avenged his friend and deserved praise. A month later, there were only 3 days left until the start of the competition between the inner and outer disciples. After a month of intense cultivation in the looking glass, Lu Hao had reached the 3rd stage of true qi. He must become an inner disciple. At the stage of true qi, he can use righteous qi. After the battle with Huang Hong, it became clear that righteous qi greatly increased attack power. But unfortunately, Lu Hao is the only one of the outer disciples who has reached the stage of true qi, and no one here can teach him how to use righteous qi. It seems that Lu Hao will only be able to learn all of this once he becomes an inner disciple. Meanwhile, Lu Wu approached Lu Hao and asked him where that bastard had been hiding for the past month, thereby insulting Lu Hao. But Lu Hao recognized the guy as an old acquaintance. What was Lu Wu doing here? He asked Lu Wu who he was and what he wanted from Lu Hao, trying to hide who he was. Lu Wu said that he saw Lu Hao use his clan's technique in the battle with Huang Hong, and accused Hao Lu of stealing his clan's technique. Lu Wu advised Lu Hao to hand over the technique immediately. Otherwise, he would break Lu Hao's legs. But Lu Hao refused Lu Wu and said that he did not understand what the guy was talking about. Fortunately, Lu Hao lived away from the main clan for many years, and Lu Wu did not know who he was. But Lu Wu didn't believe his words and told the guy not to pretend. Otherwise, he would have to break more than just his legs. Lu Wu used righteous qi, which surprised and alarmed Hao Lu. And this was evident because Lu Wu assumed that Hao Lu was afraid of righteous qi, which was Lu Wu's specialty. Lu Wu attacked Lu Hao, telling the guy to give him the technique, or else he would tear Hao Lu apart. But Lu Hao began studying Lu Wu during the battle, and found out that qi flows through the meridians directly into the dantian. He understood how righteous qi is used. Lu Wu noticed that Lu Hao was trying to learn righteous qi during the battle. Lu Wu intends to teach Lu Hao righteous qi well, but it seems that Lu Hao has already learned the righteous qi and wants to try it as soon as possible. Gu Chun, who heard that Lu Wu had attacked Lu Hao, hurried to separate the two. But when they arrived at the battle site, they noticed that Lu Wu and Lu Hao were still fighting. Gu Chun had been in the inner sect for a long time, so he understood well how strong the inner disciples were. Inner disciples are not only talented, but also have access to the sect's resources and are also trained by famous masters. And that was precisely why the young head of the Gu clan was worried that Lu Hao had no chance. Lu Wu is at the 5th stage of true qi and also specializes in righteous qi, which is why no one would mess with him. Lu Hao was just an outer disciple, so Gu Chun hoped that he would be okay. The young leader of the Gu clan warned Lu Wu not to dare touch Lu Hao. Seeing that Lu Hao had defeated Lu Wu, who was at the 5th stage of true qi, Gu Chun couldn't believe his eyes. The boys were even more surprised when they learned that Lu Hao not only managed to defeat Lu Wu, but also studied righteous qi at the same time. This is impossible, Gu Chun thought. Without a master, it is impossible to learn righteous qi. Gu Chun still couldn't understand how Lu Hao, who was only at the 1st stage of true qi, managed to defeat Lu Wu. The guys couldn't even imagine that a month ago, Lu Hao was at the 1st stage of true qi, and now he was already at the 3rd stage. At one time, Gu Chun trained for a very long time to break through to the 2nd stage of true qi, and now Lu Hao is even stronger than him. But people always said that Lu Hao was talented from an early age. Now Lu Hao will easily handle the competition between inner and outer disciples, Gu Chun thought. Gu Chun warned Lu Hao to remember that when he became an inner disciple, he should not choose Taiyin Peak, otherwise his life might be in danger. Lu Hao remembers everything that Gu Chun said, so the guy definitely won't choose Tai Yin Peak. One of the guys immediately went to Elder Huang Yu's mansion to report that Lu Hao was already at the third stage of True Qi. If Lu Hao had truly reached the third stage of True Qi, then it would be easy for him to pass the competition between the inner and outer disciples. Once Lu Hao became an inner disciple, Huang Yu would not be able to do anything to him. Huang Yu ordered the boy to go to the Temple of Assassins and find him an assassin who possessed the 5th level of Truth Qi. Huang Yu wants the assassin from the Assassin Temple to pretend to be an outer disciple and finish off Lu Hao right at the competition. There was no way Lu Hao could be given the slightest chance to pass the inner and outer disciple competitions, Huang Yu thought. 3 days later, the competition between the inner and outer disciples began. As in previous years, the competition will still take place in the form of a duel in an arena. The student who is chosen first stands in the arena and waits for challenges from the other students. The one who successfully defeats the student standing in the arena becomes the new challenger and waits to be challenged by other students. At the end of the competition, the 50 people with the best results are eligible to become internal students. Huang Yu, as an elder, announces that the competition between inner and outer disciples is about to begin. There were a lot of people under each arena, but there was no one near Lu Hao's arena. It seems that Lu Hao has become too famous, and now no one wants to challenge him to a duel. Suddenly, a guy in a black cloak came out from somewhere and declared his desire to challenge Lu Hao. The disciples didn't expect that anyone would dare to challenge Lu Hao. After all, even the inner disciples wouldn't be able to defeat Hao Lu. Lu Hao accepted the black cloak boy's challenge with great pleasure. Hao Lu thinks that this man is weak, but in fact, he is the same professional assassin that Huang Yu hired from the Assassin Temple. This assassin is at the 5th stage of True Qi, which is more than enough to deal with Lu Hao. Lu Hao didn't want to start a full-scale battle and suggested that the boy fight at a slower pace. The guy, trying to kill Lu Hao faster, took the sword with Righteous Qi and rushed at him. Righteous Qi on the sword requires very high control skills. Lu Hao has not yet fully mastered this technique. The guy laughed at Lu Hao, who had never seen Righteous Qi on a sword. The guy said he could teach Lu Hao this, but he would have to pay with his life. Does Lu Hao really think he can withstand the sword strikes of Righteous Qi? All the students thought that the guy in the black cloak had finished off Lu Hao. And this is your best student? The guy asked because it only took him a few minutes to finish him off. But who said that Lu Hao died? And why is this guy saying such terrible things? How come this Lu Hao didn't die? The stranger thought. After all, he was the one who plunged the sword straight into Lu Hao's heart. The sword definitely pierced Lu Hao's heart, the disciples confirmed, but why couldn't the sword blade be seen from his back? Thanks to a stranger, Lu Hao learned to use Righteous Qi with his sword. The disciples couldn't believe that Lu Hao's heart was fine, but he also learned to use Righteous Qi with the sword. Lu Hao only submitted to the guy because he also wanted to learn how to use Righteous Qi with the sword. Well, as for Lu Hao's heart, he was simply using the mirror space at that moment. It seemed like a normal competition, but the stranger really wanted to kill Lu Hao. Lu Hao was determined to take revenge on the stranger, because he had asked for it himself. It seems like Lu Hao thinks that since he can now use Righteous Qi, he has become stronger than that guy. How could Lu Hao be so strong? The stranger thought. After all, he was just a newbie. The stranger managed to dodge Hao Lu's strike very quickly. What kind of skill is this? This is an instant void technique that is only used in the Assassin Temple. One of the elders realized that this guy was from the Temple of Assassins and ordered to catch him immediately. If the killer had continued to fight, he would have died. So he didn't give a damn about anything. He had to run away from there. His technique was a moment of emptiness. It was too fast. That's why it was impossible to catch up with the guy. But Lu Hao, using Righteous Qi together with the sword, plus using 30,000 zloty worth of earth vein stones to strengthen, he was still able to catch up with the guy. Lu Hao himself didn't expect it to be so strong. At least Lu Hao didn't waste 30,000 earth vein stones in vain. All the disciples admired Lu Hao's new achievements and regarded him as the god of the outer disciples. One of the elders gave the order to notify everyone that the Xian Sword sect had been attacked by an assassin temple, and to immediately find out how this assassin had infiltrated the sect. Fortunately, the killer is dead, Huang Yu thought, and there is no evidence that he was involved. But even the killer couldn't kill Lu Hao. Now he has to go all in. Despite several accidents, The competition was successfully completed, and Elder Huang Yu will announce the disciples who have successfully become inner disciples. Disciple Chuan Long defeated 5 disciples and was chosen by Xianjian Peak and Hao Yu Peak. He can choose one of the two. Disciple Li Jin defeated 4 disciples and was chosen by Fei Xing Peak and Dan Alchemy Valley. Finally, it was all over, Lu Hao thought, and he became very curious about which peaks had chosen him. Hao Lu's disciple defeated 1 assassin and was not selected by any peak, so he remains an outer disciple. But Lu Hao thought he did well in the competition. The evaluation was always based on the number of people the student had defeated. But Lu Hao had only defeated 1 person, so he had not surrendered to anyone. The students began to complain that this was unfair, because they considered Lu Hao a genius who defeated the murderer. All the elders of the sect had been bribed by Huang Yu, so he was confident that no one would choose Lu Hao, and now he would have the opportunity to kill Lu Hao. But suddenly, Taiyin Peak declared that they were quite ready to accept Hao Lu into their ranks. Taiyin Peak has not accepted new disciples for many years. Why did Mo Fei Fong make an exception today? Huang Yu does not allow them to accept Lu Hao, but who said that Huang Yu has the right to decide anything about Mo Fei Fong Taiyin Peak. What a powerful chi field. Didn't Mo Fei Fong become just trash, Huang Yu thought. The disciples no longer understood at all what was happening and how Huang Yu could not withstand Mo Fei Fong's pressure. Mo Fei Fong was the sect leader's disciple and only went to Taiyin Peak after the sect leader was removed. In terms of seniority, Huang Yu is a generation behind Mo Fei Fong. Mo Fei Fong once again asked Lu Hao for permission to enter Taiyin Peak. But Taiyin Peak has a bad reputation as a useless place, and no one would risk their future by rashly entering this peak. Lu Hao thought that the other peaks were cool, but they were just mired in corruption and hypocrisy. Only Taiyin Peak can be trusted, Lu Hao said, and agreed to join. The disciples couldn't believe that the strongest newcomer Lu Hao had accepted an invitation from the most useless peak Taiyin. Hao Lu is a disciple at Taiyin Peak, Mo Fei Fong declared, and he recommends that all the mongrels not touch his comrade. Now it would be almost impossible to kill Hao Lu, Huang Yu thought. But Taiyin Peak is the worst in the Xian Sword sect, and Huang Yu will be curious to see what kind of trash Lu Hao will become in the future. After reaching Taiyin Peak, Mo Fei Fong hurried to introduce Lu Hao to Peak Master Xian Wentian. Gu Chen repeatedly warned Hao Lu not to choose Taiyin Peak, but in the end, he joined it. But in any case, for Lu Hao, it was better than remaining an outside disciple. Lu Hao hurried to ask the master to give him some kind of training program. But Elder Xian Wentian decided to send Lu Hao to work on the farm for him. Lu Hao tried so hard to get into the inner sect, thinking he could enjoy the scenery there. But in the end, he was forced to weed the soil. After becoming an inner disciple, Lu Hao learned of a system that was only available to inner disciples. Inner sect disciples can complete sect quests to gain contribution points. Now that Lu Hao is farming at Taiyin Peak, he can get 10 contribution points. And if you accumulate enough contribution points, you can go to the library to exchange them for techniques or something else. However, one skill would cost at least several thousand contribution points, Lu Hao thought. And how much will Lu Hao have to accumulate contribution points by farming? Suddenly, the elders from the inner sect came and asked Lu Hao to give them his glasses, otherwise they would break his legs. Again, the seniors are trying to steal the contribution points from the newbie, Lu Hao thought. But by the way, the sect allows taking away contribution points from others. The elders thought that Lu Hao was just a little stronger than the outside trash, and decided to show him their strength. But it was not to be, because in Lu Hao's opinion, it was the elders who should share the contribution points with the younger ones. After killing all the elders, Lu Hao borrowed the elders' contribution points. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao had 4,000 contribution points in one fell swoop. He could now go to the library and exchange them for equipment. Entering the library, Lu Hao saw that all the techniques cost between 40 and 50,000 contribution points. Lu Hao realized that it was better to rob the bad older brothers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to buy anything from the library. Suddenly, the voice of a girl from the Holy Land's mirror world, Yao Guang, advised Lu Hao to take a technique called Fighting the Heavens. Lu Hao listened to the girl's advice, still took the book and hurried to pay for it. The seller asked the guy if everything was okay and if he was sure he wanted to buy this useless equipment. Lu Hao replied that he wanted this book, and after all, the contribution points he had accumulated were only enough for this technique. After leaving the library, Lu Hao opened the book almost immediately because he was curious about what was so good about this technique. The technique was divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, black, and yellow. Each level was further divided into 3 sublevels: high, middle, and low. Legend has it that the heavenly level can destroy the heavens themselves, the weakest being the yellow level. But this does not mean that at the initial level this technique is useless. The peculiarity of the technique, fighting the heavens, is that this technique can be improved. Fighting the sky is a movement technique used to increase speed. As long as Hao Lu has plenty of earth vein stones, he can use them to improve this technique. At the initial levels, Lu Hao will be able to move at a speed 100 times faster than his normal speed. And at the later levels, Lu Hao will be able to fly. After closing the book, Lu Hao noticed 2 guys pestering the girl with a proposal. They were Lu Zhao and Lu Wu. The girl considered them unworthy, and she didn't care at all what family they came from. After all, the girl was already in love with Lu Hao, who was ready to die for his friend. Lu Hao's limbs went numb in surprise, and he dropped his book to the ground. The beautiful girl, realizing that Hao Lu had heard everything, became embarrassed and ran away. And how dare Hao Lu steal Lu Zhao's woman? Lu Wu thought. After all, he hadn't yet paid Lu Hao back for the last time. Lu Hao used righteous qi to sneak attack and knocked Lu Wu unconscious for several days. It was time for payback, Lu Wu thought. Lu Hao still had a lot of things to do, so he knocked out Lu Wu with one blow. Lu Zhan was very angry at Lu Hao because the guy dared to touch his brother. Lu Zhan is at the 6th stage of true qi. He is much stronger than Lu Wu, and it looks like Hao Lu is definitely finished now. But who does this Lu Zhan think he is, and who gave him the right to threaten Lu Hao? Lu Hao didn't care who Lu Zhan was or what family he was from. As long as he wasn't from the Xian Sword sect, Lu Hao could finish him off right there. Since Lu Hao thinks he is so strong, the elder brother of the boys, Lu Wei, will return from the mission in 10 days. Does Lu Hao dare to fight him in the arena? Lu Zhan wanted to figure it out himself, but now he's hiding behind his older brother, Lu Hao thought. If Lu Hao could defeat Lu Wei's elder brother, Lu Zhan promised that he would give him 100,000 gold and some amazing weapons. But what fool would agree to this? No matter how much they offer him, life is more valuable than any money. But despite everything and no one, Lu Hao still accepted Lu Zhan's offer. It seems that Lu Hao has completely lost his mind. He is only at the 3rd stage of true qi, and his opponent is at the 9th stage of true qi. He has no chance. Lu Hao almost jumped a stage and killed Huang Hong, who was at the qi condensation stage. And with Lu Wei, they were both at the true qi stage, so it was unknown who would win. Everyone believes that Lu Zhan's elder brother is at the 9th stage of true qi. But Lu Wei has a weapon that enhances his combat power, and his true strength is comparable to the 1st stage of a Saint martial art. Lu Zhan noticed that Lu Hao's movements were 100% Lu family skills, and he hoped that Lu Wei would find out where he got these skills from. The elder decided to ask Lu Hao if it was true that he was going to have a duel. When Xian Wentian first came to Tanyan Peak, he behaved in the same way as Lu Hao, which made him feel very ashamed now. Now Lu Hao is punished and will eat chicken, and Xian Wentian and Mo Feifong will do the rest. Mo Feifong heard that Lu Hao could get 100,000 gold coins if he won. Lu Hao must be fighting together with others in search of justice. So Xian Wentian ordered Feifong to teach him his special skills after dinner. Feifong told Lu Hao that if he won, he would have to give 90% of his winnings to the master. Yes, Master Xian Wentian loves to gamble. That's why Taiyin Peak is so poor. Lu Hao had better not let Master Xian Wentian down, otherwise he would kill Lu Hao himself later. But Mo Feifong reassured Lu Hao that Master Xian Wentian would not take money from him just like that. Middle Earth skill, 1,000 waves of heavenly gravity. This was a skill that Mo Fengfei learned by accident. This is what Fengfei wants to teach Lu Hao, because this martial skill is like 1,000 waves. Once Lu Hao reaches a high level, he will be able to overthrow rivers and oceans and destroy the entire world. Who Lu Hao is going to fight is not that simple. He is stronger than the 9th stage of true Qi. In order to help the master win gold coins, Lu Hao must learn to use this skill. This will be Lu Hao's first time using this skill, so it is unknown whether he will be able to learn quickly. At the beginning, Fei Fong was only able to use 5 waves, but Lu Hao is very talented, so he will have at least 2 waves. Fei Fong was delighted that Lu Hao was able to use 7 waves at once. Lu Hao hoped that it was not bad for the first time and did everything correctly. Fei Fong praised Lu Hao. Now he can definitely prepare to share money with the master. 10 days had already passed, and the day of the battle had arrived. Everyone had already gathered at the arena, including HEIR, and were waiting only for Lu Hao. Isn't Lu Wei ashamed to fight with someone who just became an inner disciple? Lu Wei didn't understand why HEIR was so worried about a stranger. After all, in Lu Wei's opinion, this guy was mocking his family, and he couldn't just watch it silently. As Lu Hao approached the arena, he recognized the girl who had helped him not long ago, and now she was worried about him. HEIR tried her best to convince Lu Hao that he didn't belong there, because Lu Wei was very strong. Lu Hao calmed HEIR down and moved into the arena. He was confident that he would not lose. Lu Wei didn't expect that Lu Hao would dare to come, even though it wasn't a fight to the death. The rule says that you can do whatever you want. The main thing is not to kill. Lu Wei asked Lu Hao if he was willing to lose his arms and legs, and if he was willing to tell him where he stole the Lu family's techniques from. Lu Hao only found it funny that Lu Wei considered himself the winner even before the fight began. Lu Hao really is as arrogant as the rumors say, Lu Wei thought. Elder brother Lu Wei started the fight by using righteous Qi straight away. Everyone thought that Lu Hao was finished, but Lu Hao repelled his opponent Lu Wei's attack with one light movement of his hand. Lu Hao thought that big brother Lu Wei at least knew how to fight, but it turned out that he didn't. Lu Wei was just testing Lu Hao's skills, but he really didn't expect that the guy was actually a little strong. The elder brother used the black level dragon thorn technique. Even at the 8th stage of true Qi, it is possible that one may not survive this technique. But despite this, Lu Hao was able to block Lu Wei's attack. Lu Hao was just taking advantage of his carelessness. Lu Wei just needed to pull himself together. Could this be all Lu Wei could do, Lu Hao thought. After all, he hadn't even used his full strength yet. Lu Hao still didn't want to use all his strength on such a weakling, but Lu Wei angered him. Lu Wei declared that he would torture Lu Hao to the point that death would be a blessing for him. High-quality weapons have their own spatial storage and can be taken at any time. Normal weapons increase cultivation by 1 stage, while excellent weapons increase it by 3 stages. Combined with the skills of his elder brother Lu Wei, all that awaits Hao Lu is death. Relying on weapons to reach the stage of a saint martial art is insignificant, but the truth is, Lu Hao himself relies on earth vein stones for cultivation. However, in any case, Lu Hao with his new skills definitely wouldn't be able to lose. Lu Wei's brothers couldn't believe their eyes when Lu Hao managed to reach the 5th stage of true Qi. Lu Hao was still able to win and take the excellent quality weapons the guys promised. Even with a weapon of excellent quality, elder brother Lu Wei couldn't defeat Hao Lu. It seemed like Hao Lu would soon become the strongest inner disciple, HEIR thought. Unfortunately, Lu Hao will give 90% of the gold coins he earns to the master, but at least he now has a weapon of excellent quality. Looking into the looking glass, Lu Hao did not find his excellent quality weapon there, although he clearly remembered that he had put it there. That weapon was no match for Lu Hao's technique, so the girl from the looking glass allowed the looking glass Yao Guang to absorb it. A weapon of excellent quality is a mere trifle, because the benefit from repairing the looking glass is much more important. Looking glass Yao Guang can restore his gems by absorbing weapons. The higher the quality of the absorbed weapon, the faster the gems are restored. Lu Hao can notice that the second gem has already begun to recover. Once the second gem finished restoring, Lu Hao's combat power would increase 3-fold. If Lu Hao could increase his combat power 3-fold, it would definitely be better than high-quality weapons. Now Lu Hao wants to find as many looking glass weapons as possible, as this is a great way to quickly increase his strength. The same girl who was surrounded by Lu Zhan and Lu Wu last time appeared on the threshold. The girl ran to inform Lu Hao that his friend Gu Chen was injured. Gu Chen was on a mission with a girl and suffered a sneak attack from Elder Huangyu. Lu Hao could no longer contain his anger towards Old Man Huangyu. He felt it necessary to find him and settle the score. But Lu Hao doesn't want Feng Yin to drag him there too. The main task now is to find a cure for Gu Chen. Xiao Hong is an inner disciple of the Xian sword sect's Dan Alchemy Valley and the doctor who treats Gu Chen. Lu Hao's friend is seriously injured, and in order to heal him, Lu Hao must go to the Mountain of Gods and Demons and find the Blood Lotus there. The Mountain of Gods and Demons is extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lu Hao can either just watch his friend die or risk his life and find the Blood Lotus. Lu Hao will go to the Mountain of Gods to find the Blood Lotus for his friend. But Lu Hao must remember that Xiao Hong can only keep his friend alive for 2 months. And that's why during this time, Lu Hao will have to find the Blood Lotus. But who would allow this outsider to stay in the Dan Alchemy Valley? Said Xing Lin, an inner disciple of the Dan Alchemy Valley and the grandson of the Valley Master. Xiao Hong wondered if Xian Lin really wanted to interfere with Gu Chen's rescue. Xing Lin couldn't allow the friend of the man who killed his brother Huang Hong to stay there. This is the grandson of the master of the Dan Alchemy Valley. He has great power here, and if he is against it, Gu Chen will not be able to stay there. Although Lu Hao killed Xing Lin's brother, he is not such a cruel person. And if Lu Hao can withstand 10 blows from him, he will let him stay. Lu Hao almost immediately agreed to Xing Lin's proposal, despite being at the second stage of the holy martial art. Lu Hao was confident that Xing Lin would not be able to cause him any harm. And the guy turned out to be right after all, because he immediately knocked down Xing Lin with the first blow. Xing Lin didn't understand what was going on, and was surprised that Lu Hao really had such a strong physical defense. Xing Lin doesn't know that Lu Hao's bloodline, which is related to the divine dragon, strengthens his body. In addition, Lu Hao practiced the Yao Guang martial chi technique to double his physical strength. Now only the third stage of the holy martial art and above can do any harm to Lu Hao. How Lu was able to withstand 10 blows from Xing Lin, who was at the second stage of the holy martial art, and only Xing Lin was injured. Lu Hao didn't even feel anything, but he had to pretend so that Gu Chen could stay there. Overjoyed at the fact that he had supposedly won, allowed his friend Lu Hao to stay. Xiao Hong didn't expect that Lu Hao would be able to withstand 10 strikes from Xing Lin. And now, since Gu Chen could stay in the Alchemy Valley, Dan Lu Hao hoped that Xiao Hong could take care of him. Lu Hao had already said goodbye to his master and the others and began his journey. The Mountain of Gods and Demons is an extremely dangerous place, and it is said that there are many remains of ancient battles there. Wu Lu Hao hoped that during this journey, he would rise to the Saint Martial Arts stage. But Lu Hao didn't expect that Master and the others would be so dismissive of him going to the Mountain of Gods and Demons. But in the forest, Lu Hao was waiting for the Lu brothers to deal with him, because the brothers had not forgotten the shame they had gone through. The brothers specially gathered a group of first-stage Saint Martial Arts disciples to ensure that Lu Hao would be wiped out. Huang Yu hurried all the disciples because he didn't want others to know that he, as an elder, approved of killing other disciples. The Lu brothers warned everyone to be careful, as Lu Hao was no weakling and ordered everyone to attack together. No matter how strong Lu Hao was, he couldn't defeat so many Saint Martial Arts stage disciples. Lu Hao thought it was time for him to try out his new Yao Guang Chi combat technique. Huang Yu couldn't believe his eyes. How Lu had killed a dozen disciples at the early stage of Saint Martial Arts. Huang Yu is at the peak of the Saint Martial Arts stage, and it won't be difficult for him to kill Lu Hao. But Huang Yu was very lucky because Lu Hao was in a hurry to get to the Mountain of Gods and Demons. But once Lu Hao came down from the mountain, he would definitely deal with the elder. Huang Yu wanted to know what kind of technician it was. Lu Hao teleported so fast that even he, who was at the peak of the Saint Martial Arts stage, couldn't catch up to him. Huang Yu realized that while Lu Hao was away from the sect, he needed to make preparations to eliminate him before he returned to the sect. Lu Hao really liked the Finshu Heavenly Martial Art. With Lu Hao's strength, he could only use it 3 times now, but that was enough to avoid danger at critical moments. In an instant, Lu Hao's speed increased tenfold, but it was a waste of him to use it against a martial arts stage. According to the stories, the bandits in this city are not weak, and this city is the only way to the Mountain of Gods and Demons. All the people ran away. Only the old blacksmith remained in the city. But why doesn't he run away? Because soon the bandits will come. Grandfather was the first to know about the approach of the bandits. He would have run away earlier if he wanted, but he no longer has time to escape. Lu Hao didn't understand at all why his grandfather was the first one to know about the approaching bandits, but didn't run away. It turned out that the grandfather had been wounded by a bandit's poisonous arrow, and after he had informed people of the approaching danger, he realized that he had little time. Grandpa was severely poisoned, and he wouldn't be able to survive even if he left the city. So, if Lu Hao wanted to help him, he could take his stubborn granddaughter. But the girl did not want to leave. Even if death was threatened, she wanted to stay with her grandfather in the city. But why does your grandfather forge weapons even when he is dying? Lu Hao asked the girl. Grandfather was once a forging master in the Valley of Divine Weapons. At that time, his blacksmithing skills were unrivaled, but during a blacksmithing duel, he was wounded. Grandfather lost this blacksmithing duel. The bandits deprived him of the ability to forge weapons, and as a result, he was banished from the Valley of Divine Weapons. Grandfather didn't believe that he would no longer be able to forge weapons, so he spent his entire life saving ore and wanted to create another rare weapon. Suddenly, the grandfather saw bandits running into the city to commit a massacre. He hurried back to warn everyone, but he was discovered and shot with arrows. The girl asked Lu Hao to leave them alone because she wanted to protect her grandfather and let him finish his last work. Blacksmithing is an extremely noble profession. A powerful blacksmith can forge artifacts that shake the heavens. Lu Hao would never have suspected that this old man had such a glorious past. The bandits reached the city too quickly, and it seems that Grandpa will not be able to finish his last job. Grandfather asked Lu Hao to take his granddaughter away while he delayed the bandits for a while. And if possible, Grandfather asked to take her to his grandson, Xiao Zimo of the Shin Sword sect. Lu Hao was stunned by what he heard. Could it really be Xiao Zimo's grandfather and sister, the boy thought. Xiao Zimo's family was also his family, Lu Hao thought, and suggested that his grandfather continue, and he would make sure that his grandfather finished his work. The bandits did not expect that after everything they had done, there would be people who would dare to stay in the city. Lu Hao thought that they were powerful bandits, but it turned out that they were just a bunch of true Chi stage scum. After attacking Lu Hao, the bandit team captain got what he deserved from the guy. The bandits were shocked that Lu Hao had taken out their captain, who was at the 7th stage of true Chi. Would he now be able to complete his last work before he died? Thought the grandfather. But the bandits weren't going to just let this go, and they all decided to attack Lu Hao. But the bandits were nothing more than ants to Lu Hao. Despite their large numbers, Lu Hao was able to deal with them. After finishing with the bandits, Lu Hao decided to tell his grandfather about it, but his grandfather had long since passed away. The girl thanked Lu Hao for allowing her grandfather to finish his last work, and she handed Lu Hao the sword that her grandfather had asked her to give him. It was the heavenly dragon sword that he had just finished. Grandfather said that in this sword he used all the skills he had learned throughout his life. Grandfather originally wanted to leave him to Zimo, but from Lu Hao's eyes, he saw that something had happened to Zimo. Lu Hao can take this sword, because his grandfather hoped that he would use his legacy. Lu Hao accepts the last legacy of the blacksmith Xiao Oxing and vows to use his sword from now on, promising to bring glory to his grandfather's name. Xiao Zilu is now Lu Hao's sister. He will take her to a safe place later, but for now, he has something to take care of. Lu Hao learned that there were still bandits somewhere. He must avenge his grandfather and destroy every single one of them. The bandits were already in the courtyard of the mansion of the ruler of Shinshan. They begged the ruler of the city of Xincheng, Lin Xian, to give them an order. But Lin Xian had no intention of giving the bandits an order. It would be better for them to just kill her quickly. The bandit leader Sha Biao could easily kill Lin Xian, but he wanted to have some fun with her first. Lu Hao entered the courtyard of the mansion and saw that the bandits were mocking the city ruler. Lin Xian told Lu Hao to run away from there, as she believed that he would not be able to defeat them on his own. But Lu Hao didn't come there to save Lin Xian. He only came for revenge. Sha Biao was very annoyed because Lu Hao dared to kill people from his team again. But Lu Hao was determined to take out all the bandits, including their leader Sha Biao. The bandits were shocked that Lu Hao, who was only at the 5th stage of true Chi, was able to take down their leader. But even though Lu Hao is currently at the 5th stage of true Chi, thanks to the Divine Dragon bloodline, his strength has reached the 2nd stage of Saint Martial Arts. Well, in combination with the Heavenly Dragon Sword, it increases cultivation by 3 stages. Now Lu Hao is strong enough to match the 5th stage of the Saint martial art. Even though he was only at the 5th stage of true Qi, he was so strong, Lin Xian thought. Lin Xian asked Lu Hao for help. She wanted to convey something to Feng Yun regarding the Shengwu Empire security. Feng Yun is actually the princess of the Shengwu Empire. The Shengwu Empire is currently in a civil war, and the second prince wants to seize the edict and usurp the throne. And only by handing over the edict to Princess Feng Yun will the royal family be able to end the civil war. In other words, the bandits were here because of the second prince to steal the edict. Lin Xian now has the important task of delivering the imperial edict to Princess Feng Yun. But the second prince uses all means to kill Lin Xian and take away the edict. Lin Xian knows very well that the second prince will send more than just bandits after her, and with her strength, she will never be able to deliver the edict to the princess. Lu Hao, of course, didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the empire, but Feng Yun saved his friend. Lu Hao will need to go to the mountain of gods and demons. Lin Xian was injured, so Lu Hao had to carry her to a safe place where she would wait for him. Since Xinsheng is currently unsafe, Lu Hao sends Xiao Zilu and Lin Xian to the village. The Black Wolf mercenary group, which is located near the city, seeing what is happening in Xinsheng, they decided to block the road and earn some money from people. People didn't know what to do because they didn't even have 100 gold pieces in total. But they didn't have to worry. Lu Hao would take care of everything. Approaching the mercenaries, Lu Hao took out his sword and killed almost all of the mercenaries. But the strongest member of the Black Wolf group was not a human, but a 3rd-stage mutant beast, the Black Evil Wolf. Despite everything, Lu Hao even killed the mutant beast, the Black Evil Wolf. The beast crystals of these wolves and the weapons of the mercenary group can be used by Lu Hao to improve the technique of the Looking Glass E. The Black Wolf mercenary group is definitely not weaker than those bandits, and they will definitely come for revenge. And since they might come back and attack again, Lu Hao will stay with the girls for the night. Xiao Zilu and the refugees will temporarily stay in the village, and Lu Hao will ensure their safety. This group of Black Wolf mercenaries are stronger than the bandits who plundered Shurchen, but Hao Lu said that he would guard the village alone. Lu Hao heard that the Black Wolf mercenary group was not very strong and was at the true Qi stage, but it was stronger due to its large number of people. Some people with the Saint martial arts stage already wanted to destroy the Black Wolf mercenary group. Roughly speaking, any person is prone to get tired, but considering how many of these mercenaries there are, they can exhaust and kill anyone. But the more people the limit, the better. After Lu Hao killed the bandits, he discovered that the Heavenly Dragon Sword could accumulate pure energy by killing opponents. By absorbing the pure energy accumulated by the Heavenly Dragon Sword, one can instantly replenish lost physical strength. The effect is that of feeding war with war. In addition, the pure energy accumulated in the Dragon Sword is the best means for awakening the inherited meridians. Lu Hao seemed to have already begun to manifest his 3rd inherited meridian. In other words, Lu Hao could now use the pure energy accumulated by the sword in battle to awaken the inherited meridians. And the more enemies Lu Hao has, the stronger Lu Hao will become. A group of Black Wolf mercenaries have already arrived at the village, and their numbers may be significant. Today, all these mercenaries will become a stepping stone for Lu Hao on his way to becoming the strongest. The leader of the Black Wolf mercenary group didn't expect that a guy at the true Qi stage had such abilities. It seems that Hao Lu has no more strength left, and now he will be shown what the consequences of attacking the Black Wolf mercenary group can be. Lu Hao used the Heavenly Dragon Sword technique to finish off the Black Wolf mercenary leader. Lu Hao only needed to absorb a small amount of pure energy accumulated by the Heavenly Dragon Ball in battle to fully recover. Lu Hao fought all night and left no bandits alive. Moreover, he collected many beast crystals and weapons. But at dawn, the refugees realized that they could stay in this village because Lu Hao had destroyed all the members of the Black Wolf mercenary group. Lu Hao destroyed this group of mercenaries, and now there is no one left in the village who could threaten their lives. Lu Hao asked Lin Xian to take care of Zilu while he finished his business. After all the events, Lu Hao reached the 7th stage of the true Qi realm, and after absorbing the newly accumulated pure energy of the Heavenly Dragon Sword from the beast crystals, Lu Hao obtained the 3rd inherited meridian. Thanks to the weapons of the Black Wolf mercenary group, that Lu Hao sent to the looking glass. He restored the second gem by 30%. It is said that there is no place for those below the Saint martial arts stage on the mountain of gods and demons. Lu Hao's strength is currently at the level of the 6th stage of the Saint martial arts. Lu Hao is confident that it won't be difficult for him to obtain the blood lotus for Guchun. After reaching the village at the foot of the mountain of gods and demons, Lu Hao had to find a doctor who could help him identify the blood lotus. But as soon as Lu Hao entered the village, he noticed a crowd of people surrounding a defenseless girl. The girl was a junior witch of the heavenly poison sect, and she was at the 9th stage of the true Qi realm. She gave the girl a recipe written by her master. It was supposed to save this girl, but the girl's condition was critical, and her father decided that the witch should pay for it with her life. Lu Hao stopped him because he had no evidence to kill the witch. The guys thought that Lu Hao was also from the heavenly poison sect. If he tried to stop them, they would kill him too. Lu Hao asked the boys to stop and see if the child they were talking about was okay. Everyone thought the girl was dead, but she was alive and no longer felt any pain. The girl HEIR was completely fine. The medicine from the younger witch helped her. The girl's father realized that he was wrong and apologized to the younger witch for what they had done and thanked her. It turned out that there was a plague in their village, and due to the recent presence of the heavenly poison sect nearby, they mistook the junior, which is the one who infected their village. The heavenly poison sect specializes in the production of poisons and is known for its penchant for killing animals. Ever since the junior witch joined the heavenly poison sect, she had long been accustomed to everyone treating them badly, but there were plenty of good people in the heavenly poison sect as well. The recipe that cured HEIR was made by the junior witch's master, and she wanted to make it for everyone. However, there was not enough medicine for everyone, and the younger witch had to go to the mountain of gods and demons to collect more medicine. But the junior, which is only at the 9th stage of true Qi, and she won't be able to handle the ferocious beasts on the mountain. If the junior, which helps Lu Hao find the blood lotus, he will protect her on the mountain of gods and demons. But on the mountain of gods and demons, the strength needed was no less than the stage of the holy martial art, and Lu Hao was only at the 7th stage of the realm of true Qi. The guys had very little time, and in order to save everyone, they had to hurry. On the way to the mountain, Lu Hao became curious about why the younger witch did not resist the villagers, since she was at the 9th stage of true Qi. But they were all members of her family, and she couldn't do anything bad to them. When the youngest, which was 3 years old, she fell ill with a strange disease and a special toxin appeared in her body. Anyone who touched the younger witch was poisoned and eventually died. Then her parents died because of her, and such a monster as she had to die under universal contempt. But the villagers did not abandon her. Although the people in the village did not touch her, they allowed her to stay and cooked for her constantly. Later, the heavenly poison sect master discovered the junior witch's illness and took her into the sect for treatment. A few days ago, the master learned that the village was suffering from a plague. So he wrote a recipe and asked the younger witch to come back and save everyone. Everyone just thought that the medicine had harmed the little girl HEIR. Lu Hao thought that the junior, which was very lucky to be born in this village. The younger witch thought so too, so she did not resist and was obliged to cure everyone. The guys reached the big medicinal valley. The blood lotus that Lu Hao needed was somewhere there. Finally, Lu Hao found a blood lotus, and surprisingly there were a lot of them there. Time was running out. Now the guys needed to find the medicines that the villagers needed. With this amount of medicine, the junior, which will be able to cure everyone. Suddenly, a holy martial arts stage snake came out from somewhere, which even the junior, which would not be able to suppress. The younger, which could use the poison on her body to kill the snake, but given the snake's strength, she would most likely die. Lu Hao shocked the junior witch by easily killing a 4th stage Saint martial arts snake. It turned out that Lu Hao had specifically attracted this snake. He just wanted to get some beast crystals. But it seems like the guys mistakenly entered the lair of the snakes of the holy martial arts stage. The younger witch suggested that Lu Hao leave quickly, but he was against it, because why leave when there were so many snakes crawling into his hands? The more snakes there are, the more beast crystals there will be. Besides, Lu Hao still has a lot of energy left. Lu Hao dealt with so many Saint martial arts stage snakes very quickly. Now, with so many beast crystals, Lu Hao hoped that he could fully restore the 2nd gem in the looking glass. Returning to the village at the foot of the mountain of gods and demons, Lu Hao began to say goodbye to the younger witch because he was in a great hurry. But Grandpa Lu crawled to the meeting with the boys, barely alive, and once again accused the younger witch. Looking towards the village, the boys realized that there was not a single living soul in the village. Suddenly, out of nowhere, that same master of the heavenly poison sect, the venerable Black Poison. How could a junior witch be so naive as to believe the master of the heavenly poison sect? After all, the master is from the Black Poison sect. So why would he try to cure people from her village? The recipe he gave the younger, which only temporarily returned people to their original state, and then they died even more painfully. It turned out that it was the master who killed everyone in the village, and the spread of the plague was also his doing. But the plague would not have killed them, and with the medicine, the master only wanted to torture them more and finish them off. Since the younger which prepared this medicine, she is the person who actually killed the people. The master considered the younger witch a monster and wanted her to die too. The younger witch was very hurt by the thought that it was she who killed everyone in the village. To awaken the heavenly poisonous body, one must experience severe pain in adulthood. The master laughed. This is what he had been waiting for so long. The master was glad that this moment had come, and immediately dragged the younger witch along with him. Lu Hao realized that the master wanted to do something bad to the junior witch, but he couldn't leave her in trouble. When Lu Hao reached the heavenly poison sect, he didn't expect to see so many disciples there. Suddenly, 2 disciples of the heavenly poison sect snuck up behind Lu Hao and wanted to kill him. It was impossible for anyone outside to find out about what was happening in the heavenly poison sect. Lu Hao noticed that the guys were only at the first and second stages of the holy martial art, and he knew that he was beyond their capabilities. Lu Hao destroyed almost everyone, but left one single guy. And if this guy has the desire to survive, he must tell Lu Hao where the junior witch is. The guy said that the younger witch was behind a giant stone mechanism. The heavenly poison sect master was also there, but the mechanism had not yet been activated. After breaking the rock, Lu Hao entered the cave and was shocked by its huge size, but he didn't understand what kind of mechanism that guy was talking about. Going further, Lu Hao realized that the master wanted to sacrifice the junior witch to the heavenly poison dragon to revive it. Realizing that the junior witch was in danger, Lu Hao rushed to help, but it was already too late. The master still managed to revive the heavenly poisonous dragon after 10,000 years. Lu Hao wanted to avenge the death of the junior witch, but master was at the extreme heavenly stage, and Lu Hao couldn't even escape. The master sensed that Lu Hao was one of the descendants of the Shenlong clan, and the poison dragon died there, and was never able to obtain the blood of the Shenol clan. It seems like once he's resurrected, he'll probably get what he wanted right away and finally complete his transformation into a dragon. Suddenly, the spirit of the divine dragon entered Lu Hao's body, because he was his descendant. The divine dragon did not expect that after tens of thousands of years, he would still be able to look at the world with his own eyes. The heavenly poison dragon was shocked to hear the voice of the divine dragon, as he thought that he had died long ago. When the divine dragon was attacked by 1,000,000 such snakes like the poisonous dragon, unfortunately he died. But the soul of the divine dragon never died. It cannot be killed so easily. The divine dragon used its divine dragon fist to knock down the master along with the heavenly poison dragon. With the divine dragon's body, the lion's portion of its power also died, but the remaining soul power wasn't that bad. The divine dragon began to bring life back to the younger witch, because she is a friend of his descendant. The divine dragon was certain that the younger witch and his descendant Lu Hao were destined to be together. The divine dragon changed the younger witch's physique. From now on, the poison would not spread uncontrollably from her body. But his ancestor's body was even more pitiful. He only had a few inherited meridians, and he hadn't even discovered his spiritual acupuncture. And before the divine dragon died completely, he decided to leave a few gifts for Lu Hao. The battle between the dragon and that snake was irresistible, Lu Hao thought. Their strength was simply unimaginable. The divine dragon not only infused its power into Lu Hao's body, but also transformed his martial arts into the 8 inherited meridians. Lu Hao's cultivation level had also risen to the 3rd stage of Saint Martial Arts, and he could currently defeat any opponent. Huang Yu is at the 9th stage of the Holy Martial Art, and Lu Hao is only slightly lacking. But now that Lu Hao had discovered his spiritual acupuncture, he had become completely different. Having opened his acupunctures, Lu Hao can now use his mental power. Mental control is a relatively rare skill on that continent, and if Lu Hao could develop it to the limit, it would become a powerful trump card for him. Being able to become an alchemist with magical abilities would definitely be a great help for Lu Hao's future growth. Lu Hao wouldn't have to worry about killing Huang Hui in the future. The younger, which also survived, and her body no longer produces toxins, but it will take her some time to recover. Lu Hao would have to leave her in Lin Xian's care, as he needed to return to the sect to rescue Gu Chun and deliver the Imperial Edict. When he reached the village, Lu Hao noticed that a couple of guys were looking for him. Lu Hao did not bother to deal with them, and, drawing his sword, Lu Hao took their lives. Lu Hao also figured out why the Black Wolf mercenary group was back in the village. But it turned out that they were not mercenaries, but soldiers sent by the second prince. They reported that the prince was looking for an imperial edict. Lu Hao asked the man where Lin Xian and Xiao Zilla were. He replied that he was afraid that they might be recognized and hid them, but now he would take Lu Hao to them. When Lu Hao reached the place where the girls were, he told Lin Xian that the second prince had sent troops to take the edict. The second prince sent thousands of Saint martial arts stage warriors, the strongest of whom had reached the 7th stage. And it seems like they know that Lin Xian is returning to the sect. They must have already set up roadblocks everywhere on the way to the sect. The highest stage is the 7th stage of the holy martial art, and because it is dangerous, Lu Hao should not return to the sect. But how could he miss such a great opportunity? Lu Hao thought. Little sister Lu Hao was very worried that he was going somewhere. Lu Hao explained to his little sister, Xiao Zilu, that he had to go and set out. At the foot of Mount Xian, Lu Hao, thousands of holy martial art guards were already waiting. Suddenly, the guards noticed Lu Hao's silhouette in front of them and were very frightened by this, because the guy is very strong. The boys noticed that Lu Hao was standing on a mountain of corpses. It looked like he had killed everyone who had been patrolling before. After escaping from Lu Hao, the boys returned to the Elite Forces Command and told the leader that almost all the troops outside were dead. The head of the Elite Forces Command did not believe the guy that Lu Hao could kill all of his subordinates. But if Lu Hao didn't kill them all, how could he safely bring in the Imperial Edict that the second prince was so looking for? Lu Hao, having killed all of his subordinates, could have escaped directly to the sect and survived. However, since he dared to come to the head of the second prince's elite troops, he had no chance of being saved. The leader of the elite troops is the strongest god of war, who has never known defeat in hundreds of battles below the Saint martial arts. But despite this, Lu Hao destroyed the leader of the elite troops with one blow. Lu Hao killed many people, and the sword energy was enough to open 2 inherited meridians. Now, he has 10 inherited meridians, and now Lu Hao will definitely not have the slightest difficulty in destroying Huang Hong. Lu Hao returned to the Xian sword and immediately handed the Blood Lotus to Xiao Hong and asked her to quickly make medicine for Gu Chen. Lu Hao also handed over the Imperial Edict to Feng Yun, and she immediately regained her royal power and went to suppress the second prince's rebellion. If Lu Hao healed Gu Chen and they reported Huang Yu's setup together, he would lose his position as an elder. Huang Yu believed that it was necessary to kill them even if they gained bad fame. Lu Hao told his master that he was going to fight Elder Huang Yu because Elder Huang Yu had secretly tried to kill Lu Hao several times, and now he couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Hao planned to kill Huang Yu and escape from the sect. He asked his master in advance to abandon him as his disciple if it would affect the master in any way. The master didn't care what Lu Hao was going to do. He sent him to train, because if Lu Hao didn't train well, he would cause him trouble. Lu Hao returned to Dan Alchemy Valley to ask senior sister Xiao Hong how many days it would take for Gu Chen to recover. Xiao Hong explained to Lu Hao that it would take no more than 3 days for Gu Chen. Suddenly, the boys heard Huang Yu's voice on the street, accusing Lu Hao of almost killing Gu Chen and now wanting to return to the sect. Xiao Hong tried to explain to Huang Yu that this was not Lu Hao's doing at all, and that the guy had nothing to do with it. But Xing Bulu insisted that he saw it with his own eyes. Xing Buliu, the intermediate-level, first-stage alchemist and master of the Dan Alchemy Valley, advised Xiao Hong to stay aside. It seems like there are now 2 old dogs, Lu Hao thought, Why make excuses to the dogs? Elder Xing is Huang Yu's assistant behind the scenes, and he will cooperate with him to the end. Now Huang Yu can easily kill Lu Hao. Master Xing Buliyu would only cause Huang Yu to take Lu Hao's life in order to eliminate the danger to the sect. Lu Hao pulled out his heavenly dragon sword and instantly struck down Huang Yu. Master Xing Buliyu couldn't believe that his disciple was able to knock down a 9th stage Saint Martial Arts elder. How could Lu Hao hit an elder? Huang Yu thought. Is he also at the stage of the Saint Martial Arts? Huang Yu thought. Lu Hao waited for the moment when he would become stronger than the elder and be able to kill him. But when Huang Yu came again to kill him, he decided to act only in self-defense. If Lu Hao were to destroy the elder right away, he would even feel a little sorry because he wanted Huang Yu to die in agony. It seemed that Lu Hao had opened his spiritual acupuncture points, but only a senior alchemist could open them, Xiao Hong thought. Master also didn't expect to see Lu Hao's spiritual acupuncture. How dare he show off his spiritual power in front of first-stage alchemist? Valley Master Xing Buliyu is a first-stage intermediate alchemist, and his spiritual power definitely surpasses Lu Hao. Each alchemist has a different spiritual power, but most have ordinary and invisible spiritual power. But it seems that Lu Hao has a very rare and ancient spiritual power in the form of a dragon. Huang Yu admitted that he was wrong and finally confessed that he was at fault. Well, no matter how much the elder begged Lu Hao for mercy, it was too late. He would punish him for all his sins. Xing Buliyu threatened to expel Lu Hao from the sect, but he did not know that it was the sect that killed innocent people indiscriminately and confused good and evil. Xing Buliyu was very angry because Lu Hao had first killed the elder and was now trying to escape. This is a jade stick that can be used to summon the sect master, Xiao Hong thought. The sect master will be here soon. Lu Hao tried to get out of there as quickly as possible, but he couldn't do it because the master grabbed him. When Xieli Guang, the head of the Xian Sword sect, arrived, he asked the master of the Dan Alchemy Valley whether this was the same person who dared to kill Elder Huang Yu. This is not the first time, the master said. He has killed other students before and must be punished accordingly. But Lu Hao objected. After all these people tried to kill him first, so wasn't it wrong that he was forced to kill them? Xieli Guang has everything he needs to carry out justice without caring about the truth of the matter. So it's easier for him to just find someone to answer for everything and then quickly make them pay. Xian Wentian had only been at his peak for a few years, and everyone had already forgotten about him. Does Xieli Guang really think that he is not interested in the position of sect leader? Xian Wentian ordered Lu Hao to come and tell him the whole truth about what happened. Lu Hao apologized to his master for making the mistake of killing Elder Huang Yu and was willing to give up being his disciple. What kind of nonsense is Lu Hao talking about? Xian Wentian thought. After all, he just wanted to ask if they had harmed him. How dare Xieli Guang touch Xian Wentian's disciple? Even if it was the emperor himself, he would have killed him. Chief Xian Wentian is just an old loser who should have died long ago, Master Xing Buliyu said. It's high time you killed him. It seems that Xing Buliyu spoke a lot, and Xian Wentian destroyed the elder. Could it be that this old monster is still so strong? Thought the head of the Xian Sword sect, Xieli Guang. Xian Wentian had the right to kill Xing Buliyu, but his disciple must answer for killing an elder. Otherwise, the sect rules would become a laughingstock. Master Xian Wentian punishes Lu Hao by saying that at night he will return and stand in the corner for 3 hours, and for dinner he will only eat chicken butts. If rumors of Xian Wentian's actions spread, Xieli Guang would lose face. There will be a competition of 6 sections. If Lu Hao can enter the top 3 in this competition, Xieli Guang will clear him of all charges. Lu Hao will be punished to the full extent of the Xian Sword sect's rules. Lu Hao, who was awaiting punishment, continued to remain safe in the Xianbao sect. Gu Chun said that Taiyuan Peak was not worth choosing, but it seems that Lu Hao has found an excellent master. Lu Hao successfully forged another top-quality sword, and now he has 5 of them. Ever since Lu Hao received the forge heritage from Master Xiao Oxin, he has been able to create weapons of the highest quality. Master Xiao Oxin was able to forge a heavenly dragon, sort of much higher quality. It seemed that Lu Hao was still far from the blacksmithing skill of Master Xiao Oxin. Meanwhile, the second gem in the looking glass was restored to 90%. Speaking of masters, Lu Hao's master, Xian Wentian, also turn out to be quite good. Although Lu Hao doesn't know Master Xian's true strength, he was able to fight against the sect leader. Perhaps Master Xian is even stronger than the sect leader. While walking down the street, Lu Hao met his friend Gu Chun and decided to approach him. Gu Chun didn't expect Lu Hao to reach the Saint martial arts stage so quickly. Now he definitely won't be able to catch up with him. Going outside the sect really does make a person stronger. Lu Hao is itching to go somewhere. When the boy ran away from his clan, he took with him a treasure map of ancient ruins. It turns out that the ruins are about to open, and Lu Hao can go there. Besides, the ancient ruins are opened very rarely. It is not a fact that Lu Hao will ever witness their reopening in the future. Lu Hao just came back, and now he wants to go to the Silver Sea Desert to train. Lu Hao was too comfortable in the sect, and he wanted to gain invaluable experience and become stronger. The Silver Sea Desert where Lu Hao was going was not the friendliest place, Master said. Rumor has it that the Silver Sea Desert is the road to a fairy tale land with countless natural resources and treasures. But everyone who has been there knows that in reality the Silver Sea Desert is a terrible labyrinth of death, where even those who are in the 4 secret stages risk dying. If Lu Hao doesn't know the exact location of the treasure, he will most likely die in vain. But Lu Hao has a treasure map that shows the exact location of these very treasures. Lu Hao thinks he can safely obtain the treasure with this map. In order to avoid collecting Lu Hao's corpse bone by bone, the master wants to teach him the unique skill of Tai Yun Peak. Legend has it that each peak of the Xian Sword sect has its own unique skill. The unique skill of Tai Yun Peak has never been known to anyone. It is so unknown that everyone says that Tai Yun Peak does not have a unique skill. Lu Hao saw his master defeat the sect leader, and perhaps the unique skill of Tai Yun Peak is very powerful. Now, he can finally learn it. Lu Hao listened attentively and asked the master to continue telling him what this unique skill was. The master had already finished his story, but Lu Hao seemed to not understand anything at all. It's just a circle, Lu Hao thought. So what is he supposed to understand from all this? It seems that Lu Hao's training was a waste of time. He is too stupid. The master even felt ashamed that he was his master. The unique skill of Tai Yun Peak is Tai Yun Manhwa. Lu Hao must not use any means other than his eyes to make these roasted beans sprout. But it was impossible to make fried beans sprout with eyes, Lu Hao thought. 3 days later, Lu Hao still couldn't figure out how the fried beans could sprout. Suddenly, Lu Hao remembered that you can return these roasted beans to their pre-roasting state. Lu Hao understood what that circle meant. It turns out Tai Yun Manhwa is not a specific skill or movement at all. This creates the basic principle for all laws. Everything in this world is interconnected, and any changes are possible. But for now, you just need to understand everything that exists in the world and meditate. With the help of the 3 transformations of Tai Yun, all kinds of skills can be realized. Lu Hao decided to show the master what he had finally achieved. The master didn't expect such a result, but Mo Feifong knew that he could definitely do it. With this level of reflection, perhaps Lu Hao understood something deeper than Master and Feifong. Lu Hao said that no one should worry about him and went to the Silver Sea Desert. How restless Lu Hao is, the Master thought, but now that he has mastered the 3 transformations of Tai Yun, the Master is calm about him. Tai Yun Manhwa is incredible. With his help, Lu Hao's non-fatal injuries can heal automatically. Now Lu Hao can heal anything, as long as it's not a fatal injury. Lu Tianyin had caused Lu Hao irreparable harm, and now it was time to pay him back. On the way, Lu Liang, who had always been in cahoots with Lu Xiaolin, jumped out in front of Lu Hao. To be on the safe side, the old man asked Lu Lian to take along several true Qi stage masters from the main clan. Lu Liang came just in time, because Lu Hao was already starting to worry that he wouldn't have a gift for Lu Tianyin. Lu Hao outsmarted Lu Lian and destroyed all of his men who were true Qi stage masters. Could it be that Lu Hao had already reached the stage of Saint Martial Arts? Lu Liang wondered. Lu Liang seemed to want to avenge Lu Xiaolin, but the boy was too scared to do anything, and Lu Hao suggested that Lu Yin meet Lu Tianyin together, because the time had come to settle the score with him. If Lu Hao hadn't killed Lu Xiaolin, Lu Tianyin wouldn't have continued to search for him so diligently. Lu Tianyin just received the intelligence message that Lu Hao discovered, and he should most likely be dead by now. Lu Yin's body fell into his room. Shouldn't he have destroyed Lu Hao? Patriarch Lu thought. But based on what Lu Tianyin said, Lu Hao couldn't have died before him. But Patriarch Lu sent true Qi stage masters, which went wrong, and they were unable to finish off Lu Hao. Patriarch Lu rushed to call for help, but Lu Hao destroyed all of his subordinates. If Lu Hao was able to kill all of Patriarch Lu's guards, he must be at the Saint Martial Arts stage by now, the Patriarch thought. Patriarch Lu is so active in exuding his strength. Is he really going to challenge Lu Hao? Lu Hao wondered if Lu Tianyun had ever imagined such an outcome. The Patriarch begged Lu Hao to reconsider, because the Lu clan in Tian Kuei City had become part of the main clan. If he killed the Patriarch, Lu Songshi would come after him. But Lu Hao is still going to deal with Lu Songshi sooner or later. Considering that Lu Tianyun was still the eldest, Lu Hao declared that etiquette could not be discarded and sent the Patriarch straight to hell. And from this moment on, there will never be a Lu clan in Tian Kuei City again. 3 days later, Lu Hao was finally able to reach that very city of 6 sects. Lu Hao heard that if you pass this city, you can reach the Silver Sea Desert. Unintentionally, Lu Hao witnessed a crowd running after a guy, trying to grab him. They called the guy trash and the Xian Sword sect, accusing him of stealing the Beishan sect's things. But this disciple of the Xian Sword sect won what the Beishan sect was interested in at the auction. In an auction, the one who bids the most obviously wins, and thus the guys were trying to steal from the Xian Sword sect disciple. Lu Hao came up from behind and hit the guy for bullying a disciple from his sect, saying that all the disciples from the Xian Sword sect were complete scum. The guy ordered his subordinates to beat up Lu Hao, but none of his subordinates could move, and all because Lu Hao used the Qi field. Could it be that the Xian Ball sect has a Saint Martial Arts disciple, the boy thought? And could it be that the Xian Sword sect is also going to participate? According to the guy's logic, when the strong can safely bully the weak, then Lu Hao can also safely bully him. Lu Hao wanted the boy to understand that the Xian Sword sect was much stronger than their sect. Lu Hao is certainly very strong and has already reached the stage of the Saint Martial Arts. But in the city of 6 sects, it is better for him to keep a low profile. A year ago, 6 large sections were suddenly sent out on reconnaissance, and now it is full of masters. And the Xian Sword sect is quite weak compared to other sects. So if something happens, no one will help Lu Hao. If these disciples also came to the ruins to look for treasure, it looks like it will be an interesting journey, Lu Hao thought. Lu Hao would take a day off in the city and would have time to buy some things to prepare for his journey to the Silver Sea Desert. Suddenly, Dugu Jin came up to Lu Hao from behind and wanted to make friends with Lu Hao, but Lu Hao had no time to make acquaintances. Dugu Jin saw Lu Hao beat up those guys from the Beishan sect, saying that he had some business. The guy invited Lu Hao to go with him on this business. But Lu Hao wasn't interested in this, because he didn't plan to stay in the city for long. Walking a little further, Lu Hao noticed someone who looked very similar to the younger witch. But this is the junior witch, Lu Hao thought. Lu Hao wanted to immediately save the junior witch, but Dugu Jian stopped him. Although Dugu Jian didn't know what kind of relationship Lu Hao had with the junior witch, he still didn't advise saving her for now. The people who carried her were the Beisheng sect people who were beaten by Lu Hao. The guy's name is Chong Lang, and the girl's name. The Beishan sect and the Tiandu sect had always maintained secret contact, and since they dared to carry her in public, it meant they had received the consent of the Heavenly Poison sect. It might be for some kind of deal between the two sections. So if Lu Hao acts rashly, he will definitely be in big trouble. Dugu Jian had a way to save her without getting into trouble, but after that, Lu Hao would have to help him. Chong Lang and Ku Lu Ying brought the junior witch to the right place. Jian Duzi will get her right after the boys get the relic treasure. The Heavenly Poison sect is so disgusting that Ku Lu Ying doesn't understand why they need to be with them. After seeing off his guest, Chong Lang wanted to take his younger sister to rest a bit. The boys found Dugu Jian sitting on a chair. Chong Lang was furious because junior sister Lu had long since rejected Dugu Jian. But Dugu Jian wasn't there because of her. He just wanted to share information about the treasures of the Silver Sea Desert. While Dugu Jian distracted Chong Lang and Ku Lu Ying, Lu Hao rescued the younger witch. Upon seeing Lu Hao, the junior witch cried, thinking that she would never see him again. A silhouette of a body belonging to Jian Duzi appeared at the door. Jian Duzi has the 5th stage of Saint Martial Arts, but he is no match for Lu Hao. Not bad, Jian Duzi thought. It was just a pity that Lu Hao had directly touched his body with the 5 poisonous miasmas. Now, the poison is penetrating Lu Hao's body, but even if he is a Saint martial arts master, he cannot avoid death. Jian Duzi was shocked when he saw that Lu Hao was able to extract the poison that was already approaching the heart. But if this was a trump card, then Jian Duzi was clearly very unlucky. Jian Duzi resisted for a long time, but despite this, Lu Hao knocked him out. All this time, Dugu Jian had been talking nonsense that everyone knew, and if he dared to say any nonsense again, Ku Luing would kill him. Thinking that Lu Hao should have finished everything by now, the guy told the two that he was just messing with them and ran away. Suspecting that something was wrong, Chong Lang and Ku Luing moved towards the junior witch. But instead of the junior witch, they found Jian Duzi there. The disciples of the Baixing sect were killed by Jian Duzi's miasma. Chong Lang and Ku Luing suspected that Jian Duzi had conspired with the 3 Emperors Pavilion to eliminate the Baixing sect. Dugu Jian thought that Lu Hao was a serious guy. He didn't expect that Lu Hao would be a person who took advantage of others. Dugu Jian had to arrange for someone to take care of the younger witch, and it was time for the boys to talk about a little matter. Lu Hao didn't understand what Dugu Jian wanted to talk about and why they returned to the city again. It was impossible to discuss anything at home, so Dugu Jian decided to take Lu Hao to a great place. But when they got there, Dugu Jian asked Lu Hao to wait for him outside and went into the building himself. There were a lot of angry guys on the street who were demanding to call Mrs. Xin. Hearing that Lu Hao was standing outside, Lady Shireen ordered her servants to invite him to her. The guys were clearly unhappy that Miss Shireen only invited Lu Hao, since they had been waiting for her for a very long time. After learning that Lu Hao was from the Xian Sword sect, one of the guys began to insult Lu Hao's sect. Lu Hao didn't want to dirty his hands with him, but since he had offended his sect, he would get what he deserved. Suddenly, Cheng Lu, a disciple of the Chang'e sect, came out from the crowd, and it seemed that Lu Hao was now in big trouble. The Chang'e sect disciples wanted Lu Hao to apologize to them, and then they would forgive him for everything. Ignoring their threats, Lu Hao dealt with the Chang'e sect's elite disciple right in front of everyone. None of the boys showed even the slightest desire to stand in Lu Hao's way anymore. When Lu Hao entered the ladies' room and saw Dugu Jian there, he was a little shocked because he had arrived before him. But Dugu Jian had to greet his elder sister first. Lu Hao wanted to get straight to the point and asked the guys what we didn't want to talk to him about. Shireen asked Lu Hao if he knew what was in the ruins he was looking for. But Lu Hao didn't have the slightest idea what was there. Although there are many forces in that city, except for the Baixing sect and the Boys sect, no one knows what is in those ruins. But Dugu Jian knew that there were many earthen black stones in these ruins, enough to teach all the disciples of the large sect. Besides the stones, the most important thing in these ruins is the pavilion of the 3 emperors. Chong Lang, who had been looking for Dugu Jian for quite some time, burst into the room. Chong Lang began to accuse Dugu Jian of intentionally trying to disrupt their cooperation with the heavenly poison sect and steal the higher skill from them. But that very high skill belongs to Dugu Jian's 3 emperors pavilion. So what kind of theft are we talking about? There is only one thing that Lu Hao didn't understand. Why did Chong Lang call Dugu Jian a relic of the 3 emperors pavilion? Lu Ying, who was at the 5th stage of Saint Martial Arts, was already prepared to kill everyone. Unable to bear all the words, Lu Hao pounced on Lu Ni and seriously injured her. They were both at roughly the same cultivation stage, and it was strange that Lu Hao was able to seriously injure his younger sister with one blow. Chong Lang ordered his younger brothers to form a battle formation and use the demon-slaying sword. Chong Lang only had the strength of the 7th stage of Saint Martial Arts. How could his strike be so powerful? Lu Hao borrowed the strength of the 5 younger brothers through the formation. His strength cannot be underestimated. Lu Hao slightly underestimated his opponent's strength, but after understanding his own strength, he hit Chong Lang very hard. Shireen stood up for Chong Lang and insisted that Lu Hao not kill him. Shireen had another use for Chong Lang. She inserted the trembling heart from her 3 emperors' pavilion into his chest. Chong Lang had no idea why they were doing this at all, but the boys only wanted one thing. The 3 of them wanted to go with Chong Lan to the Silver Sea Desert. 5 days later, 5 major sections agreed to go into the Silver Sea Desert to search for treasure. Lu Hao didn't understand why they couldn't wait until there was no one there to look for the treasure themselves. But there is no need for that, Shireen said. The entire Silver Sea Desert is filled with people from the 5 major sects. They will be there for a long time. In addition, Shireen must control Chonglang, because he will be looking for treasures for them. Suddenly, a lake appeared out of nowhere, and it was under this lake that there were supposed to be ruins and treasures. "Thank you for helping us find the entrance to the ruins," said the Poison Master of the Heavenly Sect. "He will gladly take all the treasures from everyone." Chonglang seemed to have really colluded with the Poison Master and the people from the Heavenly Poison Sect. Dugu Jian should have died by now, the Poison Master thought, but the entire Baixing sect was unable to do so. The Baixing sect asked the Heavenly Poison sect to intercept and kill everyone halfway after you obtain the treasures. The Baixing sect did not plan to share the treasures with anyone. They planned to cross the river, destroy the bridge, destroy all those with heavenly poison, and steal. The plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone is interesting, but now it seems that Lu Hao has accidentally ruined it. The Baixing sect colluded with the Heavenly Poison sect to frame their comrades. They are actually worse than monsters. Chonglang certainly deserved to die, the Poison Master thought, but his turn had clearly not come yet. All the students were worried because they knew that Aaron was a master of the extreme yellow stage, and no one could handle him. The Poison Master asked everyone except the Baixing sect to leave the Silver Sea Desert. The Poison Master was very curious about what they would do to the Baixing sect once they found out what they were planning. The Poison Master needed to find the treasure quickly, so he ordered his subordinates to deal with everyone. Shireen ordered Dugu Jian to deal with all of the Poison Master's subordinates. Dugu Jian is at the 9th stage of Saint Martial Arts. In fact, he has killed more than a dozen 6th and 7th stage Saint Martial Arts masters. But the Poison Master was at the extreme yellow stage, and clearly no one could compare to him. Poison Master collaborated with the Baixing sect to seize the treasure of the Silver Sea Desert. The Silver Sea Desert has its limitations. The power of the 4 secret stages cannot be used there. Could it be that the highest level of cultivation available in the Silver Sea Desert was the 9th stage of the Saint Martial Arts? The Poison Master thought. Lu Hao wanted to deal with the Poison Master himself. He wanted to take out his anger for the Junior Witch on him. The Poison Master knew that he would not be dealt with, even by those who stood behind Lu Hao, and he was only at the 3rd stage of the Saint Martial Art. But Lu Hao knocked the Poison Master back with 1 light strike. But the Poison Master didn't understand who was standing in front of him, because this technique was definitely not from the Baixing sect. It's a pity he only realized this now, Lu Hao thought. Hao Lu, a disciple of Tai Yun Peak of the Shinsword sect. The Poison Master couldn't understand how he, one of the strongest from the Heavenly Poison sect, could be defeated by a lowly disciple of the Shinsword sect. Unexpectedly, the Shinsword sect not only had a connection with the 3 Emperors Pavilion, but also once again destroyed the plans of the Baixing sect. But Lu Hao only got involved in this to save the Junior Witch, and his sect had nothing to do with it. Before entering the lake, Xin sensed something was wrong. She stopped the boys and threw the Poison Master in, and he was instantly swallowed by the quicksand. It turns out that Chonglang intentionally gave a fake entrance to kill the boys. Now he demands that they kneel down and beg him. Lu Hao destroyed Chonglang with all his might. Now no one will be able to find the entrance, Dugu Jian thought. But Lu Hao has already roughly figured out the secret of this mechanism, and will be able to find the entrance himself. The boys finally found the entrance, but it seemed they were lost, because the road they were walking on became more and more forked. Not only did the boys pass the same place several times, Lu Hao began to think that there was no mystery there. Gu Chen's treasure map was completely useless. It was only good for finding the entrance. Well, after looking at the treasure map, Lu Hao noticed that there was something else there. Lu Hao saw that the surface of the card was uneven and thought that there was something else inside. It looks like the guys have found another dungeon map, and it looks like they'll definitely be able to find the treasures without any trouble now. The boys were very pleased to have found this map, and without further ado, they continued their search faster. When they reached the treasure room, the kids were shocked by how much stuff there was and how amazingly beautiful it was. According to the agreement, Lu Hao had to share 64 black stones with Shireen and Dugu Jian, as well as techniques. But Shireen was willing to give Lu Hao all the black stones just so he could help her. Lu Hao had to activate his dragon bloodline, Otherwise, he might die. Lu Hao still couldn't figure out what was going on and who these guys were. Shireen remembered Lu Hao asking her why they were called the remnants of the Three Emperors Pavilion. So, Shireen was ready to tell Lu Hao everything so that he could die with a clear conscience. Beyond this world, there are more powerful beings. They call themselves Celestials, represent the Tao of Heaven, and rule the human world with absolute power. Sheen's ancestors were part of this celestial race. But recently the Celestials have become much more cruel, and the human world has slowly begun to turn into ruins. The head of the Three Emperors Pavilion, unable to bear this, sided with the human world and fought against the Celestials together with it. And finally, after paying a high price, the Celestials were expelled. But after the sky inhabitants were expelled, people began to covet their skills. Taking advantage of the Three Emperors Pavilion's weakness, people hunted down and killed all the representatives of the pavilion. Now that the boys, the descendants of the pavilions of the Three Emperors, voluntarily left the heavenly world, and in the world of people they are always trying to destroy them, and there is no place for them anywhere else. Lu Hao guessed that now Shireen and Dugu Jian wanted to take revenge on all people, and he was absolutely right. Shireen needed Lu Hao's bloodline to become stronger. Lu Hao assumed that Shireen and Dugu Jin simply wanted to take advantage of his strength. But if Lu Hao voluntarily decides to pass on his divine dragon bloodline to Shireen, she will be able to save his life. By passing on the divine dragon bloodline, Lu Hao might become a cripple again, so the guys can only dream about it. But now Lu Hao has a forbidden power on him, and he won't be able to fight at all. But if Lu Hao is not going to give up, then Dugu Jian could only finish him off. What should Lu Hao do? He can't use the power of the divine dragon because it's completely suppressed. But even despite this, Lu Hao was able to knock out Dugu Jian with one blow. Shireen, despite all the obstacles, still continued to fight Lu Hao. She did not understand why he looked like a different person. Could Lu Hao really be this strong, even without the divine dragon bloodline? Dugu Jian noticed that something was wrong. Lu Hao had a very strange aura. Then he realized that it was not Lu Hao at all. Although Lu Hao's strength was weak, even without the divine dragon's bloodline, with the help of his Taiyun Sanhu, everything was possible. The guys were shocked that Lu Hao had broken through to the 8th stage of the Saint martial art and was able to overcome the forbidden power of suppression. Taiyun Sanhua's power belongs to fire, and the lady from the mirror world used this forbidden power to develop a new skill for Lu Hao. Lu Hao and the lady from the looking glass solved the problem together, and after that, the lady returned to continue sleeping in the looking glass. Lu Hao felt that the lady had gone a bit too far, but he didn't care because he needed to take all the black earth stones and the cauldron. Despite everything, Lu Hao still saved Shireen and Dugu Jian, even though they had acted ugly. Lu Hao decided to save them only because Dugu Jian had previously helped him save the junior witch. Shireen decided to thank Lu Hao for being so kind to them and handed him something containing the secret treasures of the alchemy sect. There were written down the methods of creating many rare elixirs. In addition, she passed on the technique from the Three Emperors Pavilion to Lu Hao. Lu Hao accepted the boys' gifts, but warned that if this happened again, he would no longer show mercy to them. After saying goodbye to Shireen and Dugu Jian, Lu Hao returned to his Taiyun Peak. The master was very happy to see Lu Hao because the guy returned just in time. The 6th sex competition is about to begin, so it's time for Lu Hao to enter the arena. Taiyun Peak only has one quota for the competition, and the sect has decided to select the candidate through duels among the disciples. The duels will be one-on-one, and the top 10 students will have a chance to win a quota. Lu Hao thought it would be something more difficult, but he and his elder brother would easily enter the top 10 disciples. 3 days later, the selection competition began. Lu Hao managed to win every battle. Everything was going pretty smoothly. A few more wins, and Lu Hao could get into the top 10. The boys defeated 6 students each in no less than 10 minutes. Lu Hao and Mo Fei Fong are incredible. Mo Fei Fong was doing well, and Lu Hao didn't understand why everyone in the sect called him trash. Mo Fei Fong seemed to have regained his former strength after all. Peak Master Fei Sini thought, and ordered Shang Yin and Lu Lindu to deal with him. It seemed to them that their master was making a mountain out of molehill. After all, to defeat these 2 pieces of trash, 1 finger would be enough. Lu Lingdong from Fei Xing Peak, who was at the 9th stage of Saint Martial Arts, decided to test Lu Hao's strength. It seems that Lu Hao's cultivation is even weaker. What is he hoping for? Lu Linda thought. Lu Lingdong immediately decided to use Fei Xing Peak's unique skill. It was better not to joke with Mo Fei Fong and use everything against him. And on Lu Hao there was no need to use a unique skill, the master thought. The unique skill of Fei Xing Peak didn't seem like anything special to Lu Hao at all. This unique skill of Fei Xing Peak was even weaker than Lu Hao had imagined. Lu Hao still managed to defeat Lu Lingdong, even though he was at the peak of the Saint Martial Arts stage. Lu Hao was at most at the 8th stage of the Saint Martial Arts, but his strikes were at the level of the extreme yellow stage, the master thought. Lu Lingdong failed to get up after Lu Hao's last blow. Senior brother Shang Yin was very annoyed. After all, it was just a competition. How dare he kill him? But everyone could clearly see that Lu Lingdong had snuck up behind Lu Hao and was trying to attack. It seems that Hao Lu is in big trouble now. Shan Yin is the only one from the younger generation who has already reached the extreme yellow stage. The master realized how much incredible power Lu Hao possessed and stopped Shan Yin. Otherwise, the master would have simply lost 2 of his precious students. Lu Hao is already guaranteed to be among the top 10 disciples and advance further. Mo Fei Fong made a lot of money by betting on Lu Hao to win. It turns out that Mo Fei Fong ended up at rock bottom precisely because of Meng Shangyang. Mo Fei Fong and Meng Shangyang entered the same sect at almost the same time. Everyone considered them to be rare geniuses, and therefore they were given special training. But as Mo Fei Fong's practice improved, he achieved better results, and the gap between him and Shangyang became more and more obvious. And of course, Shan Yin began to envy Mo Fei Fong. But Mo Fei Fong knew one thing. Peak Master Fei Xing was from the same Meng family as Shan Yin. In the end, in order to maintain Meng Shangyang's reputation as the #1 genius, Peak Master Fei Xing crippled Mo Fei Fong's cultivation. Therefore, Mo Fei Fong was overjoyed that Lu Hao had dealt with one of Peak Master Fei Xing's favorites. Lu Hao realized that they were from the same family and was eager to avenge his older brother if he had the chance. Lu Hao was ready to kill Peak Master Fei Xing and Shan Yin with his own hands. Mo Fei Fong had no doubt that Lu Hao would avenge his elder brother. They say that the feminine intuition of the alchemist and the technique of the fiery impulse are irreplaceable. Lu Hao tried different spells, and in the end he still succeeded. Lu Hao, without expecting it from himself, was able to refine the 2nd-grade Jinrudin pill for the first time. The 2nd-grade Jinrudin pill should greatly improve Lu Hao's strength. Lu Hao was curious if he could improve the Golden Dragon 9 transformations technique to the 3rd form. Yet Lu Hao managed to break through to the 9th stage of the Saint Martial Art, and also improve the Golden Dragon 9 transformations technique to the 3rd form. There was an incredible noise coming from the street, and Lu Hao decided to go out and see what was going on. It turned out that Lu Songshi's son, Lu Xiao, had come to deal with Lu Hao for secretly learning his Lu clan's techniques and harming his brothers. Lu Xiao wanted to fight Lu Hao one-on-one at the foot of the mountain. Lu Hao agreed to go out with Lu Xiao one-on-one because his father, Lu Songshi, killed Lu Hao's parents, and this was a great opportunity to settle scores with him. And if Lu Xiao had already found out Lu Hao's identity, he couldn't be left alive, he thought. Lu Hao's strike was at the level of Lu Xiao's extreme yellow stage, and there shouldn't have been a single wet spot left. But Lu Xiao turned out to be a strong opponent, because he also cultivated the power of a dragon. Lu Xiao mocked the fact that Lu Hao had not yet fully learned the power of the Lu clan's dragon, but he already dared to raise his nose so high. Lu Xiao hit Lu Hao with all his might, but Lu Hao easily blocked his strike. Lu Hao didn't even need to use the dragon's power against Lu Xiao, since he was weak enough. Lu Hao demonstrated to Lu Songshi's son, Lu Xiao, what real dragon power meant. He was, to put it mildly, a little shocked, because he had trained for many years, but he could still only use the dragon claw. Most likely, this is all because Lu Hao is a true descendant of the divine dragon. Lu Xiao began to threaten Lu Hao that if he killed him, the Lu clan would never let Lu Hao go. Lu Hao originally didn't plan to kill Lu Xiao, but unfortunately, he found out about his identity, and now Lu Hao can only silence him forever. It just so happened that Lu Hao still had some potions that he hadn't used to save the younger witch, and Lu Hao thought that they would be just right for Lu Xiao. 3 days later, Gu Chan came to see Lu Hao and was very surprised that he had created a second-grade pill. But this pill was only the first one Lu Hao tried to create. It took 3 days to create one second-grade pill. Gu Chan was even more shocked to learn that Lu Hao was able to master alchemy in just 3 days. Gu Chan noticed that he was becoming more and more distant from Lu Hao. No wonder the elder recommended Lu Hao to participate in the Ball Tomb legacy. Lu Hao was very surprised to hear this, but his master should have told him this the day before yesterday. The Sword Tomb's legacy is a privilege for the sect's elite disciples. It is said that it is done to perform well in the 6-sect competition. The boy was very puzzled that his master had not told him about this. When Lu Hao came to his master, he wanted to ask him why he hadn't told him about the legacy of the Ball Tomb. But as soon as he entered the room, Lu Hao saw that something very strange was happening. It turned out that Mo Feifong Mystery was using the forbidden technique of Dian Xinju. He wanted to forcibly improve his skills, and the master was unable to stop him. Rumor has it that Dian Xinju's technique is extremely dangerous. Why would an elder brother take such a risk? Mo Feifong was thirsty for revenge and wanted to take advantage of the moment to take part in the Ball Tomb's legacy, where he was going to destroy Shang Yan. It seems like Mo Feifong has simply gone crazy, since he is even attacking his own master. The master was afraid that using this technique would only make things worse for Mo Feifong. So he asked Lu Hao to quickly use Tai Yun's Manhwa on him while he was holding him back. But Mo Feifong's strength was becoming stronger and stronger, and Lu Hao had no idea what to do. The lady from the looking glass suggested that Lu Hao do the same thing that she did in the Silver Sea Desert. Lu Hao had to use his divine dragon bloodline to suppress Mo Feifong's strength. Lu Hao's strength is enough to suppress Mo Feifong's strength and transform it into his own. Lu Hao couldn't allow his elder brother to be harmed and began to absorb this power. Lu Hao still managed to absorb this power and save his older brother. Lu Hao not only saved Mo Feifong, but also returned him to the extreme profound stage. But Lu Hao was still tormented by the question of why Mo Feifong and the master wanted to hide the news regarding the inheritance of the Ball Tomb from him. Lu Hao was recommended to participate in the Ball Tomb heritage by Peak Master Fei Xing. But Mo Feifong and the master immediately suspected something was wrong, because Lu Hao had killed one of his favorite students and showed incredible potential. Most likely, Peak Master Fei Xing is planning to kill Lu Hao during the Ball Tomb legacy trial. And that's why Mo Feifong and Master told me about Lu Hao's test of the Ball Tomb's legacy. But Mo Feifong is going to go to the Ball Tomb heritage test and get even with the Fei Xing Peak Master. Lu Hao expressed his willingness to help Mo Feifong with this, and the master also didn't object to them going together. Mo Feifong was still against Lu Hao going with him to the Ball Tomb legacy test, but thinking that Lu Hao might be offended, Mo Feifong still agreed to take him along. According to the rules of the Ball Tomb, each student has 3 incense sticks worth of time to comprehend the legacy. Peak Master Fei Xing ordered Shang Yan to quickly comprehend the inheritance first, and then seize the moment to implement their plan. In the Ball Tomb, each sword was filled with the legacy left by the ancestors of the 4 secret stages. This can greatly help one's cultivation. Lu Hao's gaze fell on that legendary sword, the treasure of the Xian Ball sect. Mo Feifong asked Lu Hao not to even try to inherit the Xian sword, because in the history of the sect, only a few people were able to inherit the Xian sword. But this only made Lu Hao even more determined to try and inherit the Xian sword. After 3 sticks of incense, Mo Feifong felt that time had flown by, and he was even able to reach the 6th extreme profound stage. For Mo Feifong, it seemed like coming to the Ball Tomb heritage test was the right decision. Peak Master Fei Xing's favorite, Shang Yan, snuck up behind Mo Feifong. Mo Feifong's guess was correct. Shang Yan and his master were planning something bad towards them. With the exception of Mo Feifong and Lu Hao, the disciples who take part in the inheritance are all from the Meng family, and were not able to secretly arrange for them to enter the Xian Sword sect. Shang Yan was confident that Mo Feifong would not be able to escape this time. But Mo Feifong was confident that these bunch of losers wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Shang Yan plans to deal with Mo Feifong and become number 1 in the Xian Sword sect, and everyone else will only help. Mo Feifong didn't understand at all how they, at the extreme yellow stage, were able to immobilize him. The star suppression pharmacy activated by 6 people at the extreme yellow stage can stop anyone, even those at the extreme heavenly stage. Just when Xiang Yin was planning to deal the finishing blow to Mo Fei Fong, Lu Hao was able to obtain the Xian Ball's inheritance. After receiving the Xian Sword Legacy, Lu Hao immediately reached the extreme yellow stage. Lu Hao noticed that a bunch of trash from the Meng family had gathered around Mo Fei Fong. Lu Hao warned them that if even a hair fell from his elder brother's head, he would destroy them all. In Xiang Yan's opinion, this was just empty talk. After receiving the Xian Sword's inheritance, Lu Hao could only reach the extreme yellow stage. But Lu Hao decided to show the Meng family who among them was the real trash. Gaining incredible speed, Lu Hao was the first to attack his enemy, Xiang Yin. Lu Hao dealt Xiang Yin such powerful blows that he began to beg for mercy. However, Lu Hao did not forgive such behavior. After finishing with Xiang Yin, Lu Hao moved on to his friends, not intending to let anyone go. Mo Fei Fong didn't even have to do anything recently. How Lu had become very strong. Peak Master Fei Xing was confident that they had come up with a brilliant plan, and those 2 people from Taiyin Peak were finally finished. Well, when he opened the door to the street, the master saw a mountain of his people and was, to put it mildly, shocked by what had happened to him. But Lu Hao explained to the master that he would soon find out what had happened to them, because he would have to experience the same thing. The master began to accuse Lu Hao and Mo Fei Fong of using the Ball Tomb's legacy to kill their fellow sect members. But Lu Hao and Mo Fei Fong will not let the master blame them for all the sins he has committed. He began to threaten the guys that he would report everything that had happened to the sect master, and he would definitely finish them off. Seeing the silhouette hovering in the sky, he thought it was the sect master and prepared to watch the guys suffer and scream in pain. But it was Xian Wentian, the master of Peak Fei Xing, who was speechless because he needed the sect master. But the sect master won't come today. He said that Xian Wentian should take care of all the sect's affairs. A day ago, Mr. Xian Wentian was very bored and went to sit with the sect master. Xian Wentian didn't want to go anywhere and asked the sect master for his position for one day. Xian Wentian, no matter what happened, asked the sect master to leave it to him. The sect master immediately realized that Xian Wentian was going to do something to Peak Master Fei Xing, not even being afraid of the Meng family. But Xian Wentian thought that the sect master didn't need to worry about all of this. If the sect master wanted to help the Meng family or save Peak Master Fei Xing, he must first think carefully before doing so. But sect master didn't want to attach any importance to this at all. Xian Wentian can do whatever he wants. If Peak Master Fei Xing hadn't attacked Xian Wentian's disciples, Xian Wentian would have left him alone. Peak Master Fei Xing, having said that the guys had killed his family, attacked Xian Wentian. Xian Wentian blocked the blow and didn't understand how the master could still do anything with such insignificant abilities. Xian Wenang had seriously damaged Peak Master Fei Xing's cultivation, and now he could only use 30% of his strength at most. The rest was left to his students by the master of Taiyin Peak. Mo Fei Fong didn't want Lu Hao to interfere in the dispute between him, but Lu Hao still insisted on helping. After all, it was just the Meng family, and there was nothing to be afraid of. While the boys were negotiating, Peak Master Fei Xing decided to attack them. He thought that 30% of his strength would be enough to finish them both off. Luckily, Lu Hao and Mo Fei Fong reacted very quickly and immediately put the master down. Peak Master Fei Xing begged Mo Fei Fong not to kill him. The master wanted to talk, but it was too late. Mo Fei Fong only wanted his life. Without the help of Master and Lu Hao, Mo Fei Fong would not have been able to do anything, but he still finished in his place. Now that the elder brother's revenge is over, Lu Hao can safely inherit all the swords in the tomb and use them for the Looking Glass. Rumors had already reached the city that due to the incident at the Sword Tomb, Xian Wentian had forced the sect master to claim that everyone from the Meng family had died by accident. The swords in that tomb are truly extraordinary. Lu Hao was able to restore up to 4 gems in the mirror world at once. And now Lu Hao can continue to cultivate his extreme yellow stage. Now, by combining Yao Guang's martial chi technique, Lu Hao will be able to deal with enemies at the extreme deep stage. And also Lu Hao will very soon be able to avenge his parents. It also turned out that Mo Feifong was also familiar with Dugu Jian and considered him to be a very good and extremely sincere person. Suddenly, elder brother Mo Feifong collapsed from exhaustion. It seemed that the backlash from Dian Zhangju's technique had penetrated deep into his body. The master began to worry more and more that this could last for months. Lu Hao had only suppressed his external technique power, but inside it was still raging. In order to help Mo Feifong, the only way out was to find the legendary healing medicine Zhugua. Zhugua is a unique healing medicine of the Moon Spirit tribe that has been extinct for hundreds of years. Now all that's left for them to do is try their luck in the secret kingdom of the eastern region, where the Moon Spirit tribe was last seen. Lu Hao, without listening to his master to the end, had already moved to look for a unique healing medicine for Mo Feifong. But Lu Hao heard everything he needed, and even if the chances were extremely small, Lu Hao still decided to try his hand. Lu Hao finally managed to reach the secret kingdom of the eastern region. Legend has it that there is a natural minefield there, and mutant animals are everywhere. So you have to be careful. After stepping on the mine, Lu Hao realized that it was more like someone had artificially created it. It was quite possible that the Moon Spirit tribe still lived there. But suddenly, the sound from the traps attracted the demonic shadow wolves. Their strength was at the peak of the Saint martial arts stage, and it was quite easy for Lu Hao to defeat them, even though there were 3 of them. But it turned out that there were far more than 3 of them, and they were not so easy to deal with. Lu Hao wanted to let them all attack him at once, so that he could finish them all off. Although Lu Hao was a little late, he managed to collect Saint martial arts stage beast crystals. And now Lu Hao realized that it was time to continue searching for the Moon Spirit tribe. But suddenly Lu Hao heard a noise and turned around to see that someone was chasing a girl with long ears, horns, and incredibly fair skin. She was definitely from the Moon Spirit tribe, Lu Hao thought, and was glad that he had finally found them. Lu Hao rushed to save the beautiful girl from the hands of the guy who was chasing her and clearly wanted to harm her. It turned out that the guy standing in front of Lu Hao was from the Meng family in the eastern region. He ordered Lu Hao to give him the girl and kneel down for a few minutes, stating that he might forgive him for what he had done. It seems to be true that Lu Hao always meets enemies along the way. He just finished off Meng Shangyin recently, and now there's another member of the Meng family. The boy was shocked that standing in front of him was the same Lu Hao from the Xian Sword sect who killed his brother. Lu Hao sent a guy from the Meng family to the next world after his brother Meng Shangyan. Now the beautiful girl from the Moon Spirit tribe is completely safe. Lu Hao asked her to take him to his tribe, but it seemed like he went a bit overboard and scared her with it. Lu Hao explained that he had no ill intentions towards the Moon Spirit tribe. Lu Hao had only one small request: to get Zhugua's medicine to save his elder brother. Lu Hao knew that this was an emergency medicine, but he was willing to do anything to get it. It was not such a rare healing medicine for the girl tribe, but it is only available to the corner tribe of the Moon Spirit. But since Lu Hao saved her, she was willing to persuade the tribe leader to talk to him. But whether the head of the Moon Spirit tribe would give Zhugua Lu Hao the medicine depended only on him. The girl brought the tribe leader to Lu Hao. The tribe leader thanked Lu Hao and gave him some elixirs as a token of gratitude to help him cultivate. The tribe leader asked Lu Hao not to even mention Zhugua, because he would not endanger the entire tribe, just as a token of gratitude for saving Shower. Once someone saw Zhugua's medicine and rumors began to spread, their Moon Spirit tribe would once again be in danger of extinction. But Lu Hao swore on his life that he would never tell about the medicine to Zhugua and the Moon Spirit tribe. Humans are unpredictable creatures, and no matter what Lu Hao says, the tribe leader is not going to risk his tribe. Suddenly, a group of guys came up from behind and started thanking Lu Hao for helping them find the Moon Spirit tribe. The tribe leader casually thought that Lu Hao had come to destroy them after all. But Lu Hao didn't even know who these guys were, but he decided to destroy them for lying. The head of the Moon Spirit tribe was very shocked when he saw the descendant of the divine dragon. After 9,000 years, he no longer even thought that they would ever be able to see a dragon in life. The Moon Spirit tribe chief explained to Shower that they had a divine dragon on their side, and soon their tribe would no longer have to hide. One of the disciples of a Xian Sword sect asked Gu Chun if he knew Lu Hao. It can be said that Gu Chun and Lu Hao are not just acquaintances, but also best friends. Because how could such an influential person like Liu Hao be Gu Chen's best friend? Gu Chen then showed his friend the second-grade pill that Liu Hao had given him. He also promised to leave him all the elixirs he had refined. Gu Chen's friend was very surprised and asked him to introduce them to Liu Hao. But suddenly, someone from the peak stage of Saint Martial Arts approached the boys from behind and said that their master wanted Gu Chen to go with them. Gu Chen wasn't quite sure why the boys were hiding their faces. He assumed that someone in the family wanted him dead. But they weren't sent by the Gu family, and they didn't intend to harm Gu Chen in any way. All they wanted was for him to come with them. They tried to attack Gu Chen, but Liu Hao arrived at the scene just in time and scattered them all. Liu Hao tried to find out who they were and who sent them after Gu Chen. The guys knew that Liu Hao was strong, but they still advised him not to interfere in the affairs of the Lulan sect. Everything they said was dust to Liu Hao. Just as Liu Hao was about to attack them, Gu Chen suddenly stopped him. Gu Chen remembered that the Lulan sect was invited by the 6 major sects to participate in the 6 sects competition. Why did they come to take Gu Chen away so early? After all, the competition of the 6 sects is still not more than half a year away. But Gu Chen knew that the 6 sect competition would start earlier than planned, as the other 5 major sections had decided to reschedule the start of the competition. They decided without consulting the Xianbao sect and changed the start date of the competition without their consent. Moreover, this year, many major powers were invited to participate in the competition, including even the Liu clan, which had always stayed on the sidelines. After learning that the Liu clan would also be participating in the competition, Liu Hao was already eager to meet Liu Songshi. Gu Chen's friend had always admired Liu Hao, but when he saw him in person, he admired him even more. Pan Wei was at the 6th stage of the holy martial art, and he really wanted to get to know Liu Hao better. But Liu Hao was in a hurry. He had urgent matters to attend to. He needed to return to Taiyin Peak. He apologized to the guys and ran on. Pan Wei was delighted to have the opportunity to meet Liu Hao. Returning to Taiyin Peak, he saw that Dian Xiangju had progressed much faster than the master had expected. The master tried his best to save Mo Feifong, but he was so exhausted that he barely succeeded. Liu Hao suggested that the master take Zhu Guo's medicine, as he was very exhausted and needed to recuperate. Thinking that Liu Hao had brought Zhu Gu too little, suggested that he give it to Mo Feifong after all. Liu Hao explained to his master that he had nothing to worry about, since he had plenty of this Zhugua. After giving the medicine to his master, Zhugua, Liu Hao set out to save his older brother, but the master still couldn't understand where Liu Hao got so many of Zhugua's medicines from. Liu Hao's elder brother, Mo Feifong, now only needs to rest for a month or 2, and he will be fine. But of course, it's a pity that elder brother Mo Feifong won't be able to make it to the 6 sects competition. Peak Master Tai Yin still decided to ask Liu Hao where he got so much Zhugua from. But unfortunately, Liu Hao couldn't tell his master about this, because he had promised the Moon Spirit Tribe that he wouldn't tell anything. The master promised that he would not ask about it anymore, but he still realized for himself that Liu Hao was incredible. Liu Hao has been master's disciple for a long time, so he can already reveal his identity, because Master already knows that he is from the Liu clan. Did Liu Hao really think he could hide this from his master? Liu Hao apologized to his master for not telling him his real name right away. But because Liu Hao has a feud with the Liu clan, he has to hide his identity. Everyone hides something, and that's normal. The main thing is that Liu Hao remembers that he is his master's disciple. The master realized something very important for himself, that he liked Liu Hao more and more. And if the Liu clan really dared to touch his disciple, he would destroy them. There was still 1 month left until the 6 sect competition, and during this month, Liu Hao had to give it his all. Liu Hao must do everything he can to bring down the Liu clan in front of everyone. And if the opportunity arises, Liu Hao will also try out the divine sword given to him by the Moon Spirit Tribe's leader. The lady from the looking glass asked Liu Hao not to be mistaken, because he would not be able to control it with his current strength. If Liu Hao were to use this divine, ancient sword Julie with his current strength, the sword might kill him. Liu Hao is not strong enough for this ball, so he needs to train harder. A whole month has already passed, and on the eve of the competition of the 6 sects, everyone is gathered in the arena where the event will take place. The 6 sects competition is an annual event held between the 6 major sects. Not only the 6 major sects are participating, but the Meng family, Liu clan, Gu family, and Lulan sect will also participate. Lu Hao accidentally overheard the conversation between Lu Zhang and Lu Yun. They talked about how the Xian sword sect was worse than trash, and why did they even come there? Lu Hao never imagined that absolutely all of his enemies would gather together. Lu Zhan and Lu Yun were both originally from the Lu clan in Tiankuei City and were involved in the accusation of Lu Hao. It turned out that they did this for Lu Songshi, and for this they were accepted into the main Lu clan. That same night, when Lu Zhan and Lu Yun were in a hurry to get home, Lu Hao decided to give them a little scare. Lu Hao forced the boys to go back and tell Lu Songshi that he would bear with him and the entire Lu clan. The guys returned at the same moment and told Lu Songshi everything exactly as Lu Hao had told them. Lu Songshi was extremely angry, but at the same time, he didn't care because the most important thing for him was to deal with the Xianbao sect. Looking out the window, Lu Songshi wondered who it was that wanted to destroy the Lu clan so badly. When Lu Hao returned, he saw that Gu Chun and Pan Wei had not gone to rest for some reason. The boys told Lu Hao that all the things they brought were stolen. Moreover, Gu Chun and Pan Wang even had their own weapons stolen. The boys didn't understand what to do because the competition was starting tomorrow. First, they changed the start time of the competition, then they invited other participants, and now they stole things too. Someone was clearly planning something bad against the Xian sword sect, Lu Hao thought. Lu Hao had an extra weapon with him and decided to share it with the guys. The boys thanked Lu Hao for lending them his amazing quality swords and third-level pills that could restore 70% of chi. The competition of the 6 sects will begin soon, and their victory in the competition is the most important thing. Gu Chan and Pan Wang hurried to go to bed early and advised Lu Hao to do the same, since they had an important day ahead of them. Lu Hao couldn't sleep all night because he thought that there was something wrong with this competition, and he was very curious to know what they were really up to. The next day, all the participants of the competition gathered at the entrance to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. All participants were asked to split into pairs, as this would simplify the process of teleportation to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Before sunset, all participants must return with collected beast crystals, and the winner will be the one who collects the most top-tier beast crystals. Lu Hao, Gu Chun, and Pan Wang decided that the 3 of them would go to the competition together. The teleportation circle was activated, and it was announced that the 6 sect competition had officially begun. Lu Songshi wished good luck to everyone except the disciples of the Xian sword sect, because even that wouldn't help them. There shouldn't have been any particularly dangerous mutant beasts in a valley of 10,000 beasts. And so the swords of amazing quality that Lu Hao lent to the guys should be enough to deal with them. Lu Hao suggested that Gu Chun and Pan Wang hunt separately, as it would be much more efficient. So the guys had to complete the task as quickly as possible. Gu Chun was extremely impressed by the sword. Even at the 7th stage of the Saint Martial Art, he was able to defeat a 5th-level mutant beast. With this amount of beast crystals, it would be possible to get a good place, Gu Chun thought. Approaching Lu Hao, Gu Chun saw that he had killed an immeasurable number of mutant beasts. Lu Hao originally thought that hunting them one by one would be too troublesome, so he tried to attract them all to one place and then killed them in one move. Now Gu Chun understood why he couldn't meet these mutant beasts anywhere. Lu Hao surprises him more and more each time. Gu Chun and Lu Hao found it strange that Pan Wei had not approached them, so they decided that they should look for him. Lu Zhantian didn't expect that his targets would include an old acquaintance. Lu Zhantian thought that Lu Hao had long since passed away, but it turned out that the guy was also representing everyone in the competition of the 6 sects. Lu Hao didn't expect to see his haters so soon, but he noticed that they hadn't seen each other for over a year, and this was obviously their last meeting. It turned out that the Lu clan had captured Lu Hao's friend and teammate, and apparently for a reason. Lu Hao was outraged that some bunch of trash from the Lu clan thought they had the strength to finish him off. Lu Zhantian explained to Lu Hao that it wasn't just the Lu clan that was hunting him and the entire Xian sword sect. The entire competition between the 6 sects was just a ploy. Everyone there was against the guys. Some time ago, Master Fei Xing and Xian Wentian's conversation was interrupted by the people above them, who announced that the Xian sword sect had lost its status as the 6 great sects and must immediately report the location to the Moon Spirit tribe. If the masters do not want their precious students to die, they must tell where the tribe is. Lu Hao finally realized that this was all for the sake of the Moon Spirit tribe, The Lu clan decided to threaten the boy and his sect until he told them where they were. All the elites from the various sects and clans were there, advising Lu how not to resist and to tell him where the Moon Spirit tribe was. Lu Hao explained to the boys that despite all their miscalculations, they still missed one important detail. They would never have the strength to defeat him. Lu Hao decided to show the boys his true power and used his fifth extreme yellow stage power. The boys were dumbfounded that a disciple of the Xian Sword sect could be so strong. Lu Zhantian recognized that same sword of Lu Hao. It was this sword that had previously destroyed Lu Yun, but now it was Lu Zhantian's time. Lu Zhantian couldn't believe it, because the Lu clan had no dragon descendants for over 100 years. Lu Hao explained that many incredible things happen in the world, and after finishing with Lu Zhantian, the guy moved on to the others. After everything that happened, Pan Wei decided to approach Lu Hao and thank him for saving him, because if it weren't for him, it's unknown how all this would have ended. Lu Hao explained to the guy that there was no need for thanks. After all, they were from the same sect. Lu Hao suggested that the guys continue on their way, because they still had a lot to sort out. The boys noticed that Lu Zhantian called Hao Lu Hao and decided to check if he was hiding something from them. Lu Hao told them his story. The boys didn't think that their elder brother Lu Hao had such a sad past. Hearing it made them want to cry. Lu Hao's past reminded Gu Chun a little of his own past. The fact is that his grandfather was the patriarch of the Gu family. Gu Chin's grandfather trusted his father, so he was confident that he would become the next patriarch. But this made some family members jealous, and they destroyed the boy's father during a family competition. The elders of the family have ignored the boy's grandfather. In desperation, Gu Chin's grandfather asked him to flee from everyone associated with the Xian sword. But the elders were still determined to destroy Gu Chun. They were willing to do anything to achieve this. Lu Hao put his arm around Gu Chin's shoulder and explained that he wouldn't let anyone hurt him. The Lu clan only came up with this nonsense to attack the Xian sword sect. The representative of the Lu clan, Lu Songshi, informed the head of the sword sect Xian that they only wished for one person to take his place. The Lu clan will take its place in the 6 great sects in place of the Xian sword sect, Lu Songshi declared. Suddenly Xian Wentian laughed, because in his opinion Lu Songshi had completely lost his bearings. A dog should know his place, the master said. First, Lu Songshi framed the master's disciple, and now he wants to displace the Xian sword sect. But does he have enough strength, the master wondered. Lu Songshi knew that Xian Wentian was the strongest person in the Xian sword sect, and perhaps even stronger than himself. But would the master really dare to kill him? Lu Songshi told the master that the strongest disciple of his sect had already been captured by his people, and if the master dared to touch them, he would guarantee that all of his disciples would be destroyed, and along with them, the future of the Xian sword sect. The sect master explained to Xian Wentian that this was about the future of their sect, and they couldn't act rashly. He himself thought that if he did nothing, everything would work out. But suddenly Lu Hao, who was supposed to be held captive by the Lu clan, burst into the room, but something clearly went wrong. Lu Songshi was shocked by this arrangement, because they had sent a huge number of disciples to support the boy. Lu Songshi ordered his subordinates to quickly capture the disciples of the Xian sword sect. Otherwise, it would be bad for everyone. Master Xian Wentian grabbed Lu Songshi by the throat for daring to threaten his disciples. The sect master stopped Xian Wentian because killing someone would be bad for their sect's reputation. Lu Hao agreed with this. What the sect leader said made sense. There is absolutely no need to eliminate Lu Songshi. Lu Hao was sure that Lu Songshi would not live long, because the guy wanted to take revenge on him with his own hands. Master Xian Wentian spared Lu Songshi's life for the sake of his disciple Lu Hao. The sect master gave a speech to everyone, stating that there had been a misunderstanding and asked everyone to stop fighting pointlessly and disperse peacefully. The third prince of the Lulan clan accepted the fact that they had gotten a little carried away, and after apologizing to the sect master, decided to leave the room. Master Xian Wentian stopped them because they had to be punished. He had no intention of destroying them, but because they dared to threaten his disciples in his own sect, they had to be punished. Master Xian Wentian has destroyed the cultivation of the Lu clan's top disciples. This will teach them a small lesson, and they can leave now. The third prince seemed to have met Gu Chin somewhere before, but he was unable to catch him. The princess's subordinate did not understand why they needed to catch the guy. The third prince replied that Gu-chan should have inherited his family's prehistoric green ancient seal skill. Legend has it that the prehistoric green ancient seal has the power to destroy the world. Using it as a bargaining chip, the prince can exchange it for support from his Meng family. The third prince ordered his subordinate to personally go and capture Gu-chan. The sect master gave Hao Lu his due, because if it weren't for him, everything could have ended badly. The master felt that there might now be complete chaos between the 6 great sects and asked the boys to go and rest, since they would be returning to the sect in the morning. Hao Lu understood that even though everything had worked out this time, he would have to be more careful in the future, since nothing was over yet. Hao Lu detected a strange aura in the forest and asked the boys to be careful. The guy from Lulan Kingdom felt sorry to kill such a talented guy like Lu Hao, so he invited him to join Lulan Kingdom. After hearing about the Lulan Kingdom, Lu Hao realized that this guy had appeared to catch Gu-chan. The guy explained that they didn't have to catch Gu-chan if he was willing to share his skills. Lu Hao asked what to do if Gu-chan, instead of saying unnecessary words, showed his 4th extreme earthly stage. Lu Hao finally had a worthy opponent, and he asked the guys to move away because he wanted to fight him one-on-one. The boy from the Lulan Kingdom realized that Lu Hao was brave enough and decided to show him what absolute strength was. Pan Wei and Gu-chan knew that Lu Hao was only at the 5th extreme yellow stage, and the difference between them was too great. The boy from the Lulan Kingdom dealt a blow equal to the 6th extreme earth stage and knocked Lu Hao down. Without thinking twice, Lu Hao used the 3-fold boost and struck back, defeating the guy. Pan Wei and Gu-chan were shocked that Lu Hao, who was at the 5th extreme yellow stage, dealt with a master of the 4th extreme earth stage. Lu Hao didn't think that he would be forced to use Yao Guang's 3-fold strengthening combat technique. Lu Hao was weak, because he spent more than 30% of the treasures he had managed to collect in the looking glass on one attack. Lu Hao would be enough to take on 3 enemies like that guy, but there were too many people who needed his protection, and he alone definitely couldn't protect everyone. The master was surprised that they attacked his disciple again without fearing him. It seems that Lu Hao is too important a target for them. The master handed Lu Hao a piece of jade engraved with information about the master's overturning swords chemistry. With this information, Lu Hao would be able to imprison any enemy and avoid them. Master and senior brother were very kind to Lu Hao, and it seemed like the boy had made the right decision to enter Taiyin Peak. Lu Hao told Mo Feifong that he wanted to form his own forces, because he had made too many enemies and he definitely couldn't handle alone. Mo Feifong had been at Taiyin Peak for over 10 years, so he recommended Lu Hao to contact Dugu Jian and his sister. They would definitely help him. Mo Feifong knew that there were some misunderstandings between the boys, but he still guaranteed that Lu Hao could rely on them. Although it would be a difficult task to deal with them, they could still be a good option, Lu Hao thought, and decided to visit them. When Lu Hao reached Dugu Jian's residence, which was located in the suburban area of Liuzong City, he saw that their residence had been destroyed. Seeing that a certain guy was chasing after Dugu Jian, Lu Hao rushed to his aid and dispersed all the people who came his way. Lu Hao didn't understand why Dugu Jian, who was quite strong, was running away from a guy at the true chi stage. Dugu Jian explained to Lu Hao that this was quite a long story and they should go to the residence first. After entering the residence, Dugu Jian told Lu Hao everything in detail. The guy tried to find a reason for the girl's current state, but everything was in vain. It seems that if Dugu Jian wants to cure his sister, he will have to go back to obtain the Tai In Heart Sutra technique. After losing that day, Dugu Jian's sister was greatly shocked, and from then on, she trained hard every day to try to unlock the power of Sakaza's bloodline. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring out the power of Suzuku's bloodline and began to search for the reason behind it. The girl noticed that in order to manifest the power of the Suzuka bloodline, one must use the corresponding skills. Later, the boys learned that the White Jade Tomb had these very skills. Dugu Jian went with his sister to the White Jade Tomb to search for these skills, and unexpectedly, shortly after they entered, they were attacked by corpse spirits. The boys' attacks against the corpse spirits were useless, and all they could do was run. When the boys were already running towards the exit from the depths of the tomb, a gust of frosty wind flew out and struck Dugu Jian's sister. The girl suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice coffin, and she was in unbearable pain. Dugu Jian could only run away in despair with his sister in his arms. After that, the guys met those people from the Heavenly Poison sect. Dugu Jian no longer had any strength to fight, so he tried to escape from them. Sister Dugu Jian managed to say something to him before she fell into a cold coma. This was probably the Dan Xian clan's extreme cold technique, the Tai Yin Heart Sutra. As they say, this wound is unique. Once this cold enters the body, it is impossible to catch, so there's no way to cure it. Only those who practice the Tai Yin Heart Sutra can stop this technique. Dugu Jian explained to Lu Hao that he needed the Heart Sutra technique to save his sister, and asked Lu Hao to go with him to the White Jade Tomb. It all sounded very convincing, but Lu Hao thought that it might be another trick. Dugu Jian admitted that they had done something terrible before, and if Lu Hao wanted, he could get the technique himself. The guy only asked to save his sister. Lu Hao agreed to go with Dugu Jian and cure his sister, but Dugu Jian had to do something for him. 3 days later, the boys entered the tomb of White Jade, where they were attacked by corpse spirits. The boy tried to destroy them, but even his fire was powerless. The girl from the looking glass explained to Lu Hao that martial arts do not work on corpse spirits. One must use spiritual attack. Seeing the dragon-shaped spiritual power, Dugu Jian was surprised. This power was comparable to that of a third-grade alchemist. How could Lu Hao reach such a level? It was not for nothing that Lu Hao listened to the girl from the looking glass. With this blow, the guy was able to get rid of the corpse spirits. As Lu Hao walked further, he felt a cold sensation, and that stream of cold was clearly coming from the place where the boys were. After thousands of years, someone finally managed to break through the array of corpse spirits. Moreover, someone with spiritual power in the form of a dragon suddenly announced his arrival. Looking around, Lu Hao realized that this voice belonged to the spiritual body. Dugu Jian's sister told him about it. This is probably the supreme elder of the legendary alchemy sect. Not only is he strong, but he's also very skilled in alchemy. The purple god cauldron that Lu Hao took from the ruins last time was his work. Hearing that the boys had his cauldron, the elder ordered his assistants to help entertain the two distinguished guests. There were rumors that those with the divine dragon bloodline could fight against enemies much stronger than them without any problem, and it seemed to be true. The elder was interested in why Lu Hao was trying to stop him with his trivial skills. Dugu Jian warned Lu Hao that the elder was much stronger than him, and if he continued to fight him, he would be destroyed. The elder had no intention of destroying Lu Hao, since he still needed the boy's body to reincarnate. The elder thought that the boy could not have such power at such a young age, and began to suspect that something was wrong. The girl from the looking glass saved Lu Hao. She promised to protect the boy, so she will do everything possible. It was rare to meet a worthy opponent, so the girl decided to try that very sword on him. It was an emergency, so the girl would help Lu Hao control this sword. The elder, seeing the wooden divine sword, decided to flee, because he was clearly not at the level of this sword. The elder was frightened at the mere sight of the sword. Was this sword really that strong? Lu Hao thought. Everything, as expected, ended incredibly well, and the guys found that very technique of the Tai Yin Heart Sutra. Lu Hao mastered the Tai Yin Heart Sutra technique. He didn't expect that learning this technique could raise his own strength to the 6th extreme yellow stage. Lu Hao dispelled the cold power in the girl's body. She should be fine now. However, the girl's chi was still very weak, and Lu Hao asked Dugu Jian to give her a pill when she woke up. Dugu Jian thanked Lu Hao for saving his sister and asked him what his request was, since he was willing to go to hell for it. A little later, Lu Hao told him about his request, but Dugu Jian laughed, because the idea of creating his own sect seemed crazy to him. Dugu Jian's sister decided to ask Lu Hao why he came up with such an idea. Lu Hao explained that he had many enemies and people he needed to protect, and no matter how strong he was, he couldn't handle it alone. The girl didn't want to offend Lu Hao, but his idea was too absurd. The difficulty of creating a sect lies primarily in people. For any sect, you need to have a sufficient number of students, and for these students to be at least something. But no one will join an unknown sect. Moreover, if the master in the sect was not a member of a famous family, a famous person, or a great master, how was Lu Hao going to attract disciples? Moreover, to establish a sect, a lot of resources in its own territory are required. Lu Hao's current state is clearly not enough for this. But Dugu Jian's sister had a simpler option. Simply take over some section. Dugu Jian's sister was willing to give Lu Hao their Three Emperors Pavilion. The girl asked Dugu Jian to stay where he was and asked Lu Hao to follow her. The girl led Lu Hao to the main entrance of the library on the top floor of the pavilion. All the books in their pavilion are stored there. Although this library is not as good as those of the first-class sects, it was full of everything. The library even contained the skills of the 6 major sects, and many other techniques were not inferior to those of the first-class sections. Where did so many books come from? Lu Hao thought. The girl and Dugu Jian picked up many orphans, trained them, and then sent them to various large sections. Now these guys are considered to be among the strongest there. They copied the techniques of these sects and gave them to the guys. The girl did this in order to strengthen the pavilion. One could say that this is their investment in the future. This was all fine and good, but Lu Hao didn't really trust the guys, so before they could start cooperating, he needed to say something. Before Lu Hao became the pavilion master, everyone in the Three Emperors Pavilion had to respect him, and even the girl and her brother had to obey his orders without question. Besides, if the guys continued to use the name Three Emperors Pavilion for the sect, it might cause problems, so Lu Hao would change the name. There is much injustice in the world, and Lu Hao was determined to correct it. He would help the weak and eradicate all the injustice in the world. Lu Hao will fill the world with righteousness and fear for the terrible people, and from now on, their sect will be called the HEIR Alliance. The next day, Dugu Jian and his sister went further to find a better city, since the 6 nearby cities had meager resources. The girl gave Lu Hao her token. With this token, the guy can contact them at any time. The guy revealed that his real name was Lu Hao, and how Lu was just a pseudonym to hide his identity from others. Dugu Jian was shocked that the guy from the Lu clan was from the eastern region, but Lu Hao explained that he no longer had any relation to that clan, and would explain more about it the next time they met. Lu Hao left the guys to develop the branch and returned to the sect, promising to visit them after some time. Not long ago, Lu Hao was a crippled wreck who couldn't even cultivate, but now he's not only strong, but he even has his own sect. Lu Hao heard Fang Yun's voice. As he got closer, he saw that several guys were pestering the girl. If they like people with a hot temper, then they would like Lu Hao too. Lu Hao explained to the boys that he was the one who brought justice to the world and destroyed some of them. The boy ordered his subordinates to immediately capture Lu Hao and Fang Yun for daring to ruin his plans. Lu Hao was curious as to how these 2 third-stage masters could hold onto the princess of the Saint Martial Empire. These people possessed the strength of the first stage of the Huangji realm, and if they coordinated, they could even knock down the master of the Xuanji realm. In the opinion of the leader, it was already too late to understand anything, and he ordered that it be destroyed. Fang Yun explained to Lu Hao that it was all over, and he shouldn't have come to save her. But Lu Hao wasn't as simple as she thought. The leader couldn't believe his eyes. All of his Huangji realm guards were wiped out by Lu Hao in one move. Fang Yun also couldn't believe her eyes. Lu Hao actually destroyed everyone with one blow. When did he become so strong? Fang Yun thought. The team leader was a prince of the Daxia dynasty, and if Lu Hao dared to touch him, the Daxia dynasty would not leave him alone. Lu Hao did not tolerate unnecessary noise and destroyed the prince of the Daxia dynasty. Lu Hao decided to ask Fang Yun what happened and why the people from the Daxia dynasty were pursuing her. Fang Yun explained to Lu Hao that it was quite a long story and asked him to talk about it somewhere else. Even in such a remote place where the guys decided to stay, there was a branch of HEIR Tower. Dugu Jian and his people made an impression. At the entrance, the guys were stopped by a girl who said that this place was no longer the HEIR Tower, but the territory of the HEIR Alliance, and outsiders were prohibited from entering here. Lu Hao was amazed at how quickly they changed everything to the HEIR Alliance. Shireen and the others must have moved quickly. Lu Hao explained to the young lady that he was not an outsider, but the leader of the HEIR Alliance. The girl didn't believe Lu Hao, because if the guy was really a brilliant and powerful leader of their alliance, then she should be the leader's wife. Suddenly, Dugu Jian appeared out of nowhere and asked the girl not to be rude, because Lu Hao was indeed their leader. Jian Biao stated that she was pleased to meet the leader, but she still didn't understand how the boy could be their brilliant and powerful leader. Lu Hao asked why Dugu Jian was there. The guy explained that he came to help him recruit, and Biao was the head of that base. Fang Yun didn't understand what was going on and decided to ask Lu Hao why people called him the leader. It was quite a difficult question. Lu Hao promised the girl to explain everything when he had the opportunity. Lu Hao learned that Fang Yun had gone into the forest to retrieve the treasures of the martial god Qie, and he inquired whether the treasures were truly real. Fang Yun replied that she was not sure, since they had not reached the beast forest when they encountered the Daxians. Lu Hao guessed that the Daxians were also hunting for these treasures, since there were many parties involved in the search for treasures, and since the alliance was newly established, it would be better for them to wait and see for now. Jian Biao informed her leader that he needed to take action, as she had recently received information that the Xianjian sect had sent a team to investigate the treasures in the beast forest. Even though the Xianjian sect was Lu Hao's sect, they had no obligation to protect them. Last time, Xianjian sect offended the 5 major sects, and now the Xianjian sect team has been condemned by those sections. Lu Hao's brother, Gu Chun, was also on that team. Lu Hao was worried. Was his brother Gu Chun in danger? The girl confirmed that she suspected that the Xianjian sect team was in serious danger, and if they hurried, they could save them. Lu Hao asked Dugu Jian to go with him to the beast forest immediately. The girl handed Lu Hao the Hong Huang Qingmu seal cultivation manual and asked him to pass it on to young Master Gu Chun. Young Master Gu Chun inherited the Hong Huang Qingmu seal, and now Lu Hao can let him practice this manual to increase his strength. Lu Hao was only concerned about one question. How did the girl know about the Hong Huang Qingmu seal? Dugu Jian explained that Biao was secretly working for the Assassin Temple. Gu Chun was already involved with the Assassin Temple, so naturally she knew. Biao confirmed that the Temple of Assassins' methods were unusual, and she could serve a leader with such skills in the future. Biao explained that the bloodthirsty king in the beast forest was about to awaken. It was a very valuable find, and if the boys encountered it, the guys from the 5 sects intended to wipe out all the people from the Xianjian sect to take revenge and then capture Gu Chun. Gu Chun approached the Chang'e sect and the Baixing sect and asked them not to persecute him, since they were not enemies. The boys told Gu Chun not to flatter himself. After all, catching them was only a side task. Taking out their anger on the Xianjian sects was their main goal. Gu Chun thought that everything was over, and he really didn't have the strength to wander around the forest like Lu Hao. As he was about to deliver the final blow, the leader realized that someone had parried his blow and became very angry, because no one dared to ruin his plans. Dugu Jian certainly apologized, but he's been ruining the plans of bad guys since he was born. Dugu Jian explained that he was just an assistant this time, and the one who would actually deal with them was Lu Hao. Lu Hao, using his 9 portals of the Golden Dragon technique, destroyed all those who threatened the lives of the boys. Since the forest was too dangerous for the boys, Lu Hao suggested that the Xianjian sect team take a rest in Yus Tower. One of the guys knew that Yus Tower was a good place, but it was too expensive and they couldn't afford it. Lu Hao reassured the boys by explaining that this was his place and that all they had to do was say his name when entering. Lu Hao sent the boys alone so that he could join the fun in the beast forest. Gu Chun asked Lu Hao to take him with him because he also wanted to train and become stronger with him. Lu Hao handed Gu Chun that very instruction and said that he would be happy to take him along. The bloodthirsty king's strength is close to that of a level 7 ferocious beast, and it is not easy to deal with him. Lu Hao and his team watched from the sidelines as the others tried to destroy the bloodthirsty king. Seeing that the king looked almost exhausted, they decided to take action. Dugu Jian suggested that Lu Hao wait a little, because when the warring parties are exhausted, they can simply reap the fruits of others' efforts. The boys defeated the bloodthirsty king. They spent a lot of effort, but the disciple of the Meng family decided to take the medicine of the Millennium Spirit as his reward. One of the guys realized that Manhwa had clearly used them to get a reward and pounced on him. The team struggled to hold the guy back, explaining that they were unable to fight him. If the Meng family wants to act so meanly, the guys will remember it and discuss it next time. The young man from the Meng family was confident that after drinking the Millennium Spirit medicine, he would immediately reach a new level of strength. But then Gu Chun ran up and stole the medicine from Manhwa. Manhwa gave chase. Manhwa cornered the boys, realizing they couldn't handle him. Dugu Jian called his leader. Lu Hao immediately came to the rescue. The boys decided that since the leader had come, they could rest and watch. Manhwa considered Lu Hao to be another one of those who didn't know his limits. But Lu Hao managed to interrupt his attack and decided to teach the guy a lesson. Manhwa was amazed by Lu Hao's skills. It didn't look like the strength of a 6th-level Huang Jirel person. Lu Hao had what Manhwa thought was impossible, and much more besides. It was said that the highest bloodlines could fight beyond their level, and it seemed like Manhwa needed to seriously work on himself. Manhwa began to explain to Lu Hao that the difference between the Huangji kingdom and the Diji kingdom was not just one character. Manhwa decided to show the boys the true power of the Diji kingdom. Everyone thought that after such a blow, Lu Hao would be destroyed, but the guy managed to repel Manhwa's attack, shocking everyone with his skills. Lu Hao decided to strike back at Manhwa, and he was defeated by a guy from the Huangji state. Lu Hao handed Dugu Jian and Guchan some things, and explained that if they used them, their wounds would heal after a while. Guchan was shocked to see that it was the zhu fruit, a medicinal herb of the Yulin clan. Dugu Jian thought that this plant should only exist in books, and wondered where Lu Hao got it from. Lu Hao explained that it was a long story and promised to tell it later, but for now he suggested continuing to search for treasure in the animal forest. Deep in the animal forest, Guchin noticed some traces, and the boys assumed that someone had already been there. Lu Hao thought that there was some special power in this place, and asked for permission to use his divine sense to explore. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard, which said that his name was Tsai, and he was waiting for his betrothed to help him find his way in the martial art. Dugu Jian and Guchan were shocked by what was happening and could not understand what was happening. Lu Hao wanted to know where he was, but he heard someone's voice. The voice said that after 1,000 years, a qualified person had finally entered his mental space. The place where Lu Hao was a divine consciousness space created to store the consciousness of a divine creation. Lu Hao guessed that this man was the owner of the treasures in the beast forest, and he was absolutely right. The monument in front of this man's grave was a mental space formed by a fragment of his remaining consciousness. Before Lu Hao's arrival, a child named Xia Mutian was unable to figure out the secret of this place and destroyed it in a fit of anger. Xia Mutian was the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty. Lu Hao realized that foreign troops were also in this forest. The man explained to Lu Hao that this place was his treasure, but the boy shouldn't think that just visiting this space was everything. The man explained that the treasures were his martial arts that he would pass on, but many exploded and died during the transfer, unable to cope with the man's legacy. The man decided to enter Lu Hao's subconscious and check if he had enough strength for it. Lu Hao saw Guchun, Hua Daiki, Dugu Jian, and Master, who were tragically dying one after another before his eyes. This was the future that Lu Hao would have to face. He had the blood of a divine dragon in him, and because his battle path was too smooth, he acted recklessly. The man explained that if Lu Hao continued to act arrogantly, not only would he be unable to protect himself, but he would also destroy those around him. Lu Hao understood everything the man said and decided to cultivate while waiting for the right moment. The man's task was completed, and he said goodbye to Lu Hao. But the boy stopped him and asked where the promised treasures were. The man laughed and told Lu Hao that the treasures had long been in his mind, and he could gradually comprehend them himself. Seeing that Lu Hao had woken up, the boys immediately ran up to him and asked what had happened, because he had suddenly become heartless and frightened them. Lu Hao explained that he was fine, and that he seemed to have seen the martial arts god Qi. Lu Hao told the guys that he didn't get any treasures, but he had perfectly completed his 9th level of the Huangji realm. Lu Hao felt that something had changed within him, but he couldn't figure out what exactly. Suddenly, the blood prince of the great Xia dynasty demanded that Lu Hao give him the treasure, thinking that brats like them couldn't possibly possess such an artifact. Lu Hao realized that this was the guy the martial god had spoken of who had destroyed the stone tablet. Lu Hao explained to the guy that the treasure was in his head, and if he had the courage, he could try to take it. The guys noticed that this guy had a 7th level DG realm and the highest quality human imperial sword. It was said that the human emperor's sword could challenge the soul of a human emperor with an extremely ferocious body and sword technique. So Lu Hao knew that the fight would not be easy. Lu Hao remembered the words of the god of martial arts, that the boy already possessed the legacy of his martial arts and could briefly look into the future to confront the enemy. The prince thought that Lu Hao was frozen in fear before the power of his human emperor's sword. Now Lu Hao understood what Senior Chi's treasure was. He asked his friends to step aside and leave him alone with the prince. Dugu Jian began to understand that Lu Hao, like a mature martial artist, was deliberately attacking Xiao Munshin's weak points as if he knew his fighting style. Now Lu Hao could briefly look into the future, anticipate the enemy's next moves, and strike at vulnerable moments. In the heat of battle, Lu Hao's bloodline was boiling, allowing him to touch the edge of the Xianji realm. It seemed like the long-awaited breakthrough to the first level of the Xianji realm had arrived. It was not only Lu Hao's cultivation progress, but also his 9 golden dragon transformations had broken through to the 4th form. Despite the incredible difficulty of the fight, Lu Hao was able to defeat his opponent. The boys approached Lu Hao and noticed that his fighting style had become more mature, as if he had become a completely different person. Lu Hao explained that this was due to the treasures that Senior Chi had given him. The god of martial arts gave Lu Hao a martial way that allowed him to anticipate his enemy's movements and train twice as efficiently with half the effort. Lu Hao was amazed at how powerful the god's treasures were. The journey was very fruitful. Lu Hao not only obtained the martial heritage of the elder Qi, but also the human emperor's sword. However, suddenly the sword broke right in Lu Hao's hands, and the guide did not understand what was happening. It is said that the human emperor's sword is extremely proud, and if defeated, it will self-destruct before becoming a trophy. Lu Hao suggested that the boys forget about everything that happened and go back, since it was already quite late. As soon as Lu Hao returned to the pavilion, Yu Panwei met him to tell him some important news. Panwei showed Lu Hao the Howren Alliance badge and informed him that he and the other members had now joined the alliance. Suddenly, Biao burst into the room and told Lu Hao that they urgently needed to talk. The girl wanted to discuss Yin Ran from a Yi clan in the north of the country, who possessed a void bloodline and a natural physique that was the envy of martial artists. Although the Yi family's bloodline gives one the advantage of void power, it can also lead to death from backlash. Lu Hao began to understand that Biao was saying that Yin Ran might also pass away. The girl said that the founder of the Yi clan, Yi Zhitian, had created the 6 arts of great emptiness to treat this condition, but unfortunately, he was already dead. After his death, his consciousness entered the Valley of Immortal Seals, promising to clear the void for the Yi clan every 5 years. But when the Yi clan went for treatment the last time, they discovered that Yi Zhitian's consciousness had gone crazy. Now the ancestors believe that life ultimately means death, so they chose to remain in the void and gain eternal life with him. Although consciousness and emptiness may be immortal, this state is akin to a lost soul and no better than death. People don't want to end their lives like their ancestors who went mad in the void, but they haven't found a way to cure this backlash. If this continued, the girl's clan would perish. But she had just learned that Lu Hao could obtain the inheritance of the 7 Knights War God. The girl asked Lu Hao to go with her to obtain her ancestors' Great Void Art and save the lives of her clan. The texts say that the Great Art of Void is a powerful technique that can also become an opportunity for Lu Hao, and Yin Ran is a member of his alliance. Lu Hao promised the girl to accompany her on this journey, and she was overjoyed. Having reached the Valley of Immortal Seals, the girl showed the place where her ancestors' consciousness was sealed. Rumor has it that the Yi clan's progenitor was a top expert comparable to 7th Knight, and this mission might not be that easy. The boys decided to go into the cave and see what was going on. An hour after they entered, the girl noticed that they were very tired. She couldn't understand how it was that they hadn't left the cave yet, because when they had entered it hadn't seemed so long. Lu Hao also noticed that something was wrong. Since they had entered, it seemed to him that they were walking in place. Suddenly, they found themselves in a void area created by the girl's ancestor, and realized that the ancestor was attacking them. Suddenly, someone spoke to them, saying that the descendants of his clan had finally come looking for him. The voice suggested that the girl not to fight when her physical body dies, and he could give them eternal life by pulling her towards him. Lu Hao decided to first place Yin Ran in the Holy Mirror to hide her for a while. Lu Hao introduced himself to the clan's founder, Yi Zhitian, and explained that he was here to obtain the Great Void Art and save the lives of the clan members. The man thought that Lu Hao, who brazenly declared his mission, was trying to deceive him for the sake of the great art of emptiness, and decided to test whether the guy had any skills. Lu Hao didn't have time to dodge because the man was too fast, which was extremely bad for the guy. The girl in the mirror tried to calm Lu Hao down, not allowing anything to happen to the guy. The old man was not a celestial being, but he wanted to play at immortality, thinking that he could touch the girl's disciple. The old man's strength was like an ant in front of the girl's strength. The girl asked Lu Hao to use Taeyun's triple transformation along with mental strength to absorb the old man's consciousness and obtain the great art of emptiness. Lu Hao decided to listen to the girl and do everything as she said, but he couldn't do anything. It was the first time the guy tried to absorb such a powerful consciousness. The girl, seeing that Lu Hao was not coping, decided to help, but the guy refused to help. After trying hard, Lu Hao was able to absorb the old man's power and actually did it himself. Although Lu Hao had not yet fully mastered the great void art, he had at least inherited all of its power. Lu Hao asked if he could now treat Yinran and the rest of her clan members. The girl replied that Lu Hao could not only treat them, but also completely cure them, and they would no longer have to undergo treatment every 5 years. The next step is for Lu Hao to head to the Northern Territory to heal the Yinran clan. When they reached the clan in the Northern Territory, they were met by a girl who explained that the clan leader had spoken of great danger and had forbidden anyone to leave him. Everyone thought that she would not return after 6 months of absence. Lu Hao asked Yinran who it was. The girl replied that it was her half-sister. Yinrana was shocked by the news that the ritual had begun. This desperate measure involved sacrificing 3 people to absorb the empty power of one. 3 against 1. And the one absorbed would only live for another 10 years. Yinrana told her sister before leaving that she would bring back the great art of emptiness. Why didn't they wait for her return? The head of the Yihua clan said that the ritual had not yet begun. But did the girl who was afraid of death and left the clan really think that they would wait for her? Lu Hao knew that if the ritual hadn't started yet, it meant they still had time. The elder told the girl to disappear, but what if she really brought the medicine for everyone, the guy said. The chief explained that they had been trying to find a solution for 3 years, but had not found one, and would not rely on the girl. The leader ordered his students to maim the boys and then drive them out of the clan's territory. Lu Hao was certain that the leader did not have the skills to drive them out. The leader became very curious about who this boy was who dared to act like this on the territory of his clan. Yinrana dared to bring an outsider to eliminate Elder Hua, and now her sister is demanding their lives. But suddenly the head stood up and asked the girl to stop. All the students were shocked that their head was alive after such severe injuries. The leader knelt down in front of Lu Hao and explained to his disciples that it was thanks to him that the voids were cured. The leader asked his disciples to quickly bring a chair and invite Mr. Lu Hao inside. 5 days later, Lu Hao realized that the entire clan had been healed. Since everyone was healed, it was time for him to leave. The leader stated that they should pay him, since he saved their clan by healing it. The boss gave Lu Hao a dog, and he decided to ask why a dog. The leader stated that the dog should not be underestimated, because she is the wisest descendant of the heavenly dog clan, an ancient divine beast known for its ferocious strength that could swallow the moon whole. Although Huang Tian is small, he already possesses the strength of a 6th-order ferocious beast, comparable to a profound extreme martial artist. If Lu Hao can train Huang Tian well, he may become very fierce and even restore the powerful heavenly dog clan. In addition, the leader prepared a vein of Dixin stone for the boy to fully compensate him for his merits in saving their entire clan. The Dixin stones have been depleted after using Yao Guang's martial chi technique, so this replenishment would be very welcome. Lu Hao returned to the tower. Yinrana immediately began telling Biao how heroic the leader looked while helping her. Lu Hao hurried to ask Dugu Jian what had happened during his absence. Dugu Jian reported that he had found something that would interest Lu Hao. He explained that the great Xia family believed that the Lu family had destroyed their prince and wanted revenge on Lu. This had thrown the Lu family into chaos. Lu Hao's father's best friend, Lu Hai, wanted to make the boy disabled. Now Lu Hao realized that this man was planning to harm not only his parents. This man personally sent Lu Hao to Tian Koei City. It is said that he was also involved in the death of the boy's parents. Lu Hao's goal had always been to become stronger and then eliminate his enemy Lu Songshi. Now, even if the boy encountered his clan, he would have enough strength to fight. It was time to settle the score with Lu Songshi. Lu Hao asked Dugu Jian to continue managing the alliance while he went to the main tribe of the Lu family. Lu Hao found himself at the foot of Long Breath Mountain in a small town named after the Lu family. It was originally a small town where the ordinary Lu family lived, but now that the city has been destroyed, it seems like the Lu family has been attacked by the Great Xia. When Lu Hao's parents were killed, all the members of the Lu family turned a blind eye. Lu Hao didn't expect to find anyone in the city, but suddenly he saw his father's best friend dying. Lu Hao ordered the people who were trying to destroy that man to leave, because he himself wanted to destroy him. Suddenly, a ferocious beast of the Sixth Order, a devastated war elephant with the power of the extreme earthly kingdom, broke into the city. Lu Hao released his legendary divine beast, the Heavenly Dog, to show its true strength. The man knew that the boy wanted to destroy him, but he asked to be allowed to say a few words before he died, because he had something to say to Lu Hao. The man knew that Lu Hao hated him for helping Lu Songshi harm the boy's family, but he only did it to save his family. Lu Hao explained that his men had learned that the man had been training the people of Tian Kuei City to cripple the boy's fighting veins. The man didn't deny it, but wouldn't Lu Songshi only allow his enemy's son to live with his battle veins destroyed? The man held out the jade slips of life of the boy's parents. If they were not broken, it proved that they were still alive. The boy had seen the jade leaf of Lu Hao's parents' lives before. It was indeed possible that his parents were still alive. Lu Hao apologized to Uncle Hai, explaining that he did not understand why people had been persecuting him all these years despite his significant influence over the main family. The man explained that this was due to Grand Xia's attack and also the death of the old family leader. The Lu family was preparing to select a new leader for their clan. The man was one of the strong candidates for the position, as was Lu Songshi, but he wants to fail the Great Xia so that he will eliminate the man and ensure his own succession. How could he turn against him like that after all the help Master Lu Hao had given him? The boy promised that this time he would make sure that he would pay with his life. The master asked the boy not to be so impulsive, because Lu Songshi's faction was very strong, and the Great Xia's assassins were deliberately ignored. Lu Hao explained his power by saying that it goes beyond the deep extreme reality. The boy explained to his uncle that he had already decided everything, and all he needed to know was that he could destroy the old man. It may seem like the guy is in the deep extreme region, but in fact his strength is comparable to the heavenly extreme region. It was good that the main family had already started the competition in the Dragon Abyss to determine the next family head. Lu Hao can enter the battle as a candidate from his next generation master, as the head of the family evaluates the future potential of each branch. This is why there is a competition in the Dragon Abyss, where each branch recommends a member of the new generation to participate. The candidate who wins the competition will become the new head of the family, but Lu Songshi's eldest son, Luya, has the strength of the 7th level of the profound extreme realm. Lu Hao asked his master to calm down, because he knew what to do and how to be. All members of the Lu family gathered at the Abyssal Dragon Arena to choose the next head of the Lu family. The branches of the Lu family sent their next generation representatives to participate in the competition. The member who wins will become the new head of the family, Lu Sheng said. Luya and Lu Songshi's eldest son thought that in this competition, it might be their turn to become the leaders. Lu Sheng asked if all the branch representatives were there, and if so, he was ready to start the competition. No, the man answered the leader's question and explained that there was also his branch, Lu Hai's branch. The leader asked Lu Hai where he had been the last few days and why he had come so late. The master apologized to the great elder and said that he had some business to attend to. The great elder replied, adding that there was no point in keeping everyone waiting. The elder asked who his candidate was. Lu Hai recommends Lu Yingxiang's son, Lu Hao, who is already ready to participate in the competition. No one could believe that Lu Yingxian's son was still alive, as he had been missing for many years. Lu Songshi remembered giving the order to eliminate Lu Hao when he was on Tianqi Mountain, but how could he survive? Lu Hao had ruined Lu Songshi's plans when they forced the Jian sect during the 6th sect competition, so they would be more careful now. Lu Yi'er told the great elder that he remembered how Lu Hao was expelled by the family head, and how an outsider could participate in the competition. Lu Yi'er responded that the rules did not state that the candidate had to be from the main family. The elder stated that indeed, there was no violation of the rules on the part of Lu Hai's branch, and if everyone was ready, the competition would begin. The elder announced that the competition to choose the next family head in the Dragon Abyss had officially begun. Lu Songshi explained to his team that Lu Hao was the one who ruined his plans during the 6-sect competition, and he might have power, so he asked them to be careful. Lu Yi'er asked his father to calm down, because this time he would not only win the competition, but he would also personally destroy Lu Hao. After the competition started, Lu Yi'er had already defeated more than half of the branch disciples in less than half an hour. This guy was clearly not that simple. The guy set a fighting record at his usual level and defeated 9 people. No one expected that Lu Yingxiong's son would have such strength, and it seems that he should not be underestimated, as he seems to be stronger than Lu Yi'er. Lu Hao's fighting record was higher than Lu Yi'er's, and it seemed like he could even win the championship, since the guy's lowest record was 10 people. Everyone only praised Lu Hao, but how dare he steal Lu Yi'er's attention? The guy thought and declared that he would torment him even more. The elder stated that the competition would go to a final, in which only 2 would remain. The final battle will be between the Lu Hai and Lu Songshi branches, the great elder declared. Lu Yi'er instantly vowed to show the arrogant Lu Hao the true gap between them. The disciples realized that the boy had started with a deep attack from the extreme realm of the battle dragon halberd, and it seemed that Lu Hao was in danger. But Lu Hao, without waiting for the right moment, blocked Lu Yi'er's attack with only his spirit shield. Seeing that the boy couldn't handle the random blow, Lu Hao realized that the Lu family was indeed getting weaker. Lu Yi'er was furious. How could that guy act so arrogantly in front of him? He was just a low-born outsider and had no right to act like that. But the guy had no right to force him to act arrogantly, Lu Hao thought. Lu Hao decided to tell everyone the truth. He is not participating in the competition to win, but to torment Lu Yi'er a little, and then Lu Songshi. Lu Songshi asked the boy to calm down. This was just sparring, and he was being too rough. Was he really going to destroy his son? But when Lu Songshi harmed his parents, he didn't think he would be too cruel. Lu Hao will make Lu Songshi feel real pain. There was once an ancestral rule in the Lu family. Whenever they saw a real dragon, everyone had to kneel down. The elder stated that indeed, there was an order and all members of the Lu family must bow before the divine dragon. The elder asked everyone to pay tribute to the real dragon and honor him. Seeing that Lu Songshi was not kneeling, Lu Hao decided to ask why he was not showing respect. Lu Songshi still knelt down, but he didn't understand how this guy had the power of the divine dragon spirit, and whether he had actually comprehended it. Lu Hao declared to his relatives that he returned to the main family not to show off, but to reveal the truth about his parents' death. Many years ago, the boy's parents wanted to buy the sacred dragon spirit plant from Lu Songshi to help awaken the boy's fighting veins when he was still young. But not only did Lu Songshi sell them a fake, he also pretended to be the leader and expelled them. Lu Songshi said that the guy's words were just empty talk and asked him to show evidence. The boy's uncle said that he had been with Lu Songshi for many years, and over the years, many of his crimes had accumulated. He had prepared evidence against him. Everyone knew about Lu Songshi's deeds, and the elder decided to ask if he had really committed all these crimes. Lu Songshi asked the great elder not to believe these empty talkers, because he had always been the most exemplary. But the elder said that the evidence was irrefutable, and if anyone had done evil, they must be punished. Lu Sheng, at the peak of the extreme heaven realm, explained that Lu Songshi must atone for his sins by dying. Uncle Lu Hao stopped the elder and explained that Lu Hao had already secured the position of the head of the family, and according to the rules, he was entitled to a reward. The elder asked Lu Hao if he wanted to use his privilege, since it actually allowed him to fulfill one request. Lu Hao agreed with the great elder's words and stated that he wanted to take advantage of the privilege and challenge Lu Songshi to a duel. If Lu Hao destroyed Lu Songshi, it would look like he was acting on the elder's orders, but if Lu Songshi destroyed him, he would be exempted from the death penalty. Lu Songshi thought very well. Privilege should not be neglected, he said, and added in the end that Lu Hao gave him a chance to be vindicated. Lu Songshi used his heavenly extreme realm technique. Uncle was worried about Lu Hao and asked him to be careful, because Lu Songshi was planning to release his full power. This is Lu Songshi's move, a forbidden technique of the Lu family. Dragon saliva is a deadly poison that few can resist, because once it hits someone, they die immediately. After seeing Lu Songshi's killer move, Lu Hao decided to show what he was capable of. After using his technique, realized that he couldn't move and didn't understand what was going on at all. Since Lu Hao had already prepared for a life-or-death duel, did Lu Songshi really think that he would leave him alone? Lu Hao vowed to make Lu Songshi pay for what he did to his parents and for trying to completely wipe him off the face of the earth. Lu Hao mentally turned to his parents and explained that their business was coming to an end. All Right stated that since Lu Hao won the match against Lu Hai, according to the rules, Lu Hai would be the new head of the family from now on. Uncle asked Lu Hao to be careful and not to be deceived by the great elder's impartial appearance, because he suspected that Lu Songshi's recklessness was not due to his leniency. But if they were really in collusion, Lu Hao would definitely not let the great elder go. The elder said that he had already restored his status as a member of the main family, and for now, he was the pinnacle of the new generation of the Lu family. Lu Hao praised the elder for his kindness and asked for permission to find out what he wanted from this junior. The elder explained that the strength of their Lu family was declining and there was no one like him among the younger generation. This time, everyone had seen the divine dragon bloodline, and for the sake of the future of the Lu family, he hoped that someone would take the time to record the method of awakening the divine dragon bloodline. As expected, this was a banquet with ill intentions, Lu Hao thought, and if he didn't write this down, he wouldn't be able to leave. The elder explained that the boy did not need to worry about being taken advantage of. If Lu Hao agreed to write, the elder would give him not only the Lu family's ancestral cauldron. The elder was also willing to give the guy the treasure map he had obtained by chance, and would even open the sacred land of the Dragon Abyss. The Dragon Abyss Sacred Lands is the Lu family's treasury. Every time it is opened, it consumes a huge amount of the Lu family's resources. It is extremely rare to be able to enter it, as it is filled with the fighting spirits left behind by the Lu family's ancestors, and this can greatly increase Lu Hao's strength. Lu Hao thanked the elder for his mercy and declared that for the sake of the future of the Lu family, he would faithfully record the divine dragon technique. Okay, the elder replied, noting that Lu Hao's contribution would be recorded in their family's history. Lu Hao didn't care about the future of the Lu family, but the old man who always interfered with Lu Songshi's affairs had to be punished. The sacred land of the Dragon Abyss that the boy was supposed to go to was supposed to open in 3 days. The sacred land is opened only once every 50 years. So why is it being opened now? The boy thought. Lu Sheng did indeed keep his word. But if Lu Hao's guess is correct, Lu Sheng is probably eagerly checking the technique he wrote down. Although Linkle Hai is now the king of pigs, the real power in the Lu family still belongs to Lu Sheng, and if something happens, his uncle will not be able to protect him. It looks like Lu Hao must quickly pass through the sacred land and leave the Lu family before Lu Sheng discovers a surprise. Inside the sacred land of the Dragon Abyss, a spiritual connection was being established, but suddenly everyone started to get headaches. Couldn't any of them endure all of this? Each of those stone pillars represents the fighting spirit left behind by the Lu family's ancestors, and if it is absorbed, it will greatly improve one's cultivation. And Lu Hao needed to hurry up and try everything on his own body. The fighting spirits in those ordinary stone pillars were too weak. They weren't even stronger than him and couldn't help him improve. It is said that when a stone pillar explodes, it means the fighting spirit inside has been defeated. Lu Hao was about to challenge the fighting spirit left by the Fallanders, but didn't he know that this was strictly forbidden in the family? After all, until now, whoever tried to resist it, the result was always death. This stone pillar was different from the previous ones, Lu Hao stated, and it seemed to be saying something to the guy. None of the boys understood what was going on, but the boys wondered if Lu Hao had angered his ancestor and was killed. Lu Hao never expected that it was then that he would be able to connect with the Lu family ancestor's fighting spirit. Thanks to the knowledge passed down by his ancestor, not only did Lu Hao's culture greatly increase, but he also learned about the origins of his clan. Countless thousands of years ago, The Lu clan was founded by an ancestor named Lu Xiaotian. At that time, the Lu clan was ruled by a powerful being, the dragon god, but the ancestor Lu Xiaotian sought freedom. He created the divine dragon bloodline and the ninefold golden dragon technique, reaching the martial god level. The ancestor then slew the dragon and conquered the gods, opening a new era for the Lu clan, allowing the Lu family lineage to continue. But the ancestor was not satisfied with this. He continued to grow, fight, and travel between realms, eventually becoming a top-level martial god. Did the ancestor rely on the divine dragon bloodline and the ninefold golden dragon technique to become a martial god? If this story is true, could it be that Lu Hao will also become a being capable of slaying dragons and gods like his ancestors? The elder began to realize that Lu Hao had done something wrong and had already begun searching for the boy. The great elder was informed that Lu Hao was the first to exit the Dragon Abyss sacred land and left the clan immediately after exiting a few days ago. This brat deceived the elder and escaped. Lu Hao gave the elder a fake technique. It was not only useless, but also greatly weakened his life force. The elder planned to declare Lu Hao as the main traitor of the clan and asked for an arrest warrant to be issued. Half a month later, in Fengzong City, the cauldron that Lu Hao received from Lu Sheng was quite decent, but the key information on the Tianwell Island treasure map was vague. HMF was not that generous, but fortunately, Lu Hao was careful and did not allow him to be tricked into giving up the divine dragon bloodline awakening technique. Now Lu Hao doesn't know where his parents are, so he will study the treasure map to find the treasures and become stronger by searching for clues about them. A girl approached Lu Hao and asked him to give her some food, and he gave her the whole plate, for which she thanked him. The guys sitting at the next table were unhappy that a beggar was allowed in, which spoiled their mood. If Lu Hao wants, he can go eat on the street with the beggars, the guys said, and asked him not to stay there, so as not to be a bomb on his eyes. The guys explained that they were from the Black Tiger mercenary group, and asked if they knew what happened to those who offended them. Everyone is eating, and can't anyone get along? Said Xiao Tian, a monk from the western regions. Twin assassins Lan Mei and Mei Lan said they couldn't stand it when someone prevented others from eating properly and asked the boys to let people eat in a calm atmosphere. The tavern owner, Lai Xiong HLA Lien, the innkeeper, offered everyone a drink on the house. The boys stated that it was too late for the lady boss to interfere, and for the sake of the dignity of their Black Tiger mercenary group, they decided to eliminate Lu Hao and the girl. The boys all decided to attack Lu Hao, and seeing that the girl was very scared, he decided to teach them. The girl decided to calm the guys down and suggested that they consider this quarrel between friends and calm down by drinking a little. The guys happily stopped the charade and made some peace, noting that the place was much better than making fun of each other over food. But the guys still got the monk hooked, saying that he was using words in a funny way and wondering if he was making fun of the monkey. Lu Hao continued to feed the girl and thought that if he had not managed to awaken his dragon bloodline, he would have been in a worse state now. The girl decided to approach the young hero and offer him wine, because all the heroes came to the city of Kongfeng just to try it. Watching all this from the side, the guys did not notice only one thing. They came there many times and made a fortune, but Klein never fed them like that. One of the guys is completely unclear what this young man did to win the favor of Klea's boss. The girl approached the guy in this way, wanting to attract his attention, but he said that you usually don't need hands to drink wine. A little later, the guy noticed that the girl was just an ordinary thief, hiding behind her beauty. The girl didn't understand at all why the guy hadn't been affected by her orchid mist and was still sane. It seemed like he wouldn't be easy to deal with. As she was leaving, the girl turned to the guy and said that if he had enough courage, he could come to her room in the evening. One of the guys thought he saw Lu Hao somewhere. His friend picked up on this information, saying that he had seen him somewhere too. The guys remembered that this was the same guy for whom the Lu family received an award. Later, the man said that he would definitely share his reward with those who help him, because even without a reward, getting on the side of the Lu family is a rare opportunity. The guys on Nevsky, without thinking, decided to pounce on him, in order to then hand him over to the Lu family. The guy sitting at the next table could no longer watch a group of people attack one person. The guy wanted to help Lu Hao, but the girl sitting next to him said that the guy didn't need his help at all. Well, if the guys wanted that reward so badly, the guy decided to see if they had something useful. The monarch admitted that if he couldn't defeat Lu Hao in a one-on-one fight, then the people on his team would be able to do it. How can this man want a generous reward when he's already shaking like a leaf after just warming up? The guy hit the monarch with such force that he flew to the side and decided to check with the other guys if they still wanted to get that award. Rumors quickly spread throughout the city that the traitor Lu Hao, who had been given a bounty by the Lu family, would be fighting the crowd alone, and that this would take place in the forest outside the city. In the forest outside the city, all the bounty hunters of the Lu family gathered to catch Lu Hao. One of the guys said that Lu Hao was a traitor because he betrayed his oath by destroying his kinsmen, and his atrocities were known far and wide. Even without a reward, no one would leave him alone. But, shutting everyone's mouths, Lu Hao offered them a fight. Lu Hao said that everyone there looked at him with hunger, but feared his strength, and they were truly a bunch of hypocrites. Delaying the process would only waste time, but they could finish it fairly quickly. Lu Hao declared that he would fight blindfolded in the first round, and asked who would attack him first. Some of the guys thought that Lu Hao was quite manly, which was impressive because he was not at all like the one on the poster. The girls said that the truth was always in his hands, and perhaps the Lu family had ulterior motives in making up excuses to capture him. Suddenly, a guy came out and declared that his 10 brothers would be the first to appear before Lu Hao. These 10 brothers coordinate their actions in attack and defense, causing a lot of trouble because they really came to join the fun. The guy, not waiting for the attack of the 10 brothers, decided to strike the first blow himself. Some were shocked that the guy could beat these 10 strange opponents even blindfolded. Some people thought that Lu Hao wanted to gain a position for himself, and he promised that one day he would teach the boy to do good deeds and chant the scriptures. One of the guys decided to ask the monarch where he got the information that Lu Hao had such intentions. The monarch explained that he had unlimited power and could naturally look into people's hearts. If anyone wants to learn this, they must shave their heads and enter the monastic path. Suddenly, some guys ran into the hall and asked to allow their blood union to talk to them. It was actually the Blood Alliance, and it seemed like Lu Hao was in very big trouble now. The Blood Alliance is accustomed to using dark magic, striking in strange and unexpected ways. The boys explained to Lu Hao that he could be proud of being destroyed by their leader. After Lu Hao destroyed the leader of the Blood Alliance, he decided to ask the guy what he was saying because it was too loud and he didn't hear. The monarch increasingly realized that this guy named Lu Hao really was funny. Suddenly, a man from the Black Tiger mercenary group jumped out in front of the guy, who immediately recognized that the one standing in front of him was the same Lu Hao for whom the reward was set. And suddenly some guys started telling the deputy leader of the mercenaries, Black Yuan, that in front of him stood the guy who looked down on their mercenary corps. Suddenly the monarch stood in front of Lu Hao and offered the boy his help, because he noticed that he was a little tired. Lu Hao explained to the boys that they had just met, but he appreciated their kindness. However, he was not tired. It was just that his Shao sword was not sharpened. The enemy, who could still be considered a worthy opponent, made Lu Hao feel a little impatient. And now that Lu Hao's identity had been exposed, any sign of hesitation could lead to even more trouble. Even the deputy leader of the Black Tiger Corps mercenaries was worried. He thought that even if the reward from the Lu family went to someone else, it would be worth it. What a brave boy, the villain thought, believing that Lu Hao was just asking for trouble. It was obvious to the deputy leader that Lu Hao was not an ordinary person. Deciding to attack, he rushed at the boy. Lu Hao noticed that the deputy had incredible strength, but even that couldn't stop him. Those watching the battle were shocked by the deputy's blows. They understood. Even if Lu Hao did not die, he would be completely isolated. The deputy told Lu Hao that if he laid down his weapons and kneeled, he might soften the blows. Lu Hao said that these were big words, but the deputy was not someone he should mess with, and threw him away. Lu Hao explained to those watching that although the deputy had strength, he was too arrogant, and this doomed him to failure. Without thinking twice, Lu Hao destroyed the deputy, claiming that he had brought this disaster upon himself. No one present could believe that Lu Hao was able to defeat the deputy leader of the Black Tiger Corps mercenaries so easily. One of the spectators admitted that Lu Hao had already changed his perception of strength 3 times, and now no one would dare to provoke him. A stranger appeared with a little girl in his arms and threatened Lu Hao that if he did not give in, the girl would be harmed. The stranger threw the girl, but Lu Hao deftly caught her. The stranger noted that Lu Hao had successfully defeated the blood demon from the ghost family, but then stated that Lu Hao was too careless and was now suffering from his blood seal. The stranger explained that the blood hook technique acted like a curse, and those who fell under its influence experienced excruciating pain, as if thousands of maggots were gnawing at their bones. Lu Hao actually felt unbearable pain, as if thousands of insects were devouring his meridians. The stranger told Lu Hao that the Lu family had offered a generous reward for him, but he himself was more interested in the treasures that Lu Hao had. Since Lu Hao continued to resist, the stranger decided it was time to send him to his blood brothers. But suddenly the monarch appeared and stopped the attack, saying that the young man was still too young, and if he saw too much violence, his mind could be warped. The monarch handed the child over to his people and instructed them to look after him. At that moment, the stranger tried to hit the monarch from behind, but he was ready to attack. The monarch noticed that the stranger was frightened and invited him to follow him if he dared. Lu Hao was still suffering from the curse, but decided that he needed to deal with the monarch first. One of those present suggested taking advantage of Lu Hao's weakened state from the blood curse. The warriors from Blue Charm declared that they would protect Lu Hao at any cost. The girl from the looking glass also realized that Lu Hao had fallen under the effect of the bloody hook of the Blood Alliance's deadly technique. She explained that this technique could only heal non-fatal wounds and gave Lu Hao some advice. Lu Hao began to recover his strength and thanked the girl for her help. Suddenly, he felt a familiar sensation and wondered, could this be another breakthrough? One of the enemies noted that although Blue Charm's powers were considerable, there were two of them, and they would not be able to fight against them all. But suddenly Lu Hao came to his senses, throwing all the enemies aside, declaring that this time he would spare no effort. The monarch noted that Lu Hao's murderous aura was incredibly strong and offered to help him find peace. One of the enemies, who had not heard the monarch before, suggested that he might be on the enemy's side and stated that if he stopped fighting, he would be allowed to capture Lu Hao and claim the reward. The monarch replied that he was not interested in material goods, but by helping the enemy find peace, he could earn merit. The angry stranger accused the monarch of forcing him to act, are known for their cruelty. They even have a technique that could drive a person to self-destruction. One of the warriors used the forbidden technique of reversing the sky and the sun, which could destroy the entire forest. However, his army self-destructed, and Lu Hao declared that it was time to settle the score. The enemy was shocked when he realized that Lu Hao was able to get rid of his blood mark. Lu Hao declared that he would personally send the enemy on his final journey. With one swing of his hand, Lu Hao destroyed XLE Wushan, stunning everyone present. The guy got angry and told the bald monarch that it was he who forced him to do this, and everything that happens next will not be his fault. The Blood Alliance are known for their ruthlessness and cunning. They are said to have a technique that can drive a person to self-destruction. Even if this means destroying 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own, it will still be considered a success. XLE Wushan decided to use the forbidden technique of reversing the sky and sun, which could turn the entire forest into ruins. He then used the 9 turns golden dragon technique, the 5th move of which was called Dragon Devours the Sky. However, he soon noticed that his self-destructing army had been devoured by Lu Hao, who declared that it was time to settle the score. Could be that Lu Hao really got rid of my blood mark? XLE Wushan thought. If so, then things are bad. Lu Hao smiled and offered XLE Wushan that he would personally see him off on his final journey. With one wave of his hand, Lu Hao destroyed XLE Wushan, shocking everyone present. Lu Hao addressed the remaining people, stating that the Lu family had slandered him in order to obtain his divine dragon blood. He explained that he did not intend to explain his actions, but wanted everyone to know the truth through battle. Lu Hao, who was considered a traitor by the clan, declared that those who tried to destroy him would receive no mercy. Suddenly, the monarch noticed that he was lucky to be away, otherwise his life would be in danger. Lu Hao thanked the 3 guys who helped him in difficult times. The monarch told Lu Hao that he should not be so polite. He noted that Lu Hao had great wisdom and asked if he would like to follow him. Lu Hao refused, citing that he still had business in this world. One of the boys accused the monarch of being a fraud, instead of minding his own business, and of misleading people into becoming monarchs. The boys noticed a certain treasure spot and the monarch remembered the legend of an ancient sect in Kongfeng City, where treasures were said to have been hidden since ancient times. One of the guys decided to go inside the dungeon to explore it, ordering the others to wait outside. Much time passed, but the boy still did not return, and his comrades began to worry. Lu Hao consoled them, saying that Mylan had excellent skills and was probably fine, but if he didn't come back soon, they would all go look for him together. The monarch, however, noted that if Mylan was indeed in trouble, their attempt to help might be too late. One of the boys didn't want to believe the monarch's words, but wondered if his legend would be true or if he had simply deceived them to lure his brother into a trap. The monarch reassured them, saying that their brother would soon come out. He just decided to joke, seeing their excitement. Lu Hao noticed that the monarch might have been trying to provoke Mylan, but soon he actually came out of the dungeon. The boy ran up to his brother and asked why it was taking him so long, since everyone was already starting to worry. Mylan said that he had found the old city of the sword capital, but his brother did not believe him at first. The boy then explained to Lu Hao that inside there really were treasures from the long-forgotten city of the sword capital. He showed Lu Hao a map of the city and suggested that they explore it together, since the two of them did not have enough strength. Lu Hao was surprised that he was invited to such a place. It was an ancient sect that once rivaled the Dancian sect, but was destroyed by a disaster. One of the guys noted that although the monarch knows a lot, it could just be rumors, since he collected information bit by bit during his travels. Lu Hao promised that if they needed his help, he would not hesitate, but he did not want to interfere for now. Lu Hao became curious about who Mylan and Lan Mei were and how they got the map. One of the guys explained that their ancestors were students of the sword capital, and this map was passed down in their family. 5 years ago, when treacherous ministers seized power, the brother's father ordered a copy of the map to be made in order to strengthen his power. The father himself led the expedition, but a month later news came that he and his guards had disappeared, and power in the empire had passed to the insidious general. The boy always believed that their father's disappearance was not accidental. It allowed the general to create chaos, hide the theft of the map, and control the palace. According to the information the boy had gathered, their father was last seen in Kongfeng City, so he left the palace to continue his investigation. The boy asked his brother why he had never told him this, and if he had not secretly followed him, would he have continued to hide it from him? The brother replied that he did not want to involve him in this, but since he had already followed him, now he would have to participate. But Lu came up and asked him which kingdom they were from. He understood that in this region there were 4 kingdoms, Dayan, Lulan, Daxia, and Shengwu, but he had never heard of such a change of power in any of these kingdoms. The boy replied that they were not from this region. They were from the northern region, the kingdom of Lanling. Lu thought that although he looked rather cold, he was actually a person who valued his loved ones and justice, just like he wanted to find his parents. And he also left his hometown to find his father and protect his younger brother. Lu thought about it and said that he agreed to go with them. The guy took it as kindness and thanked them. But one of the monks said that he also wanted to go with them, and he hoped that they didn't mind. Lu also agreed and replied that he could go with them too. As he went down the tunnel, the guy looked at the map and went down with fear. The guy told the others that he had a map, so they would only follow him. The guy looked at the map and going down said that after the incense stick, there's a building, and seeing it, he said that here they are in the City of Swords. The monk told the boy that it turned out he had a talent for getting into such places. The boy replied that he had already come down here, so it was easier this time. And passing through these gates, they will find themselves in the square of the City of Swords. Let them be extremely careful. Suddenly, the youngest stepped on the trap, and everything immediately started shaking. Everyone was immediately scared by this. Lu started shouting that everything was falling apart here. Junior looked around and asked where these swords came from. Looking up at the sky, they saw swords, and Lu said there were so many of them. The guy replied that there was nothing like that on the map, and he thinks that his brother accidentally stepped on something and activated the mechanism. The younger one was happy and told everyone to listen to him. The younger one said that maybe these swords were left behind by the students of the Sword City when they practice fencing, and it would be great for them to practice here too. The monk immediately approached him and said that if he really wanted to understand fencing, he could turn to him for advice. The younger one asked what kind of swordsman he was. Had he ever held a sword in his hands? And he thought he could figure it out better himself. The monk accepted everything and replied that the younger one may not believe him. But Lu sensed something and said that he felt the sword's intent strongly. And I saw that the march from the sword looked chaotic, as if thousands of people had cut them at the same time. But it seemed that they were left by one person. The destructive intent of the sword can enlighten some people and drive others crazy. The monk asked Lu if he needed help. Lu accepted his offer and replied that he was not against his help. The younger asked him if he really believed this monk. The monk was delighted and shouted with delight that finally someone believed in him. Let him look carefully. The monk used his ability and saw his energy transfer to the sword. Lu was very surprised at this moment and saw how these swords react. The monk gave it his all to show his abilities, and everyone stood with their mouths open and watched. Lu asked in surprise, "What is this?" The monk shouted at him to use his spiritual energy faster. Lu heard his request and agreed, and immediately after that, he used his spiritual energy. Lu rose into the sky and saw a human form. He asked him who he was, and he understood that this was the space where his consciousness had entered. But the fiery form decided to show itself and used a sword destruction attack. Soon everything was destroyed. Lu didn't understand at first, because the sword light turned into hundreds of sword chi. Junior came to him and asked if he was okay. Lu kept muttering and saying that 1 turns into 2, and 2 turns into 3. The younger one didn't understand what was happening and asked him why he was standing like that. Was he crazy? But Lu shouted that 3 makes everything. Lu immediately pulled out his blade and said that this was the sword's intent, and now he understood everything. The younger one asked in surprise, "What?" "That everything comes from one. All paths lead to the same place, just expressed differently." Lu decided to use his abilities and started to deliver devastating attacks. The guy looked and said that he thought the place was rising. Junior asked Lu what he had just done. Why did everything suddenly start shaking and rising? The monk came up and said that as he himself expected, Lu was not an ordinary person. Lu asked, "What was that just now?" The monk replied that it was a vision of the past. The great cause and effect mantra can reveal the past and future for tens of thousands of years, having no analogs in the world. Can he see the past and the future? And can he see his future? He immediately thought, could this monk have the divine foresight of the god of war? The monk replied that his future would be filled with endless slaughter. His brothers and loved ones, one after another, they would die, and they will die right before his eyes. Lu wondered why the future he was talking about matched the one he had seen with the god of war, and is it possible that he is still on the wrong path? Lu began to get angry and asked the monk to tell him what else he saw. Could he change it somehow? The monk replied that the Buddha had told him that this could not be spoken of. Lu had asked him to tell him everything, but after that Lu immediately passed out and lay unconscious. Junior kept shouting at him all this time to wake up. Having opened his eyes a little, he saw and heard everything. The younger one asked his brother why he didn't wake up. The boy answered that he had already opened his eyes. Lu asked if he had passed out. Junior hugged him and shouted that he was awake, and asked if he knew how long he had been out. The boy told his brother to stop shaking him. If he continued like that, he would pass out again. The younger one asked him if he had seen that monk before he lost consciousness. He had disappeared as soon as they entered. Lu replied that no, it was all quite chaotic, and they split up. In any case, they needed to move on. The younger one said that's exactly it. And with the departure of that annoying monk, it finally became quiet here. The guy only understood that the monk was not simple. Just like Lu Hao. After the first room, they went into the large hall. Junior said that it looked like there had been a fierce battle here. A battle no less intense than what they had seen outside. The guy told Lu that if they went through this hall, they would get to the secret archive. Everything they were looking for should be there. Lu said okay and suggested they move on. Having reached the secret archive, the boy said that here it is. The younger one was happy and ran shouting that we need to go in quickly. But at the last moment, the boy told his brother to stop. But it was too late because he activated the trap again. Lu asked what kind of formation it was. The guy replied that it was most likely a great guardian formation. And the secret archive is the most important place in the City of Swords. He heard that there used to be not only guards here, but also a defensive formation. It seems to be true. Lu told the guy that his ancestors were disciples of the Sword City. Does he know where the formation core is? The guy replied that he didn't know, but he thought he could guess, but he couldn't see it yet. And judging from the energy he had just released The formation had not weakened at all, despite all these years. Lu thought that for the formation to work, it must have a core, runes, and a core. Usually, to break the formation, you need to start from the core. It is not clear where the core is here. Junior got angry and said it was a curse. They had come all this way for nothing? Wouldn't they end up in the secret archive? The guy replied that their ancestors wouldn't leave a dead end for their descendants. There should be a clue here. Lu said there was no need to worry so much. Junior asked him if he had found the core. Lu asked back, who said that to destroy the formation you need to find the core, and decided to use his abilities. But the guy shouted that it was not necessary. Let him stop. If he were to force his way through, it would cause a response. But Lu was not afraid and decided to use his sword to destroy the seal and enter the archive. Junior said things were bad and shouted at him to run away. But Lu said everything was fine. He had figured out the formation. The guy said that he couldn't handle the Great Guardian formation alone. So they decided to help him. Lu said that when one sword strikes, 1,000 swords follow. And he released a whole stream of energy onto the seal. The younger one saw this and told his brother to look. The boy replied that he really did it. But suddenly someone started laughing from behind and said that someone had actually broken this formation. What luck! They had been looking for so long and so hard. But they had found him without any trouble. Suddenly dark energy spilled out from the seal. The guys immediately turned to Lu Hao. Suddenly the stranger said that the two of them must be descendants of the City of Swords, and their friend was captured in his bone umbrella. The stranger said that in half an hour he would already turn into a pool of blood. The younger one asked what? The stranger replied, and as for the two of them, if they don't want to repeat the fate of their friend, then they should be kind enough to get out of here. Junior took out his sword and told them to stop talking. He would cut him to pieces. The stranger replied that he was overestimating himself and ordered the others to kill them all. But the guys were not simple and were ready to fight to the last, and even killed one of the enemies. The enemy said they were useless idiots and shouted at them to kill them all. There were so many of them, and they still couldn't handle two brats. And if they can't even handle them, he'll personally finish them all off. And he ordered them to surrender right now, and maybe he'll let them live. The younger one asked him, does he think they are afraid to die? If he has enough courage, then let him attack them himself. His sword can't wait to taste his blood. The stranger told his men again to finish them off. But the boy came to the defense of the younger one and decided to fight them. The stranger saw the upstart's death before him, and mocking him, he shouted for him to die. The boy, seeing a strong attack, did not know how to deal with it. But Junior came to the defense and decided to cover his brother with his body. The guy realized that he wouldn't have time to save him and shouted the name of his brother Lan Mei at the end. But in a moment, suddenly everything began to change, and fiery energy completely covered the Dark One. The stranger was surprised and asked. Lu said that he had broken through, and he had risen to the second extreme heavenly stage. And that was not bad. The younger shouted that Lu Hao was fine. He thought he would turn into a pool of blood. Lu replied that before they entered, he noticed that the blood stains at the entrance were of varying freshness, and some had not yet dried, indicating that there had been a large-scale massacre here recently. And yet it was quite clean, as if someone had specially cleaned it up. So he was on guard and prepared. And by the way, his precious treasure turned out to be too weak. He just slightly warmed it up. The stranger said he was a damn brat. Not only did he destroy the precious bone umbrella, and now he's talking such arrogant nonsense. The stranger shouted that they would all attack together. The younger one told Lu to be careful. Lu asked in surprise all at once. He was getting excited. He stood there and told them to give it their all. Let them try harder. The enemies tried to break his defense in different ways. The younger one told his brother that it seemed that they were worrying in vain again. The enemies started saying that they can't do it anymore, and their hands seemed like they're about to fall off. And this barrier is like a steel wall. Lu started laughing and asked them if they were tired already, and did they know what he hated the most? He certainly says that unity is good, but weren't there too many of them attacking him? The enemies began to run away and asked the leader for forgiveness because they couldn't handle him. The guy asked the stranger, is he trying to escape, right? The stranger realized that they noticed him, but the guy didn't leave him just like that, and after killing him, he said what a man carries is what he will reap. But Lu looked and said, something is wrong here. The guy asked him what he was talking about, Lu replied, "Doesn't he think this mercenary leader is too weak? And he is too weak to be at the 5th extreme heavenly stage," and pulled the mask out of his face. Lu immediately asked, "Where's Lan Mei? Where is he?" But Junior replied that he found some kind of seal here. The boy shouted to the younger one to stop. It was dangerous. But suddenly something exploded in the house, and the younger one flew out of the window. The boy caught his brother and saved him. But Lu didn't stop there and jumped into the house to find the enemy. Lu walked inside the secret tome pavilion and looked under the table to see a book lying there. The enemy immediately pounced on him and was ready to kill him because he had put him in an awkward position. Lu said that it seemed like the respected mercenary leader not only enjoyed torturing children, but also enjoyed these vile attacks. But Lu did not stop and repelled all his attacks, and even broke the enemy's weapon into small pieces. The enemy got angry and told him that he was a brat. Had he completely forgotten his place? He was always getting in his way and ruining his plans. And the enemy took all his will into his fist and said that he would simply finish him off. And he attacked him immediately with his swords. Lu wasn't afraid of anything and simply used his blade at the last moment and destroyed all of his attacks. But at the last moment, he stopped and thought, why did these shadows from the spears multiply the more he hit them? Lu asked, does he really think that he has never encountered such skills before? Using clones to fight against an illusionary spear is pure stupidity. He realized that this was an illusion. Attacking without a strategy and relying on brute force would achieve nothing. He had to find the source of these copies, said he had no more time to play with him. It was time to send him to meet Yama. Lu stood his ground and looked at him carefully and said, "What have you found?" The enemy wondered why his smile made his hair stand on end, even when he was on the verge of death. Lu said that he had to end this once and for all now, and used his attack to kill him. The enemy was surprised that he had just pierced his illusory spear, but when he saw the yellow light in front of him, he realized that he was finished. The attack was so strong that he couldn't even cope with it, and the fire beam hit his body. And so, outside the pavilion of secret folios, the guy held his younger brother in his arms. The younger one said that he really looked like himself when he was little, crying after being beaten, and hiding in his arms. The boy said he would get him out of here, and they would find a doctor. The younger one said no, just let his brother listen to him. The younger one told his brother that ever since they were little, he always gave him trouble. Even this time, coming here, he still made him nervous. But today he doesn't think he was that stupid. Let him see what it is. The guy replied that it was the Qilin seal. But didn't he activate it? The younger one replied that he had activated it. It was a fake, and this was the real thing. He never thought that he would be useful today. Doesn't he think that he should praise his younger brother? The boy turned to the younger one and said that he was very weak now and should stop talking nonsense. The younger brother replied to his brother that Lu was very strong. He could not do it alone. Let him not force himself. When he was gone, he could help him ascend the throne. And suddenly Lu came and asked since when he agreed to help him take the throne. The younger replied that his brother behaved harshly, but he was soft-hearted. If only he could help him take the throne and restore peace to the Lanling kingdom. In the future, he would definitely help him. The boy got angry and told the younger one to stop talking, but the younger one was badly injured and immediately started coughing up blood. The guy told the younger one to hold on. He would take him to the doctor right now, but Lu opened his arms and told him to calm down. But the boy was scared and told him to go to the road. Lu said that the younger's spine was shattered and his internal organs were covered in shrapnel. If he carried him now, he would definitely die. The boy realized that he couldn't save his brother. But Lu decided to help him and used his powers to lift the younger one into the air. Lu told the boy not to worry and maybe he could save him. And he had to use his powers. The boy was surprised that Lu's blood was filled with such powerful life energy. Lu understood that since he had perfected the Taiyin technique, it seemed to him that even his blood had life energy. It was incredible. 15 minutes later, Junior came to his senses and opened his eyes. The boy was surprised and asked if he was awake. Lu said that the younger boy was seriously injured. His blood only saved his life for a while. When he woke up, he would need proper rest. Lu actually thought that giving him some of his blood would drain him, but he doesn't feel any discomfort. Lu asked the boy what he was planning to do next. He replied that there must be a group of mercenaries who had some plans for the Lonling Kingdom and were waiting here to strike. And in the end, in the City of Swords, what everyone covets most is the 7 great swords. Lu asked in surprise, the 7 great swords? The boy replied that yes, a city of swords. A city built and maintained by swords. But as for the 7 great swords, he had only come across market information. He only knows that these are swords of great power, crafted by the city's finest blacksmiths. However, their appearance and true power are still shrouded in mystery, and many records related to the 7 great swords have not survived. And to this day, no one knows what danger lurks within them. Were there not even rumors? The guy answered that there were none. And that's the strangest thing. They only say that those who found the swords disappeared without a trace. Lu made a strange face and said he was curious. And suddenly the guy handed him a scroll. Lu asked what he was doing. The guy replied that he was going to try to find them himself, but Danmei was still unconscious and needed care. It seemed like he had a better chance of finding them. So what did Lu Hao think? How could he refuse? And decided to take the scroll without any reason or concern. Lu then went on searching and wondered how many remains were scattered here. The methods of the killers were truly ruthless. Of course, it was no surprise that even from a distance he could sense the murderous intent in the air. But standing in front of one of the rooms, he decided that he needed to see what was there. And without hesitation, but he felt that there was clearly no one here. But why did he feel for a moment that someone was watching him and thought that perhaps he had just imagined it? Inside the mansion of the city Lodra, a council was being held. The warrior began to laugh and said that this series of killings was truly exciting. But time was running out. He suggested that maybe they should take the 7 swords to Kongfeng City and decide what to do next. Zhuo replied that it sounded reasonable. But, elder brother, are you planning to leave right now? The right guard of the bloody mercenaries replied he heard that the mercenaries had a lot of people this time. If they encountered them and they tried to take the swords, there might be trouble. Zhuo said that was logical, but as for the 7th sword, they haven't decided who will take it yet. The right guard of the bloody swords suddenly tried to take the sword, but suddenly energy covered it. The warrior asked, "What's going on? Is their sword flying away?" Lu grabbed him and replied that these swords had no owners. But if they were killing innocents just to get these swords, wouldn't that be unacceptable? Jiao started shouting and asking, "Where did this brat come from? He dares to say such nonsense." The right back pointed and told them to bring him his head. Lu said that they were too arrogant and immediately decided to engage in a fight with them to finish them off once and for all. But the right back and the left back felt that he had such a powerful killing intent. Lu walked up to them and saw that the 2 main guys had escaped. The right back said that he didn't expect that guy to be so strong, and fortunately, they reacted quickly, otherwise they would have been buried with the rest. The left back told his older brother that they were the elite of bloody mercenaries. How can they let this brat make them run? Why don't they go back and confront him face to face? The right defender asked in surprise, "Fight him? If he wants to go back, let him give him his 3 swords, and he can go back himself. They already have 6 swords." The left back replied that he was just a boy. How strong could he be? He and his brother together. How could they handle him? But suddenly, unexpectedly, the left back started bleeding. The right back was surprised and asked. Lu said he might not be very strong, but he had enough strength to deal with ruthless bastards like them. The right defender asked how he caught up with them so quickly, and with one blow of his sword, he was able to kill their juniors who were at the 4th extreme heavenly stage. Lu told him to hand over the swords. If the swords fall into the hands of unprincipled people like them, the world will be plunged into even greater chaos. The right defender replied, "Good. A wise man does not fight when all the odds are against him. And if he wants the swords, he will give them to him." But after that he decided to attack unexpectedly and said that the stranger may be strong, but he is too arrogant, and now he'll see how he dodges his spear. Lu looked at the spear and saw it coming towards his face. But at the last moment, the right back was very surprised because his attack did not work. He asked, "How is this possible?" No one had ever blocked his surprise attack so easily. Lu didn't waste any time and charged his fist. His blow was so powerful that his fist pierced the right back's body, killing him instantly. Lu said he didn't want to start more bloodshed here, but he left him no choice. Lu immediately took all the swords from him and lined them up in front of him. He understood that these 7 swords might seem like quite ordinary blades, but if you look closely, they really do have hidden power. And he believes that Lan Mei is already safe, and as soon as he leaves this place, it will be necessary to check on him. But suddenly, unexpectedly, someone pounced on him and attacked. Lu foresaw this, and said it was no wonder he felt like someone was watching him, and he had already noticed that there was some kind of consciousness flowing in that statue, which was definitely lifeless. And now, standing before him was the black demonic Tiger King, a 9th-level beast. Lu said that it was him. The spirit immediately said that if he was hit by his thunder energy, his soul would be destroyed on the spot. And he must be careful. The Tiger King immediately pounced on him with his claws, because he had to tear him to pieces. But suddenly a talisman appeared in front of him, who decided to help his owner. Lu said that it had been a long time since he had helped him. The talisman immediately transformed into a huge and ruthless wolf, who was ready to tear the king of tigers to pieces. Lu looked and said that this wind was just right, and perfect for his fire skills. The talisman managed to defeat him and brought the king's tail to the tiger. Lu was surprised and asked if he could bite off his tail, but the talisman immediately evaporated before his eyes. Lu asked, "Where is he going?" 15 minutes later, Lu ran after him and asked if this was the same square they had ended up in at the very beginning and why he had brought him here. Or does the talisman want to say that the Black Demon Tiger King is here? But a beast of this size is unlikely to be able to hide here. The mascot walked towards the statue and started barking. Lu asked if he had found anything, and suddenly he saw a cat in his teeth. Lu said that meant that the legends about people disappearing without a trace were mostly the work of his paws, right? And let him stop pretending to be cool. He doesn't even have a tail now. The lady suddenly appeared and spoke to Lu. She asked if he knew that the Black Demon Tiger King itself and the blood of the Black Demon Tiger King can change a person's physique. And its beast core contains pure energy. And the tiger's claws and bones can be used for the blood of weapons. And the tiger's unique soul is what his little dog will like. Lu asked, is it so valuable? But since he caught it, he was unlucky. But the lady decided to talk about stone swords. Lu said that when he first came to the ruins of the Sword City, with the help of a monk, he mastered the sword technique alone with everyone, using these 12 stone swords. The lady said that these swords were forged from 12 stars, so naturally they are unusual. Lu asked in surprise, 12 stars? The lady replied that it was. They were very unique, and now these swords surrounded him. Lu felt that the aura emitted by these stone swords seemed to carry endless destructive intent. The lady cast a spell and ordered him to act. She surrounded all these swords with her magic. Lu was very surprised and said, "What power she has?" He asked the lady, "What is going on?" The lady replied that the earth submits to form the sea, and man submits to become a king. She told Lu to leave quickly. There was something sinister about the Sword City. When he had gained strength, let him come back and take those 12 stone swords, and then everything would become clear to him. Lu agreed and thought that since she didn't want to say anything, she must have her reasons. He wouldn't insist anymore. After half a month, Lu trained nonstop and raised his abilities to a new level. Lu understood everything and said that the lady was right. The core energy does contain pure energy, and despite the fact that he had to endure a lot over the past few days, now he does not feel the slightest bit tired. He had reached the 4th extreme heavenly stage. Lu used his powers and said that as expected, upon reaching the 4th stage, his entire body had undergone another major transformation, and every bone feels dense like a legendary weapon, and his muscles are filled with explosive power. And now that Huang Tian has absorbed the blood and souls of the Black Demon Tiger King, he has fallen into a deep sleep. He is confident that when he wakes up, he will be much stronger, and he also donated the bones and claws of the Black Demon Tiger King to the looking glass. And he already had the 6th gem glow. But suddenly some boys came to the mountains, and the younger one said that it was them. Lu replied that it seemed that he had recovered well. The younger one replied that his brother had told him that if it weren't for Lu, he would have died long ago, and he owed him his life. Lu said he should just read it as payment for helping him in the forest, and that's how they're even. The younger one replied, "How can this be considered a big problem?" The boy told his brother that his wolf had just been healed, so he shouldn't bother him. Junior told Lu that there was no need to be humble. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to destroy the formation in the Secret Arts Pavilion, let alone do it alive with the Qilin seal from Sword City. The guy also decided to say that the West should do them a big favor. If he ever needs help, they will not hesitate, even at the cost of their lives. Lu replied that was fine, and in that case he wouldn't refuse. So what are their plans for today? Junior asked Lu, have they made a deal yet? He and his brother came today to bid farewell to him, and they have the seal. They plan to return to the Lonling dynasty, overthrow the treacherous ministers and rebels, and regain power. The guy said that besides the situation in the city, the father must have already been bad, and while the younger one was being treated, they spent half a month in this mountain, so they needed to hit the road as soon as possible. Lu said that was good. Then he wished them a speedy victory in destroying the traitors. He thought that the two brothers and sister were so loyal and righteous that they couldn't even rejoice. But he only regrets that they still have their own mission to complete. Otherwise, if they could join his HEIR alliance, that would be even better. Lu wondered how the 7 swords were doing. He knew that they were truly forged with amazing skill. And even after so many centuries and days of perfection, the sharpness and ferocity of these swords remains unrivaled. Lu said that although he already owned the Longshao sword and the Oli thorn, these 7 swords were not as convenient as the Longshao sword, and not as strong as the Zhuli sword. And if Yao Guang's sacred mirror were to absorb these 7 ancient swords, it would be a waste of time. So let them unite with his sword in solitude. Lu wondered what materials these swords were forged from. They had already been tempered for many days. And now, after an hour of processing in the full force of the cinnabar bird's fire, they showed no signs of melting. And suddenly he realized that sword had just shattered into pieces. Did something fall out of it? Could it be that these are just a few fragments of jade? Why did the treasure map that Lu Sheng didn't receive suddenly start acting strange? Lu said that these pieces of jade were of excellent quality, and upon closer inspection, the patterns on them depicted broken rivers and mountains. But could this be so, he asked? Lu gathered his strength and said that he wanted to try it. After using his strength, he realized that this is how this treasure map works. Lu took a closer look and asked, is this really Tianwu Island? He thought, why should the 7 ancient swords contain jade stones that would correspond to the Tianwu treasure map? But what connected the City of Swords and Tianwu Island? But for some reason, he decided to forget about it. Of course, he had long since secluded himself in this mountain, had not eaten or rested. As for the secret treasure map of Tianwu Island, they would have time to investigate it later. Suddenly after that, he went to an unnamed cave. But suddenly he felt a strong smell of blood nearby. At this time in the forest, the warrior grabbed the captive and asked, is she trying to escape? And isn't she still falling into his arms? Huayan told him to let her go. The warrior said that it was her good fortune that he had become attached to her, and if she did not obey, he would simply hand her over to his men, and then they would see if she could still be so tough, and suggested that if she obeyed and told him where Lu was, he would take her to Lu's family to enjoy a good life, and then he better not lie to her. Ku replied that of course it was true. She thought of it herself, didn't she? Huayan told him to come a little closer and she would tell him everything. Ku knew that this woman's life was in his hands, and he believed that she would not dare to use trickery. Ku said that was great. She saw him coming very close and bit his nose with her teeth. Ku started screaming in pain that a fool had bitten his nose. Huayan said he was a fool. Lu was just a guest in her inn. How could she know where he had gone? And even if she did know, considering that her Lu family was killing innocents like this, she would never tell. Ku got angry and ordered them to kill her. And what is he worth? Let him kill this poisonous witch immediately. Huayan said that even if she died, she would never let him succeed. And one must bow to this in order to cherish one's own life. Lu came and said to Huayan that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl was surprised and asked. Ku said that it was true. Lu and Huayan were really in cahoots, and he immediately ordered them to catch Lu for him. Huayan told him to be careful. All these fighters are experts above Tianji level. Don't underestimate them. Lu told Ku that he was looking for death, and immediately showed his powers. Ku was very surprised and asked in surprise, "Is this the spiritual power of the ancient dragon?" Ke thought that so many experts from the Tianyu realm were instantly killed without the slightest chance of resistance. Lu destroyed all his men and approached the enemy and said that it was his turn. Ke immediately fell to his knees and begged Lu not to kill him. Ke said that he knows the secret of the hidden map of Tianwu Island, and he also knows where his father is. Lu was surprised and asked what he said. Ke replied that he overheard it by accident. It was a long time ago. It turns out that when the ancient sword sect was destroyed, the elders of the sword sect had already gone to Tianuli Island before the disaster, and he also left a mysterious treasure there. Although he did not catch that there was a treasure, and he knows it concerns the life force of the world. Lu asked, "So what does this have to do with his father?" Ke replied that it was related. Later, he accidentally saw the genealogy of the Lu family and found out that it was his father. He was the mysterious man who met Lu Sheng that night. Lu said it was not true. He tries to slander his father by claiming that he is related to that hypocrite Lu Sheng. Ke replied that it was true. He helped the entire Lu family, and he is not lying. And his father also told Lu Sheng to give him the incomplete map of Tianwu's treasury when the time came, because only he would be able to open everything in the future. I would be waiting for them there. And Lu Sheng, deceived by any of his tricks, was seriously injured. Now, in addition to revenge, he is also pursuing them because he wants to take the treasure map from them as soon as they open it. How could his father deceive him? Ke said that he told him everything. He promised not to kill. But Lu attacked hard and asked when he promised not to kill him. For the senseless killing of innocents, pay with your life. Lu released Hualyan. She said that today she thanks young Master Lu for saving her life. The guy asked if she was injured, and there was no need for such formalities. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have faced this disaster, and so many innocent people wouldn't have died because of him. Hualyan said that evil people will hurt others whether there is a reason or not. Although she is Huadian and has not read many books, she understands some basic principles. She asked Master Lu, "Is he really going to Tianwu Island? Does he believe what that scoundrel said?" Lu replied that whether he believed it or not, he would go to Tianwu Island tomorrow to see for himself. Hualyan told young Master Lu that she must be honest. The Lu family was going to capture her at the Hero Inn, but young Ke warned her in advance and told her what to do. And she also told him that if she met Mr. Lu, she should give him this note. Lu took the letter in surprise and asked. Lu immediately recognized that it was Daya's handwriting. He asked why she anonymously left him such a note. And what exactly did she know? Lu wondered. Could it be that this monk Xiaodian had the same abilities as Wu Shenqia? The monk had previously told him that his future would be filled with endless bloodshed, where brothers and beloved companions would die one after another. Lu understood that at that time, both Wu Shenqia and that monk were saying the same thing. Shouldn't he really be stubborn and go to Tianwu Island? The lady asked the boy what he was afraid of. Lu replied that he was afraid that his choice was wrong. The lady said that the future is like a seed. It sprouts, blossoms, and bears fruit, following its own path, unless something unexpected happens. But if suddenly a strong wind blows, it can be destroyed in this its uncertainty. Therefore, the future is full of uncertainties. The lady asked Lu if he could tell her what was right and what was wrong. Lu replied that there was only uncertainty. There was no right or wrong. The lady told him to follow his heart and do what he believed in. But in the morning, Hualyan turned to Mr. Lu. Lu was in the forest at this time and thought that the mysterious treasure trove on Tianwu Island controlled the life force of the entire world. But the sinister force of Lianke left in the underground city of the sword sect. And where is father and mother? Why is Dei avoiding him, and where did this monk Xiaotian come from? He must figure it all out. Lu asked if changes were happening in the heavens and human efforts were in vain, and if fate was really so unfair. But then, he, Lu Hao, will challenge the heavens and change his fate, and all this will end once and for all.